Hello, everybody, and welcome into Fantasy Fest 2025. I am Ryan Wormley. I will not be the only host today. We have a whole ton of folks joining throughout the next 6 hours, most of which will be on YouTube. We are going to have some fun wrap up at the end of the show over on Twitch. So we will be on multiple platforms here for Fantasy Pros Fantasy Fest 2025. This is one of the most fun days of the year. This is my 5th Fantasy Fest to be with Fantasy Pros 4. I'm really excited for this one. We've just got an awesome slate of folks. We've got, of course, all the Fantasy Pros experts, Andrew Erickson, Derek Brown, Pat Fitzmaurice. We've got myself, Chris Welsh, Joey P hosting, and we've got a ton of amazing guests. And kicking us off is Mr. Late Round QB himself, Zachariason. JJ, thank you so much for being our first guest today.
Yeah, guys, I appreciate it. It's an honor to be the kickoff guest. I think you could have easily gotten a better person to be sitting in this chair, but I will absolutely take it.
I know I disagree with that, and I'm sure most of our audience members disagree with that stance as well. Hopefully that's the only take of yours they disagree with here as we run through a bunch of different segments. So what we're going to do, just for everybody, if this is your first Fantasy Fest that you're joining us for, thank you. We are really happy to have you here, and hopefully you're pretty active in the comments. We're going to be doing kind of a Q&A session at the end of every segment, so be sure to drop some questions in there if you'd like. But we're going to do 30-minute segments here with just a ton of awesome guests. We've got Zachariason, we've got Andy Behrens, Tera Roberts, Dave Richard, Jamey Eisenberg, Justin Boone. I don't have the list in front of me. I should have written it down so I could remember everybody. But we've got a ton of awesome guests is the ultimate point here. Jake Ciely as well. So we're going to have a ton of fun. Erickson, how you feeling getting going here? This is like, I know we've started draft season, of course, we're well into it, but it feels like an unofficial kickoff to kind of like the height of draft season.
Yeah, I'm super pumped to be here, breaking it all down, giving everyone the advice that they need to dominate their leagues, man. That's why we're here, to dominate.
We are ready to dominate. Also, thanks to everybody in the chat. It is my birthday. I appreciate everybody wishing me a happy birthday. That's not the focus of today's stream, but it does feel like a fun little birthday celebration to get to talk to all of you. It's fun to do it anytime, but what a treat for me today. Let's dive in. We're going to be talking in this first segment on. It's kind of one of the segments I really like to do. We do it in season, a version of this show, but just key questions for the 2025 season. And since we only have 30 minutes on this segment, of course, I wanted to kind of take a macro level view, not get too in the nitty gritty of specific players. We're going to be doing a lot of that throughout the stream today. I wanted to sort of look at our approaches for different positions. We're going to do one question for each position. And of course, it makes sense with JJ on the segment to start off at quarterback. And I want to ask about this year in particular as a late round quarterback approach compared to other years. It feels like the top of the quarterback position, JJ, has never been stronger in terms of guys that we know, if they are healthy, are going to be elite at throwing the ball and running the ball, and just these cheat codes in fantasy week in and week out. So it's really appealing for some people maybe to say, well, maybe I actually will reach on one of these guys because they're just these crazy elite studs that are so consistent. But also the positions maybe never been deeper. You look at quarterback 18, quarterback 19 in the rankings are really appealing too. There's so much depth there. So this year in particular, is it as a strong year to wait on quarterback compared to other years, or how are you kind of approaching the position this year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I could talk for hours about this topic probably. But yeah, I mean, like, look, the quarterback position in general in today's game is way different than it was back in, let's say, 2015, 2016. Like in 2015, if you just looked at the top 18 quarterbacks by ADP and you looked at how many points per game they ended up scoring, the R squared between those two variables, or the correlation between the two, was 0. Like there was literally no correlation between where a top 18 quarterback was drafted and how many points per game he actually scored. Now, what we've seen is that since basically Lamar Jackson's first MVP season in 2019, I know he was sort of a late round quarterback that year, but the market started to catch up on the fact that, hey, we need mobility at the quarterback position. That gives us a nice floor. And then also with that mobility and with these quarterbacks we've seen in recent years, they're giving us more of a ceiling through the air, as passers. And so we've now had these unicorn quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, who are giving us consistently year in and year out these high-end QB1 type seasons. And so if you do like a value over replacement player type formula at quarterback, it might not say that you absolutely have to get a Josh Allen in, round 2 or something like that, or, into round 3. But what it will, what something like VORP doesn't necessarily factor in is the predictability of those performances, right? We're using VORP from like on a projections basis, right? We're saying this is what this guy's projected for versus his baseline, and we're comparing that across positions. But the difference at quarterback versus other positions is that we feel really, really good. I mean, Josh Allen has been a top 2 quarterback basically the last 6 years in points per game. I mean, we know that more than likely he's going to give us that high-end performance. And so I think we're in a spot right now at quarterback where you can get one of the big 4. I have it as a big 4. I personally don't have Joe Burrow, in that group. You can go after the big 4, or like you said, it's super deep. You can wait. Try to get the mobile quarterback late. Like I think the easy go-to this year is like a Drake May type, even a Caleb Williams type. Try to get a guy like that late. If you can't get those players, then you might want to draft even 2 quarterbacks and just kind of play matchup each week, or hope that one of those 2 quarterbacks is the pocket passer that ends up hitting this season. Because every once in a while we'll get, not every once in a while, basically once a year, we will get a quarterback who is in the late rounds. Last year was Baker, who ends up having an outlier season in touchdown rate and is likely not to repeat that year over year. But if you hit that guy that season, you're feeling pretty good about your quarterbacks.
Yeah, Erickson, it's a good point that I think JJ made at the end there about how, yes, it's great to have an elite quarterback, but we see at the position, those guys jump up. I mean, 6 years ago, it was Lamar in that first MVP season, was going, as like a 12th round pick or whatever it was, and ended up being this elite player. Last year, it was Jaden Daniels. There's other examples too. I know you and I have talked a lot about Drake May. If you're going with a later round QB approach, is May the number 1 target for you, Erickson, or are there other names that you throw in there?
Yep, May is definitely the number 1 target for me. And I think that when you just look at the landscape of the late round quarterback, and we're trying to project the story of what the 2025 season is going to be. And I think part of that when it comes to the quarterback position is going to be the second-year quarterback. These guys going from their rookie seasons into season number 2, we see a ton of NFL players take that next step. And you could just paint such an optimistic picture for guys like Caleb Williams, like Drake May, like Michael Penix, his first year as a starter with all these weapons in Atlanta. You have J.J. McCarthy in one of the best infrastructures you could ask for in Kevin O'Connell's offense in Minnesota. And then you have Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels, who established themselves as rookies and now are looking to then take another step forward entering year 2. And that's why I'm so excited about, yes, if I can lock in the production with an elite guy, especially if I don't feel great about some of the running backs and receivers going in that range, Garrett Wilson versus Lamar Jackson. Who is the safer pick? I don't think we need to go on a stretch to decide. It's definitely Lamar Jackson as the safer pick, whereas Garrett Wilson, you can definitely poke holes in his projection for this year with Justin Fields. Not so with Lamar Jackson. So even though maybe you feel like you're not getting the best value at quarterback, knowing you can guys get later on, you still want to make the right pick and draft someone that's not going to be necessarily a bust. So that's kind of the way I see it. So I agree with a lot of what JJ had to say.
JJ, if you are going to take an early quarterback, or if anyone is, do you have a favorite of that big 4, or is it really just kind of any of them?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that you can go with any of them. But I will say, I think that Jalen Hurts' value, just from where he goes versus the other guys, because you're going to get even more than a round discount on a guy like Hurts versus Lamar and versus Josh Allen. To me, he would be the pick simply because Philadelphia is almost definitely not going to run the ball as much as they did last year. Jalen Hurts was many, many pass attempts per game lower than what we've seen over the last few years from him. Philadelphia had the second lowest pass rate of any team since 2011 last season. That's usually a number that regresses. Things did kind of, they ran pure last year, with the way the running game worked. They're going to have they have one of the toughest schedules in the league this year from a wins total perspective. So I expect Philadelphia, to throw the ball 100 plus more times than they did last season. And obviously that's going to help the passing attack, and it's going to help Jalen Hurts as well.
Just as a reminder for everybody, all of our 2025 consensus rankings and tiers can be found at fantasypros.com/rankings if you want to see who is in those tiers from experts across the industry. Let's go to our wide receiver question, Erickson. You always hear about how deep wide receiver is every season now. Doesn't actually feel that deep to me this year, at least maybe compared to other years. It's deep, but it feels like I want to be getting guys in the first X number. You can kind of quibble with how deep it is. I don't want to be kind of taking a lot of lottery tickets late, though. Like, I really do feel like the depth is maybe overstated in previous years, is maybe the better way to put it. Is this a good year, in your opinion, Erickson, to hammer at the position early and avoid getting burned by maybe a perceived lack of depth by me?
Well, I think it's deep at the top, if that makes sense, because the guys that we usually draft in round 1 are now trickling into round 2. It's just crazy to think that Brian Thomas Jr. led all rookie wide receivers in receiving yards last year, and he's a second-round pick. Like, that usually doesn't happen. So I think it's deep at the top when you're looking about, okay, who could be a top 5 wide receiver this year? I think there's a lot of guys that kind of fall into that territory. I think that it's maybe a list of 11 or even 12 wide receivers. But then to your point about the depth after that, going into the next couple tiers, I think that's where you start to see things kind of get diluted with some of these receivers. And I think it's always important to think about, we're talking about strategies. We talk about late round quarterback, talk about late round running back, talk about late round tight end. We don't talk a lot about late round wide receiver just because it's definitely the hardest one to identify and hit on, because you have to get opportunity and talent right. Like, you need to hit on multiple things. So it doesn't mean that there's no late round wide receivers that can hit. Yes, there are guys that we like, but it's just so much easier for those other positions to hit. So when you are in those later rounds, I want to be scooping up running backs. Like, that's who I want to be targeting. That's who I want to be loading up my bench with, running backs or tight ends if I want it weighted at the position. And goes back to the point earlier. So instead of going with a early round tight end, early round quarterback, drafting receivers I feel good about and confident about in those earlier rounds makes me feel better about my entire roster when it's all said and done.
JJ, I'm curious what you think, and I don't want to make it seem like there aren't any players I like Emeka Egbuka going in the mid 40s at wide receiver. Yes, I love that. Like, there are players that I like, but I think you get to even like the mid 20s, and I'm just reading through in the expert consensus rankings, you know, Tera, McMillan, Jameson Williams, Xavier Worthy, Zay Flowers, George Pickens, Jalen Waddle, Rashee Rice, Chris Olave. There's upside there, but there's also a lot of question marks, and I just don't maybe feel as sturdy with the guys after the folks at the top in those first couple of rounds. How do you see the position as deep versus shallow?
Yeah, I think that the interesting part about wide receiver this year is I agree with Andrew about the idea that it's pretty deep up top. I mean, Drake London, for instance, would we be shocked if London ends up as the overall wide receiver 1 in fantasy football this year? I don't think it's like nearly out of his range of outcomes. Even AJ Brown, I just talked about how I like the Philly passing attack. Obviously he's banged up right now, but AJ Brown has basically been a 1,400 yard wide receiver every year, prorated for the games that he's missed every year in Philadelphia. The thing that I've really noticed is that when you get to that sort of next tier, there's sort of a dead area, maybe after the JSN range, just because, Devontae Adams has a lot of question marks right now with Matthew Stafford. Otherwise, I would be way into Adams, but like Garrett Wilson, we're like, okay, what's that looking like? Marvin Harrison Jr., I mean, we could see the upside, but there's a lot of question marks about there really wasn't that much change in that offense. So how can we be so sure that there's going to be that much change for Marvin Harrison Jr.? And so I keep going down that list. And then we get to that giant tier that you were just talking about, Ryan, where you have a lot of question marks, but you can see clear upside cases, right? Tetaroa, I don't want to make his mom upset. Tetaroa McMillan, someone who I like a lot as a prospect. We obviously can see the upside case. George Pickens in an offense that should throw like 150 more times than the offense that he's coming from, as the 2 alongside CeeDee Lamb, you could see the upside case for him. Devontae Smith, even, you could see the upside case for. Devontae Smith last year, when one of Dallas Goedert or A.J. Brown were out, he had a 31% target share per game rate. Like, the dude is awesome when one of those guys are out. Even when they're not, he's still a very usable player. So what I've kind of done at wide receiver this year is I'll often get it. I mean, I'll get at least one in the first 2 rounds, typically, because of the guys that we talked about earlier. Like, we feel very good. We feel very secure about them. But once you get into those middle rounds, I mean, I just generally am chasing upside, and there's a lot of upside to chase in that area. Whereas then I'm kind of avoiding the small hit, big miss type wide receivers, where the big miss isn't so much that they're going to just fall flat on their face, like Cortland Sutton or Zay Flowers. Those are 2 of my go-to examples here. I don't think they're going to fall flat on their face. I just don't think that we're going to see necessarily a top 20, top 15 wide receiver season from those guys, given the fact that Sutton's never been a top 24 wide receiver in PPR points per game. And you have probably less volume in that offense this year from a passing perspective because how good the defense is, and they added those running backs. Zay Flowers, Baltimore's been a bottom 3 pass rate team over the last few years. Like, there's just not as much volume to go around. And so I look at that range and I say to myself, all right, if I'm going to get an anchor at wide receiver early on, and I throw 2 or 3 darts at this range, including like the Emeka Egbukas of the world, the Ricky Pearsalls of the world, I throw a few darts at those guys, I think that one of them will hit. And if I get 2 or 3 of those types of players that are going to be week in and week out wide receivers and solid players for me, and I get that anchor at running back early, then I think my team's looking good.
I keep doing the same thing, by the way, where I'm like, oh yeah, Teraroa McMillan. I'm like, oh, let me finish it because I don't want his mom to get mad at me either. So given this conversation, like I find myself very often, if I'm picking near the end of the first round, I'm just very happy to double up on receivers. I love the receivers there, and I just feel so confident there. And I also kind of like some of these running backs and everything that are going to be available in rounds 3, 4, and 5 more so than I usually do. So if you are doubling up at the receiver position with a late first round pick, do you have like a favorite too? I know you mentioned JJ, Drake London, and AJ Brown. Like I love London this year. I mean, I love all these guys, right? Like if I can get Nico to fall to me, I like Brian Thomas Jr., Lad McConkey. A lot of people really like. Do you have like a favorite pair of those two?
Yeah, I mean, look, if Nico falls, I'm pretty high on Nico. I think that he's a top 5 wideout in fantasy this year, just given his peripherals last year. I mean, he just keeps getting better and better and better. I do worry about the offensive line a little bit. And then Drake London's the other one. I mean, we could realistically, it's just wild. The market really hasn't reacted to the Darnell Mooney injury. Not to say that we should like overreact because he seems like he's going to get back at some point, but we all just assumed that he was going to be back week 1 because that was what was being reported. And then Raheem Morris was like, yeah, he'll be back at some point this year. And it's like, wait, what? Like, I thought he was going to be okay and fine. And so like, we saw 30% plus target shares from Drake London last year in that small sample with Michael Penix. I don't see how that doesn't happen, especially with Darnell Mooney banged up. So Drake London would probably be the other one that I think is just a little bit undervalued right now. So I'd probably, I mean, like if you could somehow see Nico Collins fall and get Drake London, or, you know, even if you're in like the 109 spot or something like that, and you're able to get Nico in the first round because you know that the market hasn't reacted enough to stuff going on in Atlanta, and you get Drake London in the second round, I mean, that's chef's kiss. You're good to go.
Erickson, really quickly, do you have a favorite pair in that range?
I mean, I love Nico. I love Drake London, and Puka is probably the one that I feel like I'm getting potential value on if he falls a little bit because of people that are concerned about Stafford. But Puka, I think, just can have so much success in this offense. I think almost regardless of who the quarterback is. I think that if Jimmy Garoppolo, yes, I think you're probably more concerned about Devontae, but Puka Nacua, of the last 2 seasons since joining the NFL, he's 4th in the NFL in receiving yards, and he has to score touchdowns eventually. DeMarcus Robinson scored 7 receiving touchdowns last year. Puka Nacua has scored 9 in his career. I just can't believe that he's not going to find the end zone. And something that I looked at when I was looking at just receiving yards and how it's going to project touchdowns in the future, entering last year, there were 2 guys that had 2,000 receiving yards with low touchdown totals. One was Chris Olave. The other was Terry McLaurin. We also saw one of those guys hit a monster touchdown total last season. So when you're looking at players that have a ton of yardage over the last 2 years, one of them is Drake London, one of them is Puka Nacua, and the other one is a receiver. We didn't mention him, but George Pickens is another guy who's put up monster yardage, but the touchdowns haven't followed. But what's the number one projector of future fantasy success and touchdowns is just getting yards. And it shows that those players are good. So London, Nico Collins for me. And I think, though, we can just look at week 1 matchups, too. Those guys look like they're going to be out starting the season hot out of the gates. The Texans are playing the Rams. We know the Rams secondary is not that great. Nico Collins is going to ball out because that's what he does. And Drake London, they're playing the Buccaneers. I mean, like, what else do you have to ask for? It's just shootouts galore with that Falcons team.
Football season is right around the corner, and there's no better way to lock in your fantasy dominance early than with Best Ball on DraftKings, where you draft once and ride your roster all season long. And right now, DraftKings is giving all customers a can't-miss offer. Draft one, get one, enter a lineup in the $15 million Best Ball contest for just $20, and you'll score another Best Ball ticket to play free for a share of $15 million, giving you a second shot to win big. It's easy. Just draft your team once, no weekly management required, and let your top scorers automatically start each week across the whole season. Every breakout star, every clutch play, every touchdown will count toward your quest for a share of $15 million. Erickson, quickly, who are some of your favorite Best Ball targets this year?
Yeah, so I looked at my exposure rate. So here are my top 5 guys on DraftKings. Number 1, coming as no surprise to anyone that's following the show, Jaden Reed. That's my number 1 guy in terms of Best Ball exposure. At tight end, Tucker Kraft is my most drafted player. Jalen Waddle, Jalen Knoll, and Trey Benson, running back for the Arizona Cardinals. So those are the top 5 guys that I've been drafting a ton of on DraftKings. So let's hope for health this year for those guys, Worm.
Let's hope for health. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now to draft your $20 Best Ball lineup to play for a share of $15 million and get a second ticket to play free for a share of $15 million. That's 2 chances to win big without ever setting your lineup again. Draft one, get one only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. 18 plus in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. One per customer. Enter the Best Ball $15 million headliner contest by September 4th, 2025 to get one bonus entry. $20 entry fee required. Reward expires in 30 days. See terms at DraftKings.com/NFL-best-ball. Sponsored by DraftKings. All right, let's go to the running back position here. Some of the biggest rankings variance at the position comes in the 3rd and 4th rounds. I really like those rounds this year, actually. But JJ, how do you pick between the upside / question marks of guys like Breece Hall, James Cook, and Kenneth Walker that are going this round? And you can kind of paint the case in both directions.
Yeah, I mean, usually, I'm a big sucker for pass catching at the position because it's unbelievably important in fantasy football, and it's the one thing that the market tends to understate every year. I do a lot of analysis that looks at ADP and looks at expectation for these running backs, and the one thing that one trend that always pops up every single year is that the players who are good pass catchers, who have good pass catching profiles, they're the ones who outpace ADP, and then vice versa. So, in that range, I think that they're all fine. I think that it's natural for us to bump Breece Hall down a little bit just based on what they've been doing with Braylon Allen and sort of the coach speak coming out of there. The one thing that I will say, though, that would be pro Breece Hall and honestly pro Travion Henderson, who I think also belongs in this tier at this point, along with I think Amari Hampton's probably a tier up. But regardless, if you look historically in full PPR formats, since 2011, there's been 43 running backs who hit a 50% running back rush share or higher. So just half the team's running back rushes. And I use that as a threshold because I didn't want to get Chris Thompson types in this data set because that's not what like a Breece Hall or Travion Henderson is. But if you look at players who had a 50% running back rush share and a 15% or better target share per game rate, which is probably a little bit higher for like a Travion projection, but I think we feel relatively comfortable with that for Breece, just given the alternatives at pass catcher in that offense. There's been 43 of these guys. So half the team's running back rushes and a 15% target share. 41 of the 43 ended up as RB1s in fantasy football that year. The worst running back rank for any of those players was RB18. That's in a full PPR format. So I think that the Breece Hall stuff, to me, we know that he's a really talented player. We know that the pass catching ability is certainly there. Although I did literally, while you were doing the DraftKings stuff, I did see that there was a Breece Hall drop in practice today, and he was very mad at himself. So I'm saying all of this while Breece Hall is dropping passes, but I'm trying not to get too low on Hall in a PPR format, but I am pushing him down a little bit. But I think it's just a choose your own adventure. Like what kind of risk tolerance do you have? Like to me, I'm okay with taking risks. I love Kenneth Walker in this Kubiak system, in this zone scheme. I think that we're going to see, last year he did finally hit a strong target share, like a 14% target share per game, which basically doubled up what he had seen over the first 2 years of his career. I don't think he's going to be that high this year, but him in that offense, we saw that offense in action a little bit in the preseason in that running game. And we saw, last year they ran the most, or the second most zone related runs in the NFL and outside zone runs. And so I think Kenneth Walker and his speed and his big playability just works really, really well in that offense. So I'm kind of preferring him over the other guys there, but I understand if you don't want to take on that risk, I get it because he's banged up and he hasn't been able to stay healthy.
Erickson, JJ mentioned the risk tolerance. Which risk are you more drawn to? The risk of injury with Walker, the risk of regression with James Cook, the risk of usage with Breece Hall? Who do you find yourself targeting in this range?
For me, it's Kenneth Walker. That's the guy that I'm gravitating towards. I think that he has, just for this season, looking at the situation that he is in with the Seattle Seahawks, I think that he has the highest upside case. I mean, James Cook, we saw last year, he was a back-end fantasy RB1 and he scored a bazillion touchdowns. So his role really has to change in Buffalo for him to hit that next level, which they've talked about it, but they have Ray Davis, they have Ty Johnson, they like those guys in those roles. So I don't necessarily see that changing for James Cook. Breece Hall, we've talked about it, seems like his role is going to be reduced from last year. Even if he is the number 2 target on the Jets, being attached to Aaron Rodgers is so much better for a pass-catching running back than being attached to Justin Fields. And in Fields, for me, just like watching him play, he just doesn't look natural, like throwing the ball to the running back. Like he just looks like a quarterback that does prefer to run a little bit more. So that concerns me with Hall, whereas Ken Walker, again, going back to this offense with Clint Kubiak, last year, the number one running back in expected fantasy points per game, so just kind of looking at it as, okay, running back usage, was Alvin Kamara. There was no other running back that had more expected fantasy point output than Kamara under the Clint Kubiak. And that's the offense that's in Seattle with Ken Walker. And although Zach Charbonnet has looked really good and has impressed in times where he's been the RB1 for the Seahawks, I think that this is more of a Dalvin Cook, Alexander Madison situation where when Ken Walker's in there, he is the guy. And there is no really, it's not a timeshare. And Zach Charbonnet is the backup, and he can fill in and pop when he gets given opportunities. And Clint Kubiak was with Dalvin Cook and Alexander Madison in 2021 with the Minnesota Vikings. And that's exactly how he deployed those two players. Dalvin Cook, I think, played like 13 games and wasn't top 5 running back in points per game. He missed 3 or 4 games. And in those games, Madison filled in, was also a top 5 fantasy running back. So I just think that the ceiling case with both of these running backs in this offense that just wants to pound the rock, the fullback is back, guys, in Seattle. I'm here for it. And we're going to see this running back be really productive for fantasy, whether it's Walker starting those games, whether it's Zach Charbonnet starting those games. So I'm very optimistic about the Seattle backfield.
We've only got a couple of minutes, so we'll quickly hit on the tight end question here. And I kind of just wanted to ask, every year it feels like everyone's tight end strategy is to just avoid the middle. It's either get an elite guy or wait. Is the middle class this year maybe getting a little bit overlooked? I feel like if you look at tight ends 4 through tight end 10, there's an interesting case to be made that a lot of those guys are somewhat undervalued, or at least some of them could end up being values. Those names: Sam Laporta, TJ Hawkinson, Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, David Njoku, Evan Ingram, and Tucker Kraft. That's again tight end 4 through 10. So Erickson, just quickly, do you think that is actually maybe an area of the draft worth targeting more than the kind of general sentiment would suggest?
Not necessarily, because I think that a lot of the reason why we say to avoid out of the middle is because most of these guys finish like the guys going behind them, not like the elite guys going in front of them. So that's the issue. And when you're more bullish and confident and you draft them earlier on, you're expecting them to make the jump to elite when more realistically, they just kind of finish where they were drafted, or they finish worse where they were drafted. So I think with tight end, it's still about staying out of the middle, going after these late rounds, because we see late round tight ends hit every single season. Again, think about, Trey McBride last year was a great pick. He was still an early round tight end, but who was a better pick? Brock Bowers and Jonnu Smith, because of where you got them and where they finished. So closing that ADP gap with some of these late round tight ends, I still think is my preferred method rather than going for a middle guy, unless you really, really feel confident, oh, this is the guy that next year we're going to be drafting as an elite tight end. He just happens to be going in the middle. That's kind of how I see it.
What do you think, JJ? Worth considering the middle class here, or is it just get an elite guy or wait?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that a huge reason that us annoying analysts talk about those middle rounds as, no-goes for tight ends is because it's more of a floor thing for those tight ends as opposed to a ceiling thing. TJ Hawkinson is like this era's Greg Olsen, where it's a player who can definitely be fine for your fantasy team, but he's unlikely to be a league-winning type tight end who's going to give you that game-breaking week in and week out. And so a lot of times you can just replace that production later, whether through streaming or just finding who, that late round tight end ends up being. I think there's some decent choices this year, decent enough choices. And if you don't even want to play that game, I think just going with like a Tucker Kraft, who's going to go later than, where a Hawkinson goes and Ingram goes, especially in more home league environments. He has the same kind of upside that those guys do. And you're at least getting a discount on those middle round areas versus, where a Laporta goes, where a Hawkinson goes. So I'm mostly out on the middle round guys. I mean, since 2014, if you look at ADP, there's been zero correlation between tight end 7 to tight end 18, where they've been drafted and how many points per game they score. I mean, it's literally just a dart throw at that point. And so I'd rather just not have to spend up and take on that opportunity cost.
We've teamed up with Trophy Smack to give away this striking perpetual fantasy football black trophy on this stream. Standing tall at up to 56 inches, this beauty commands attention, dominates your mantle, and reminds your league every single year just how badly you crushed them. With space to engrave up to 19 years of champions, it's the gift that keeps on giving season after season. To enter, just subscribe to the Fantasy Pros YouTube channel, drop a comment on this stream, and you're in. We'll announce the winner right here towards the end of the stream, so stay tuned and send those comments. I promised a Q&A section. We don't have time to do more than just one very quick question, so no explanation here, guys. Just give me an answer. Superflex Keeper League question: would you keep Malik Neighbors in the 6th or Chase Brown in the 16th? Erickson, what do you think?
Chase Brown.
JJ?
Yeah, I'll go Chase Brown as well.
Brown as well. All right, JJ, thank you so much to joining us for kicking us off here, Fantasy Fest 2025. We'll step away for just a minute here, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, we've got Andy Behrens joining. We're going to be talking some running back and wide receiver breakout picks.
Let's get real here for a minute. You know, some mock drafts, while fun, will not actually help you win your league. You wait and you wait for the draft to start, and someone drafts a defense or a kicker in round 7, and you think to yourself, well, there's 15 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back. No one has time for that. So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my drafts. Meet the Draft Simulator. The Draft Simulator was built by our talented team at Fantasy Pros to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts. And it's totally free. It's the only tool that goes through your league history and matches how your league drafts, so your mock drafts actually feel like the real thing. It's gonna help you get better at drafting. The Draft Simulator goes over rankings from hundreds of experts, including yours truly, and it tells you who's the best pick. With Coach, it's like having an expert with you in the draft room. Coach can break down any player you're eyeing, and it updates live with the draft itself. It can help you determine what positions are drying up and what other teams need in real time. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. Don't waste your time with bad mock drafts. My favorite feature? Pick analysis. You can test out different strategies and see what works best. Work less and win more with Fantasy Pros Draft Simulator for free. Test it out today at fantasypros.com/mock.
Welcome back to Fantasy Fest 2025. I am Ryan Wormley alongside Andrew Erickson. We've got a ton of folks joining us throughout the stream. And right now is the legend himself, Andy Behrens. Andy, thank you so much for hopping on with us today.
Hey, guys, it's great to be here. Don't think I didn't notice that you were trashing a couple of Iowa tight ends as I jumped on. That's noted. Hostile environment already.
I tried to give them the opportunity to talk them up. I was like, hey, I think these guys are undervalued, and they just wouldn't take the bait. So I tried for you, Andy, and they simply refused. We really appreciate you making the time. Like I said, you have got a new venture going on. So why don't you tell everybody where they can read you, where they can listen to you this season?
Oh, I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're at the Deep Shot. It's me, it's Dalton Del Don, just a couple of cast-offs from Big Fantasy, doing our own thing. All of our writing is going to live there. We're going to have some other projects there as well. And then I'm I'm doing a premium podcast with Chris Harris of Harris Football. It's called The Yacht Club. Hope people check that out as well.
Yeah, awesome. I can't wait to follow along, and I will certainly be reading and listening to that. And I know I don't need to sell it. Everybody's going to be really excited to check that out.
We say nice things about Iowa tight ends at this site. It's not the level of hostility that you just experienced from JJ. That was outrageous.
Yeah. Well, we will not be talking about tight ends on this segment. We're going to be talking about some running backs and wide receiver breakout picks here. This is one of the more fun segments to talk about because, breakout picks, it's sometimes hard to define, right? People can kind of blur the lines between a sleeper, a breakout, a league winner. But at the end of the day, these are going to be good values that we think take a step forward and are going to be some of the most fun players that define the fantasy season, hopefully, if we get these picks right. So we've got one pick from each of you two at both running back and wide receiver. Then like we did in the last segment, we'll leave a little more room for some Q&A at the end of this one as well. And then as I reminded everybody last segment, also all of our 2025 consensus rankings and tiers can be found at fantasypros.com/rankings. Andy, let's start with you. Who is your breakout pick at running back, speaking of Iowa?
Oh yeah, I think you guys are really going to hate this because Caleb Johnson has received some, I don't know, headwinds, negativity, pessimism in recent weeks. People concerned about pass protection, people concerned about Kenny Gainwell. That one really gets me. Listen, you can fool me a lot of different ways in fantasy. I can be tricked. I have a lot of vulnerabilities. But you can't trick me with Kenny Gainwell. That's just not going to happen. I don't think Kenny Gainwell is ultimately going to play ahead of Caleb Johnson. Pittsburgh basically had a Caleb Johnson shaped hole in the offense, and they filled it with Caleb Johnson. All those zone carries last year that went to Najee Harris, prior seasons under Arthur Smith, that is just bread and butter stuff for Caleb. It's what he did so well and so often at Iowa. He's coming off a pretty terrific preseason game. I know that he didn't play exactly when everybody wanted him to play, but man, he was really good. It was 50 yards on 11 carries. He looked really comfortable catching the ball, which I think was one of the biggest open questions about Caleb, right? Because that's just not something that Iowa has ever asked of their running backs. Doesn't mean they can't do it, but we don't really know when they come into the league. That guy's forcing a bunch of missed tackles too in preseason play. Again, it's only preseason play against people who will not ultimately end up in the league, but you'd rather see a guy look this good than the alternative. It's all been pretty consistent with his collegiate tape too. Lots of bad angles that he's forcing. Plenty of instances in which he's shrugging off the first tackler. Like, that's who he was in college. I just think people are doing a lot of overthinking on Caleb. He was clearly drafted to take on a huge role in that Pittsburgh offense, and he's just a wonderful fit for it. The guy just led the Big Ten in rushing and in touchdowns while averaging over 6 yards per carry in an offense where he was literally the only weapon, literally the only thing you worried about. If you told me that Caleb was routinely facing 11 in the box last year, I would believe it. It was a crazy environment in which he thrived.
Erickson, what do you see the ceiling for Caleb Johnson as a rookie? Is he somebody that you think could be, like, I don't want to use the phrase league winner, but like a true breakout who really does impact fantasy leagues this season?
Worm, don't sugarcoat it. Caleb Johnson is going to be a league winner,
Okay.
because I'm
there we go.
signing with Andy here, because this is, you need to adjust the expectations with Caleb Johnson. Again, he's still a 3rd round pick, and we knew that there was things he had to work on in terms of pass production. And Mike Tomlin wasn't just going to give a 3rd round rookie just, okay, well, here's the keys to the engine, like, go off and be the RB1 of the offense. Mike Tomlin has reflected on Caleb Johnson's how he's played in the preseason, continuing to praise his development and his growth. And then he's getting better and better and better. And yeah, maybe week 1 comes along and Jaylen Warren's playing more snaps than we'd like to see, or Kenneth Gainwell. But there's going to be 1 week where Caleb Johnson's going to get 20 carries in a game, and he's going to look like an absolute freight train in the second half. And everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, like, that's the guy. Like, that's what we were excited about to see. He's a volume runner. They said that when they drafted him. So you're not going to necessarily see it all come together in practices and in preseason where you're not getting a full complement of snaps from a Caleb Johnson. So I am buying the dip on him as well for those that haven't been impressed with him so far. He's checking off all the boxes that I was looking for. And when it comes to these rookie running backs, like, he's the one that you could see actually taking on a ton of volume outside of some of the guys drafted ahead of him that went in the first round. So I think that the vacated touches are there for him. And the minute that he got drafted to an Arthur Smith offense, I thought, this is the perfect fit. And it reminded me a lot of when Mike McDaniel drafted Devon Achane. Just perfect fit. Don't overthink it. The minute that this guy gets the keys to the engine in this offense, he's going to cook. So I'm very looking forward to drafting Caleb Johnson.
I actually had the exact same thought, Erickson, about Achane, because our colleague Pat Fitzmaurice would always describe it as a hand-in-glove fit, and that's how I would describe Caleb Johnson in the Pittsburgh offense. It's a hand-in-glove fit. It seems so obvious. Before we move off Johnson, Andy, I want to ask, like, sometimes with breakouts, it's saying this guy is ranked where he should be, but I just like there's enough of a ceiling, like, chance here of him hitting that ceiling that I want to draft him. Do you think he should be ranked higher? Because in ECR, he's RB27 right now. That's in half PPR scoring. Do you think that is too low and he should be higher? Or do you think that's an appropriate place to rank him? You just want to buy the upside case and take those swings at that ranking?
Yeah, this is where rankings really don't tell the full story, right? And you want to have a different way to express how you feel about a player. And if you go all in the ranks, maybe it appears a little bit too bullish. Maybe it feels a little bit reckless. It is not an accurate reflection of where I would actually draft him, because when I'm in a draft, I'm just taking shots, right? Like, maybe not so much at the very top where you're thinking about floor a little bit more, but up and down your drafts, it's actually, I don't know. I mean, fantasy football is actually not, as it's most commonly played, not really a game of tiny edges. It is a game of taking big swings and, hitting on 3 or 4 things in your draft. And if you do that, that's how you win. Like, individual players drive winning. And I think Caleb is one of those guys where that whole Najee role is right there for him. He can coexist with Jaylen Warren, and it's fine. Most offenses don't just have a single workhorse running back. If he slides into those Najee Harris touches, it's going to be all systems go. He's got a shot at 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Andy, last year we did a show and you convinced me to rank Isaiah Pacheco in my top 5 running backs. I was hoping you were going to come with the same heat on Caleb Johnson here. But of course,
I mean, listen, that should have gone well. There's an alternate reality in which that goes well and Pacheco stays healthy and he hits.
I was right there with you. Erickson, you messaged me this morning saying after last night, you had to change your running back pick here. So who do you have for us now?
Oh yeah, I'm going with Bill Krosky-Merritt, running back for the Washington Commanders. Now, I felt like I was doing a disservice by not at least bringing him up on the show when we're talking about running back breakouts, because he's checking off every single box of that type of player that is going to drastically beat his ADP. And I think there's still an edge to anyone that's watching this right now. There's an opportunity for you to get him in your fantasy draft because the ADP is just not going to catch up to the riser that Jacory Krosky-Merritt is in most of your home leagues. So I want to make sure that you are pulling him up your draft board to make sure that you get him with one of your later round picks, because he's going to take the NFL by storm this year, I think. Brian Robinson, he's going to get traded. Like, it seems very convincing. Even watching the game last night, the broadcast, they're very convinced that he wasn't even at the stadium. Like, this is like legit. Like, they're kind of like, we're moving on from Brian Robinson. Like, he's not going to be part of our plans. And if they can't trade him, maybe he's a cut candidate. Again, he's in the final year of his contract. And this is why it's so hard to buy into running backs that are average. If you're not special at the running back position, teams will look to replace you and upgrade. And so far throughout camp, Krosky-Merritt has looked like the explosive part that can be an upgrade over Brian Robinson, who's been fine. But now you're getting a running back that, okay, worst case scenario is Krosky-Merritt. Can he just be Brian Robinson? Yeah, I think that that's what the Commanders think. But now there's room for upside. And him being a 7th round rookie running back, it doesn't really describe, I think, what his actual talent level is, because he dealt with a lot of eligibility issues last year. He got screwed over by the NCAA, only allowing him to play in 1 game this past year at Arizona, which he actually looked really good in. But the year before at New Mexico, monster 2023 campaign. He was PFF's 4th highest graded running back in 2023, 33% dominator rating. And in the 1 game that he did play this year, 13 carries for 106 yards, and he broke a ton of tackles. And then the next time he got to play was in the Shrine Bowl. And you know who won offensive MVP? Jacory Krosky-Merritt. So this guy's pretty good at football, but he just didn't get a chance to play, which is just such a disservice to him. So I think that it's his revenge tour here as a rookie for the Washington Commanders. Again, the 7th round draft capital does not reflect how good of a talent he is. And I liked him a lot as a prospect. And I thought that, okay, maybe if this guy gets some opportunities, he can maybe usurp Brian Robinson. But it seems like the team is already making that decision. And they're ready to move forward with Jacory Krosky-Merritt. Again, not necessarily 3-down workhorse. Austin Eckler will still be involved, especially on the passing down side of things. But in terms of early downs, who could see red zone opportunities, Jacory Krosky-Merritt looks like the guy, and he should be available in all of your drafts because the ADP, I don't think, is going to quite catch up to where you can actually get him.
He's jumped up in the rankings to RB70 in the half PPR rankings. I'm curious to see where the ADP does land. We're actually launching a new feature. It's not available yet, but called Real-Time ADP with Fantasy Pros. Well, that will be really helpful for situations like this to see where he is going in the most recent drafts when stuff like this happens. Andy, what is the correct stance on Bill Krosky-Merritt? I don't know if it's a hot take or a measured take, but what is the correct approach here, given like there's this huge swell of hype and excitement surrounding him, but he still is somebody who's like going pretty late in drafts, and like he had 2 good runs yesterday. So like, is it more of a measured take, or are you kind of jumping on the bandwagon?
Yeah, I do want to say, to the point about him still being really cheap in drafts, I was in an auction 2 nights ago, and this was like just exclusively industry people who write about this for a living. Everybody knows who Krosky-Merritt is, and we have for a long time. It's no, like, he didn't sneak up on anybody in here. I had a little bit of leverage at the end of the auction. I got him for $2. Like that's where you can still get him. I'm not totally sure why he's available at that price this late into the preseason, but it's actually true. I'm surprised to hear you say that he's in the 70s at the position. That seems wild to me. I mean, they're not even just they're telling us where this situation is headed. And Brian Robinson is headed out of town, and it's going to be Krosky Merritt's job for the most part. Again, it's not going to be, I agree with everything that's already been said. I don't think he's going to be 90% of the touches. Obviously, Austin Eckler is going to continue to be Austin Eckler, but this is going to be a pretty beefy role in an offense that I think we're all pretty excited about. So I don't really see any reason why he shouldn't already be ranked in the 30s, perhaps already ranked ahead of Brian Robinson. I think that's totally reasonable right now.
That number will definitely keep going up. It rose 13 spots in the last 2 days, though. So it already has taken a big leap, and there's a lot more room to go there. And to your point, still somewhat cheap. I want to let everybody know that right after Fantasy Fest wraps, head over to twitch.tv/fantasypros to catch the Fantasy Fest after party. The Welsh and Scott Bogman will be doing a PPR mock draft. Hang out, talk fantasy, and get your questions answered in real time. Starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, so don't miss that over on Twitch, kind of the after party, put a cap on Fantasy Fest 2025. Let's go to the wide receivers here. Andy, who do you have for us?
Yeah, for me, this is Ricky Pearsall, and it's not like he's sneaking up on anybody, but if we're just looking for a breakout candidate, this man is already the Niners' #1 wide receiver entering the season. He is one of the few healthy members of the receiving corps as we enter the year. He also, #1, he was whatever. It's just preseason. He looked great the other day. It was 42 yards on 3 catches, in perfect sync with Brock Purdy. He's had a pretty normal offseason after having the least normal offseason of all time as a rookie, right? So that is a huge difference. Just being in the program in a normal way makes a huge difference. We also got, we got proof of concept from him in the final 2 games last year when he looked like an absolute star. 14 catches on 18 targets, 210 yards, couple of touchdowns. This is just one of those cases where, a lot of the time a wide receiver will come into the league and they got a little bit of size and they test like a superhero at the combine, but when they get on the field, we don't really see it. Well, Pearsall has a 42-inch vertical and, he's got 4.4 speed, and you see it. Like, you can feel it every time he touches the ball. Every touch looks like it could end in the end zone, right? I just think he's been spectacular. We're in a big play offense. I think everybody knows that historically, Kyle Shanahan's teams, man, those quarterbacks produce some pretty serious yards per attempt. We're getting a lot of big plays here. They scheme up some fun stuff, and a lot of that is going to go to Pearsall. Brandon Ayuk, probably not going to see him for a month and a half, maybe more. This is kind of Pearsall's receiving room, and I think he's ready to roll.
I was surprised. So his expert consensus ranking is wide receiver 37. That's not that surprising to me. What is surprising is he's the type of player that I anticipate his ADP being that he goes higher than what his ranking is. It's actually lower. His ADP is wide receiver 42. That did surprise me, Andy. Where are you? Like, are you reaching to take Pearsall to make sure, like, planting your flag, I want to get this guy on my team? Are you trying to get him right around where his ranking is? Is there a round you could assign him to say, if I can wait till this round and get him, I'm really happy?
Yeah, it's funny. This is another one where I'm kind of a fraud in the rankings, because wherever I have him, I think of him as I think of him as a wide receiver 2 right now. And if you want to call him a low end wide receiver 2, that's fine. But he is quite obviously the Niners' #1 receiver. So I start looking at him when we get down to that. And I'm not saying that I'm taking him ahead of these guys, but like when we get into that group and we're talking about Marvin Harrison and we're looking at Cortland Sutton and we're looking at DJ Moore, and those are the names. That's not a bad spot for me to pivot to running back for a second and then come right back with Ricky Pearsall, who, again, I think he's given us 1,100 yards this year. I think these are very solid wide receiver 2 numbers ahead of us.
And the nice thing, Erickson, is, like Andy just said, you don't have to draft him right after Marvin Harrison Jr. goes. You can wait and then get him later and feel like you're still getting a guy who's going to produce a similar amount.
Yeah, I think that the way that Andy described Ricky Pearsall, it just, to me, he seems like one of the easiest clicks you can make in fantasy football. Like, even if he doesn't hit his ceiling outcome where he is going over 1,100 yards, you're getting him wide receiver 40. That's where we're betting on a former first-round pick in a great offensive ecosystem attached to a quarterback that we are confident in. Like, we're confident that Brock Purdy can support fantasy viable weapons. A lot of times in this range with the receivers, we're like, I don't know, Chris Olave, like, who's the Saints quarterback? Like, you were concerned about that, but it's one of these things where we feel great about the quarterback being able to support Ricky Pearsall. And the thing that I can't get out of my mind, and just going off to his offseason and how different it is from last year, 2 years ago, entering the 2023 season, the training camp reports for Brandon Ayuk were off the charts. They were, this guy is so dialed in and ready to go. And Ayuk had a monster year and then got paid by the 49ers. And that's really been the drumbeat for Ricky Pearsall this year because, he's actually getting able to get reps with the starting quarterback with Brock Purdy. So to me, the Pearsall bet this year is kind of similar to JSN last year, where his first round pick doesn't necessarily hit. He also entered the season. He was a little bit banged up. I think it's the exact same kind of bet because he's a super talented player attached to a great quarterback and a great offense with opportunities. Like, Juwan Jennings is not, Debo is gone. Ayuk is hurt. So I couldn't agree more. And I'm glad that Andy put him on the list because if he didn't, I was going to.
Erickson, you picked somebody at wide receiver that I have been talking about a lot. We actually just mentioned in the last segment as well that I think is like one of the players of the Fantasy Pros team this year because we're all really high on him. And so are a lot of people. It's not just a Fantasy Pros thing, but who do you have for us?
Tetaroa McMillan or T-Mac, just not Tetch. Don't call him Ted. T-Mac or Tetaroa, full name, or T-Mac. For the Carolina Panthers, I think that he's just being ranked too low. I think that he can be this year's Malik Neighbors. That's kind of the range that he's going in, round 4, round 5, where kind of overshadowed by someone else in his draft class. And I kind of think that McMillan's just been overshadowed a little bit because of Travis Hunter going second overall, this wide receiver cornerback hybrid. When you look at McMillan and his body of work at the college level, it's awesome. Like, he has elite college production. He was a top 10 NFL draft pick, and he lands in a perfect spot for him to see a boatload of targets. There's no alpha on the Carolina Panthers offense. Adam Thielen is 35 years old. Jalen Coker was an undrafted free agent who we really liked. But the things that I take away from what I've seen from Bryce Young the last 2 years, yes, it's been a lot of up and down. We've seen glimpses of improvement for Bryce Young, which I think paints a picture of him even being better in year 3. But the Canales offense has been able to support fantasy weapons. Like, we've been able to use guys from Carolina, most notably Adam Thielen. The last 2 seasons, Thielen has been a guy that we've been able to play in fantasy football. So now you're replacing Thielen at 35 years old with an ultra productive, uber talented rookie wide receiver that looks everything like an alpha. And you're dropping him into a spot where he should see a clear path to targets. I think that he has a top 12 ceiling easily. And when you just look at players that are drafted inside the top 10, what they do on average over the last 4 seasons, 80 catches, over 1,000 yards, over 6 touchdowns. And that puts T-Mac, just based on averages, as a top 10 receiver. That puts him in the wide receiver 2 territory. So I think right now you're getting him at his floor where his ceiling could be unlocked if Young does take another step in this offense, and if McMillan is as advertised as a talent coming out of Arizona.
Yeah, Erickson, you stole the comp that I have been making, and it's not in terms of how good a player he is. I don't think he is as good as Malik Neighbors, but it's the same thing I said a year ago for Neighbors during drafts, where I was like, this is the cheapest he is going to be for the next 8 to 10 years of his career in drafts, barring injury. Like, he is going to be going higher than this a year from now, so I want to get the guy while he's cheap. I feel the same way about Tetaroa McMillan. I love the talent. I love the fit. Andy, like, Bryce Young doesn't need to take a step forward for Tetaroa to be good. I keep wanting to call him Ted. For Tetaroa McMillan to be good, if Bryce Young is simply just what he was in the second half last year, that is more than good enough, in my opinion, to support a talent and a real stylistic fit like McMillan is. Where do you have him ranked, and what do you think about him as a breakout candidate?
Man, you took the talking point right out of my mouth. Like, what if Bryce Young isn't better? What if he's just who he was in the last 6 games? That was awesome. That was great. That was a guy who could support a fully functional passing game on a team that couldn't, the defense couldn't stop anybody, right? Like, that's a sneaky good fantasy situation. Also, the Panthers just had a screaming need for exactly what he is, right? Like, let's drop a like ready to go X receiver into that system and let's roll. I mean, there's 120, 130, I don't know, 135 targets for him easy this year, as long as he stays healthy. So I've seen him go in the third round fairly recently. I'm not saying that he's going to do that in a draft full of normals, right? But like I've seen him go in the third round, and I didn't really bat an eye. It felt like the right range. It felt like the right group of receivers for him to go around. Just when you think in terms of the likely workload that's out there, I will say I think, you know, he got a little bit of a bump in people's eyes off of a highlight catch in the preseason in an otherwise kind of spotty game. But set that aside, like he's just such a perfect fit for what the Panthers actually needed.
I do wonder where he will kind of end up going by the end of this month in you know, the normals leagues, as you would put it. Just because like there is like a Panther stink just from them being so bad the last couple of years. Again, we don't necessarily see it that way given what Bryce Young was at the end of last season and Dave Canales and all that stuff. But I wonder if he will kind of have a depressed value just in terms of where he's going in kind of more casual home leagues. Because
I'll just say the Panthers were the best kind of bad at the end of last season, right? Like everything going to overtime, the defense can't stop anybody and nobody can stop Bryce Young. Like if he's that guy this year, even for, I don't know, even if he goes on a heater for half the season, this is going to be a monster year for McMillan.
Debro is waiting in the room to join us next segment. I can see the pain on his face that he's not able to hop in and talk about Tera McMillan with us. So we'll move on from him so we don't, torture him anymore. We've got a couple minutes here for some Q&A. So we'll start getting some questions up here. Who's a better handcuff, Braylon Allen or Trey Benson? Andy, what do you think about that one?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I'm not really. I want to give Trey Benson credit for looking a lot better in the second half last year than I thought he looked early. I thought he was, maybe the game was a little quick for him early in the season. I didn't think he looked great, and I thought he looked fine by the second half of the year. I'd probably just go with Braylon Allen, who I at least believe has a role to start the year, because you know the deal with handcuffs. For the most part, like your handcuff running backs are your first drops of the season. You're not going to hold on to them for 6 weeks. Everybody plans on holding on to them for 6 weeks. Nobody does it. As soon as there's a buzzy waiver ad, you go ahead and drop that guy. So Allen is at least somebody who is a little bit playable to start the year. I'm not sure Benson is going to be that.
Erickson, do you see it the same?
I guess I'm looking at it more from a pure handcuff perspective, not really evaluating the standalone value. I would agree that Allen has probably more standalone value, but if we wake up tomorrow, Breece Hall and James Conner are both gone from their respective offenses, I want Trey Benson on my team. Like that's who I think could be a true RB1, whereas Braylon Allen, I think, is still going to have to, now they're just going to put Isaiah Davis in the Breece Hall role, and then it's just going to be more of a committee where Benson, I think that he would get the workload for Arizona.
Question here on Calvin Ridley, who doesn't really fit for breakout receivers, but he is somebody that I think is worth talking about because I see him as a real value this year. Question from Ben. Do you think Ridley has 1,200 yard, 10 touchdown upside truly, or is his hype being overblown, Erickson?
No, because his hype cannot get higher than it was when he first came back from suspension with the Jacksonville Jaguars. That was when his hype was being way overblown. So right now, he's still wide receiver 30. I don't think he's actually ever finished that low when he's played a full season. So I think he's being drafted at his floor. And we've talked about it, Worm. Besides week 1 at Denver, where he's probably going to do nothing, the remaining 16 weeks are going to be very good for Calvin Ridley, seeing double-digit targets from Cam Ward.
Yeah, his wide receiver finish in half PPR in his career, 20, 25, 4 the season where he missed time, 17 and 27. So he's been 27 at worst, and now he gets this number 1 overall pick quarterback. Andy, what do you think about Ridley this season?
Yeah, no, I think this questioner actually kind of pegs the upside correctly. Like I can't imagine him going, delivering a season that's any better than 1,210, but that's probably the upside. And again, I would agree that the floor for Ridley is probably a little bit higher than his current ADP.
How about a dynasty question here, Andy? With a new offensive coordinator and potential increase of Jameson Williams, is now the right time to pivot from Amon-Ra St. Brown in dynasty, or would that be a panic move?
I don't think it's a panic move. I just don't think that you want to be the type of dynasty manager that is always thinking, 2, 3, 4 years down the road. Like you can go ahead and try to win the league right now. And Amon-Ra St. Brown is the guy that I would want to do that with. I still think he's in line for triple-digit catches. Like this is going to be a good year. I think we've pretty firmly seen that the Lions offense can support more than one startable, viable fantasy receiver.
Erickson?
I think with Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think I would probably not try to project his like downfall. And I think I'd just kind of like just ride the wave and just be like, hey, if he like retires on my roster, so be it. He was a third round rookie pick when I took him. I'll just ride him off into the sun. I mean, some guys I think it's just better to do that with. Just ride him off to the sunset.
Final question here for this segment. Are you guys dropping Achane at all with a calf injury, or are you not concerned, Erickson?
I am dropping him in the rankings. I think that the round 2 crop of players it's too good. Honestly, to just kind of totally ignore. Like, that's the big thing. It's like, well, am I really going to take Achane over Derrick Henry? Like, I can't do that. Like, not when he has his calf injury. Miami's team, or they're a team that could totally become a dumpster fire. Yeah, so he is moving down for me.
Andy?
Yeah, I think that's the right way to frame it. If you look at the neighborhood in which he's going, the other guys are just so good. There's not that much separation there. Also, can I just say, while we're touching on the Miami backfield, I don't think there's a player in the preseason that's impressed me more than Ollie Gordon relative to expectations. I think that guy's gonna have a role.
I will say too, you know who we used to play with Tua at the college level? Mr. Brian Robinson.
Okay, that's an interesting point there. Yeah, there's nothing Erickson loves more than finding the like, oh, this coach used to coach this guy like 8 years ago.
Because Brian Robinson went to Alabama, he's played with a lot of guys in the NFL.
Yeah. Andy, before we get out of here, for anybody who came up, joined the segment late, remind everybody one more time what you got going on with Dalton.
Oh, yeah, really appreciate that. Dalton, Del Don, and I have started the Deep Shot. That's where you can find all of our writing, all of our analysis, the rankings, all of it, all season long.
2 of the best in the business. Support them not only because it's good to support people, but also because they'll help you win your league. So go check out the Deep Shot, everybody. Andy, thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck this season. Don't go anywhere, anybody else. Guys. We're going to be coming back with Debro and Tera Roberts joining us to do some Would You Rather head-to-head player debates.
Have you ever found yourself scrambling during your draft, unsure who to pick? We've all been there. This year, it doesn't have to be that way. Say hello to the Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant connects to your league's draft, keeps track of everything that's going on, and tells you the best player to pick when you're on the clock. It's like having your favorite fantasy experts sitting next to you. Here's the top 3 reasons that you need Draft Assistant in your draft. Number 1, consensus rankings. Draft Assistant doesn't just use a handful of rankings. It compares rankings from more than 100 of the top fantasy experts, so you don't have to. You can choose your favorite experts and see exactly who they'd pick if they were drafting your team. Number 2, in-draft strategy. Winning your draft is about staying one step ahead of everyone else. Draft Assistant does that for you. It keeps track of what positions you need and highlights your targets and sleepers so they're easy to see. With the help of Coach, you can ask draft questions in real time, from pick advice to draft trends, and get answers that match your current strategy. Need a second opinion mid-draft? Coach is built in, ready to answer anything from who's next to what's my strategy for my final picks. Coach adds a new layer of support, answering your draft questions live based on your team and the board. It also factors all of that into the pick suggestions so you can relax and let the Draft Assistant do all the work. Coach also tells you when a tier's about to drop off and what other teams need. It even goes through your league's old drafts and tips you off on what your friends might do next, so you get to snipe your friends more often. Draft Assistant works with Yahoo, ESPN, Sleeper, and every other major site. So wherever you draft, we've got you covered. Switch from draft day stress to draft day success with the Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Get it for your draft at fantasypros.com/assistant.
Welcome into hour 2 of Fantasy Fest 2025. I am now joined by Derek Brown and by Tera Roberts. We say goodbye to Andrew Erickson. We upgrade, downgrade to Debro. What do you think, Debro?
It's a definite upgrade, and not because of me, but because of Tera. Okay, Worm? This is how you set up this helmet. Nah, love this, man. Love this lineup. Love being here. I've been in the chat sitting here just, talking ball with everybody. I'd love Fantasy Fest Day, man.
Yeah, every time I look off to the side, it's because I'm trying to just catch up with all the chat and see all the hundreds.
Oh, it's rolling, man.
I'm glad you guys are in there because I definitely cannot bring up every question here and answer all these on the show. There's simply not enough time. So shouts to Fitz and Debro and Mayor and Kelly and everybody else who's hanging out in the chat so far. Tera, shouts to you for making the time to join us today.
Thank you for having me, of course. Happy to be back.
Can we set the over-under line at 30 seconds to a minute? Where are we going to set this at, Worm, when you bring up the first Ravens player?
I don't think
I'm
we got a
asking.
Ravens player today, actually.
Who's
In the
asking?
first hour of the show. So, do we have any in our player debates? We're talking some
I don't know.
would you rather here. I don't believe we have any Ravens. We don't. But if you
I don't
listen,
see
if
any.
you want to talk about them, I would be more than happy to, Debra, because you're the one who brought him up, not me, for the record. Let's go ahead and dive right in. We're gonna do some would you rather's. We've got 4 player debates here. Malik Neighbors or Drake London is the first one we have. Starting right off at the top 2, obviously very highly ranked receivers. These guys are both inside the top 10 for both of you. Tera, you have Malik Neighbors ranked higher. Debra, you have Drake London ranked higher. Tera, let's start with your side of things. Why do you believe that Neighbors is a better pick than Drake London this year?
I do love Drake London, but when I'm looking at pure upside, Malik Neighbors takes the cake for me. I believe he has the capabilities to be the true overall wide receiver 1. Yes, we've got the toe injury. That's been an ongoing issue. I'm not concerned about it because it's existing. And then we got the back issue. It sounds like a lot of issues, but you just can't deny the overall upside that he offers, especially when you look at him last year, 170 targets with a literal dumpster fire of a quarterback room. Say what you want about the Giants quarterbacks this year. Russell Wilson is more competent than what they had last year. Jackson Dart has looked sharp. If they get all the way down to Jameis Winston, that's a massive win for us. We would probably see 5 million targets to Malik Neighbors. This is just an all-around good scenario here. Only issue that I see is that the Giants schedule is obviously literally the worst in the league. Absolutely terrible. But at the end of the day, volume is volume. And this is a scenario where I expect Malik Neighbors to grow and build on what he did last year. And I'm absolutely in love. I struggle to not move him up, if anything.
That's interesting because he's already up at wide receiver 4 for you, at least as of the most recent update that I'm looking at. He is wide receiver 4 overall in ECR, so you are more in line with consensus on this one, Tera. Debra, you're kind of fighting an uphill battle against not only Tera, but also consensus on this one. And I'm curious what you're going to say because setting aside the injury stuff that Tera alluded to with Neighbors already, one of the common arguments against Malik Neighbors that I've heard is the quarterback situation. But you are a huge Jackson Dart fan. So if he ends up getting to start at some point this season, is that going to hold you back from being excited about Neighbors? Because you've basically got it reversed. You've got London all the way up at wide receiver 4 and Neighbors down at wide receiver 10, Debra.
Yeah, I think in this realm of the draft, it's splitting hairs, and I do side with London on this. And this is not shade against Neighbors. Like, again, I have him at wide receiver 10, but we have this flipped how Tera and I are looking at it, only because I am worried about, every single highlight from training camp and preseason is Russ throwing go balls. It's throwing moonshots. He's not doing that every single rep. And I'm not telling you that it's not an upgrade going from what they had last year to Russ, but I will also acknowledge that Russ is a very limited quarterback. If the moon balls aren't hitting, you're going to see Russ struggle in a lot of weeks. And are they going to still pump through targets through Neighbors? Of course they are. So for me, it's splitting hairs. I am very, very bullish on Jackson Dart, but again, when do we see him? I don't know, because I think that as well as he's played in the preseason, this offensive line is still a huge question mark, and this schedule is terrible. So how much do they want to insulate Jackson Dart from both of those factors throughout the season and say, look, Russ, we brought you in, you're going to start, and you're probably going to take a lot of the punishment because we want to shelter Dart from this. But over to the London side of this, man, I've got him at wide receiver 4. A lot of the same points that Tera talked about. I think he has wide receiver 1 overall upside this season. And for everybody that pushes back against that, look what he did with Michael Penix. I'm not telling you that he's going to get a 39% target share like he did during that small sample, but Darnell Mooney banged up. I'm sorry, we are all and should all be off the Kyle Pitts train. It is what it is. He's going to have a 30% plus target share. He might honestly lead the NFL in both target share and targets overall last year, where people are sleeping on the fact that this dude was 3rd in targets last year. And this was with a broken version of Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins could not throw deep down the field. We know we're getting that with Michael Penix this year. So it's a mishmash of volume, talent, upside, and we know when Atlanta gets in the red zone, they're going to Drake London. So also it's touchdown upside. Like, he could score 12 to 15 touchdowns, lead the NFL in targets, and none of this is insane to say about Drake London. And if he does all those things, he will compete with Jamar Chase for the wide receiver 1 overall this year.
I have follow-up questions on this debate, but before I get to them, I just have to point out, because like I've been admiring it really the whole show so far. Shouts to Ethan. This graphic is awesome. The
Dude,
graphics
they're
so
beautiful.
far in the show
Absolutely
are
beautiful.
amazing. I'm just like very, very impressed. Or whoever, I know Ethan does most of it. I don't know if other people worked on some of them, but they've looked remarkable the whole first hour so far and already into this one. I'm like really blown away by how
our
how great
production
it
department
looks.
is fantastic, man.
It's
They've done
incredible.
a banner job on all this.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Nobody's like in my ear telling me to say that. I was just like, while you were talking, my eyes were glazing over. I was like, look at this graphic, man. This looks awesome. So, I really like both these guys. Obviously, I mean, again, you both have them inside, your top 10 at the position. So it's not like you guys hate either of these two. I'm curious, Tera, you mentioned like Neighbors is somebody that you almost want to move up rather than moving down. Where are you taking him overall? Like not just amongst receivers, not just head to head against Drake London, Jamar Chase, Bijan Robinson, CeeDee Lamb, these guys are going ahead of him. At what point in the first round are you saying like, I just want to get Neighbors on my team?
So weird thing for me is that I am leaning robust RB this season. I typically don't do that, but if you've got an earlier pick, it's hard to pass up Bijan, Saquon, and Jahmyr Gibbs. After that, it's all fair game at wide receiver. So where I'm taking him, it's mid round, probably around pick 7 is where I've got him. Depending on if anybody makes some weird moves or prioritizes something. Every now and then you've got somebody who jumps Christian McCaffrey up or something like that. But generally around that 6 or 7 range is where I start to look at Malik and I just want to dive right in.
I'm not saying this is a reason not to draft him. I will point out his bye week is week 14. Last year, I was in a couple leagues that kind of accidentally had the playoffs start when bye weeks are still going on because they wanted to get some like double week matchups. So just in case your league has a setting like that, double check it and make sure you're not, making your first round pick a guy who's going to be on bye during the playoffs. That's for down the line, though. Neighbors, obviously very good. Debro, same question for you on the London side. Where are you taking him inside the first round?
I think the conversation for him starts probably, I think the first 6 picks for me are all kind of cemented. Looking at Jamar Chase, Bijan Robinson, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Jahmyr Gibbs, and I do believe CMC is 6th overall. So really at the 7th, I think the 7th is where the conversation for me starts about London. I have him 8th overall. I have Genty right ahead of him. So back into the first round. And if that's where you're taking him, looking at ADPs, whether it's best ball, redraft, all that kind of stuff, you're taking in the back end of the first round or top end, like if you have a turn pick, top into the second round, you're going to get a lot of Drake London.
Debra, I think I told you this already, but in the Scott Fish Bowl, which is super flex, so it's a little different, but in that draft, I got London with the 310. It was almost into the 4th round. I was like, this is...
I got him in the 3rd too, man. That 3rd round
Yeah.
reversal. Thank you, Scott Fish. It was lovely.
I didn't need the reversal. I waited till the end of the 3rd to get him, and I was very happy with that one. All right, let's go to another receiver pairing here. Tyreek Hill or Devontae Adams. Tyreek is wide receiver 14 in ECR. Devontae Adams is wide receiver 16. So these guys are really close. Tera, you have Tyreek higher. Debro, you have Devontae higher. I'll start with you on this one, Debro. Why do you like Devontae Adams so much?
I mean, dude, it's just there's no fall off. I feel like we're getting values on some of these older wide receivers, and I'm not telling you like it's time to send Devontae Adams to the glue factory, man. I think he's still got a lot of good football left in him. You look at what he did with the New York Giants last year amongst 79 qualifying wide receivers, 22nd in separation, 27th in route win rate. Dude was on pace for 104 receptions with them as the wide receiver 7 in fantasy points per game. So I don't see any fall off, man. I think the only big question about Adams and where people want to rank him is, what are your thoughts on Matthew Stafford? And also in that convo, if Stafford is out, and right now I am projecting like Stafford to probably miss some games during the season, I'm not that worried if we're going to get that much of a fall off from Jimmy Garoppolo or Stetson Bennett. This is still going to be an offense designed by Sean McVay. We still know where the freaking ball is going. It's going to Puka. And if it's not going to Puka, it's going to Adams. So as a volume bet, as a talent bet, I'm betting on the system and the offense here, I am totally fine taking Devontae Adams, even with some of the questions swirling around Matthew Stafford. I would much rather risk it for the biscuit with Devontae Adams in that situation than, and this is not throwing shade against Tera like with any Tyreek love. Tyreek scares the ever-loving crap out of me this year. Like, I'm worried Miami could be just a total tire fire by week 6.
You were on Devontae early, Debro this offseason, and I was right there with you. Like, you totally, not that I needed much, pushing, but you totally won me over. I'm like, yes, like Devontae is a great value. Stafford back stuff, man. Like, nobody ever used to have a bad back. When you have a bad back, you pretty much have it forever. And that's for people who aren't taking violent hits all the time in this, incredibly physical sport, and who are already into their late 30s. So that angle is really hard for me to not be nervous about. Setting that aside, if you could promise me health, then yeah, like I think Devontae is an insanely good pick this year, honestly. Like I think it all makes sense, but that Stafford stuff is scary. Now, Tyreek, scary, maybe just for other reasons, like his own quarterback obviously has a different kind of, health concern kind of looming over everything. He's also an older wide receiver who's, relying on speed, and maybe that doesn't age as well. We'll kind of see. But Tera, you are not scared off. You have Tyreek ranked as wide receiver 12, 5 spots ahead of Devontae Adams. So why is this the older receiver that you're going for?
Yeah, we're talking about scary, and I don't fault you, Debro, for being scared of Tyreek Hill. I'm not going to lie. When he started opening his mouth this offseason, I got a little bit scared too, because we want chemistry there. We don't want all of that, chemistry, anti-chemistry yapping going on. But at the end of the day, we're talking about upside, and I love Devontae Adams, and I am pro Devontae Adams too. I think my lean on Devontae Adams is less towards raising him up and actually more towards his impact, maybe downgrading Puka a little bit. That's another story. But when I'm looking at Tyreek Hill and I'm shooting for that ceiling, we are not that far removed from him leading the league in receiving yards. The upside is extremely high. When we look at what he did last year, and his production is definitely tied to the health of Tua Tagovailoa, right? And if we could guarantee Tua would be healthy and good to go for an entire season, he would be somebody that people would probably be looking at consistently in the first round. But since we can't guarantee that, we do get a little bit of a discount on there. But I will say that typically speaking, before last year, if there was one person in the offense that was more Tua proof, it was Tyreek Hill. But when you add in the factors of the wrist injury that he had last season, which was obviously a random thing, not a age regression issue, the legs are still fine. And then you throw on top of that the fact that Mike McDaniel started to get really cute with the offense and wanted to make Jonnu Smith the receptions leader in that offense, which was fun from a fantasy perspective for those of us at tight end, but not super fun for Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and even sometimes Devon Achane. When you look at his removal there, that's a big factor for me as well, because we are going to get a shift in target share, Tyreek Hill going back. And I actually like all of the Dolphins players as we lose Jonnu Smith in this offense and get back to what this offense was originally. And when I look at him and the upside and opportunity here, it's just so high. And I absolutely love the Dolphins schedule as well. I've always had a problem with Tua in terms of drafting him specifically, because once you get to the end of the season and towards the fantasy playoffs, you get into those cold weather games where they're going to Buffalo and whatnot. And he just can't perform there. They have a beautiful playoff schedule that includes 2 home games against 2 bad defenses in Tampa Bay and Cincinnati. And I can't pass that up. The upside for all of the Dolphins players at that point, if you're in the fantasy playoffs, would be literally league winning upside here. So it's riskier for sure. If you're looking for stability, Devontae is definitely the safer pick, but the higher upside swing for me there is definitely going to be Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I was really out on Tyreek early in the offseason, and I just felt like, again, he's into his 30s now. There's been some injury stuff. That there's questions in the offense. There's questions about his quarterback health, and I would just rather go a different direction. That was so much of a consensus opinion, at least on the shows that we were talking about him, that I almost started to feel like, well, maybe we're going too far in the other direction. And Tera, of course, is going, kind of against the grain from that perspective. I find it interesting. So we have this it's called consensus draft sentiment. And on all the player cards, if you look at the rankings on FantasyPros.com, it'll kind of highlight just kind of the sentiment, like based on the write-ups and everything, like an overall, an upside, and then a bust, likelihood. And it's a really cool feature that we have. It doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with the assessment on every player, because for Tyreek's, it says that it's a lower upside, and I disagree with that. To me, the scary part of Tyreek is that the bust factor is high and the risk factor is high. The upside, I do think, is also high. To Tera's point, very recently, this guy was like borderline going to set the record for receiving yards in a season. So if things work out well, he will be a value in the mid-third round. I just get scared off. Tera, are you taking him into the second round, or like I'm not sure what the ADP is right now, but the expert consensus rankings is a mid-third round pick.
Yeah, I'm okay with leaning in on the late second round if you want to, especially if you've got one of the picks at the turn there. That makes a lot of sense because 9 times out of 10 you can look at somebody's roster and try and figure out whether or not they're going to be drafting. So maybe you can, not have to take that earlier pick and get him in the early third. But yeah, once I get to the late second, I'm cool with looking there.
Debra, where are you taking Davante Adams quickly overall?
I've got Adams. Ooh, Adams, where are you at? I've got him. I'm looking at it. 38th overall. So I'm guessing I'm right with consensus, or maybe a shade above it right now with Adams.
I'm
right with it. So
Okay,
best ball ADP is 38th overall. So I'm kind of with it. And if we get a little more positive news about Adams, I've dropped him a little bit in my ranks, but if we get more positive news, about Stafford, closer we get to week 1, I'll bump him back up a little bit.
See how your choices play out instantly with the Draft Simulator. The Draft Simulator allows you to practice quick and fun, realistic mock drafts based on your league settings in minutes. Sync your league for free and try it today at fantasypros.com/mock or download the Fantasy Pros app. All right, next head-to-head player matchup here. Kyren Williams or Kenneth Walker. Williams is RB12. Walker is RB15. Tera, you have Kyren at RB12 and Walker at RB16. Debro, you have Walker up at RB10, but Kyren down at RB20. Tera, let's start with you on this one. You don't have them that far apart, but you do have Kyren ahead. Why do you like Kyren better than Ken Walker?
I do. I'm super pro. I sound like I'm pro everybody. I do like Kenneth Walker this season as well.
You got to make choices at some point, right?
Yeah,
You're going to
exactly.
like players. Yeah.
But I lean Kyren Williams on that one because while I like the potential that Kenneth Walker has, and I like the aggressive ranking from Debro on that because the upside is super high, we're looking at the potential on something we've never seen. With Kyren Williams, we've seen the same thing for multiple years now in a row, and we know the formula for him. We know that they absolutely love him in this offense, and we can get all the running backs drafted in the world, new rookies coming in. At the end of the day, it's Kyren Williams that is getting that aggressive snap count. Anytime they say they want to alleviate it a bit, they don't. They like sending him out there because they trust him. He's just so reliable. Volume is king for him. When we look at him, you don't get the fancy receiving upside, the explosive big plays. You're not going to get that, but you're talking about a guy who just literally dominates in the red zone. Like comparatively, he got 70 carries in the red zone. The next highest guy was Derrick Henry with 53. He just converted. He scored the most fantasy points in the red zone. They trust him on another level. Now, like we were saying with Davante Adams, you do have to be a little bit concerned about what happens to this offense if we don't get Matt Stafford at some point throughout the season because of that lingering back issue. And in that case, you can make the argument either way of, okay, well, they start to lean more and we just get more volume on Kyren and maybe that makes up for the goal line touches. But at the end of the day, I know what his role is in the offense. I know what he brings. And while he may not be that overall RB1 kind of quality because of the lack of receiving upside that he oddly does not offer in that offense, the guarantee of what you're getting in terms of just such an incredibly trustworthy RB1, that's tough to pass up for me.
Debro, you often are a fan of the kind of backups for the Rams. Specifically, I'm thinking of Jarquez Hunter, just because you say like, hey, this guy's more explosive than Kyren Williams. At a certain point, if we see multiple years of it, do we have to say, does it really matter what we think about what the better option is for their running game? Sean McVay is making it clear that he wants to feed this guy, even if we think like he's not explosive enough.
So the holes I'll poke in that is the last 2 years prior to what guy has been there that we should have really been worried about. I was not, and people can go check the receipts, I was not a Blake Corum guy previously. And before then, like, fine, like, yes, we all missed, and I'll take the L on Cam Akers. But I mean, my thing, I look at the Kyren Williams situation very similar to Rachaad White previously with Tampa Bay. He was the guy until a better guy stepped into the room. And I'm not telling you that Kyren still probably doesn't lead this backfield in touches, but why I'm muting him from RB1 level, because He's been an RB1. He was the RB10 last year, but he led the NFL in snap share, opportunity share, all of these different parts or pieces. But now, with the addition of Jarquez Hunter, if he can be the guy that I think he can be this year and offer the big play element, I don't think like we're at the middle of the season, we're at week 7, week 8. I don't think you're going to get Kyren Williams where he's playing 95% of the snaps. I think he's probably going to see his snap share drop. I think you're going to see more Jarquez Hunter. And if that happens, I mean, Tera's point, like how she laid it out and everything, and I'm not saying she's wrong at all because that's what Kyron's been over the last 2 years. If you don't have pass game upside and utility and it's all snap share and it's owning all of the early downs and all of the red zone work, to me, it's a fragile house of cards. If the snap share goes down, depending on how much that looks like, and the red zone usage gets split up at all, then things can come tumbling down very quickly for Kyren if the pass game utility is not there. And we've seen the Rams over the last few years, they're not throwing to the running backs. Whereas you flip the script and it's Kenneth Walker season. I mean, on a per game basis last year, there wasn't much difference between these two guys. Kyren was RB10 in fantasy points per game. Kenneth Walker quietly was RB12 in fantasy points per game. And when he has been healthy, and I know health has been the problem, and that's really been the big problem for him over the last few years, playing a full season, he's been the guy when he's been healthy. Like as much as we all love Zach Charbonnet and what he's done when Walker's been out of the lineup, when Walker has been in the lineup, he has been the clear guy. And honestly, Coffin nailed all the previous narratives about him coming out as a prospect last year that he couldn't catch passes, because he was amazing in every per reception metric that you look at last year. He was 3rd in first downs per route run, 6th in targets per route run, 6th in receiving yards per game. And now we have a Kubiak calling plays. And now we have Seattle that has said we are going to lean on our ground game because we're not going to sit there and depend on Sam Darnold to chuck it 30, 40 times a game. Kenneth Walker, assuming health, and I know it's a big if, but I think that Seattle is taking it easy on him when they can, because he's been in the system. He knows as far as continuity. I know they're learning a new offense and stuff, but I think there's a comfort level that him missing time in the preseason and in training camp is not a huge detriment to him. They're taking it easy on him for a guy like this is the time where you take it easy on him. If you are expecting we are going to load him up with a monster workload this year, this is when you do that. So I think it's wheels up for Kenneth Walker because the pass game utility, the per touch efficiency is there. If we can get the offensive line to not be bottom 5, bottom 10 for Seattle, just give me league average blocking, people. League average. Kenneth Walker's going to smash this year.
Walker currently being ranked in consensus rankings as the last pick of the 3rd round is the reason that I love doubling up on receiver in the 1st and 2nd rounds. If you can get like Nico and London or whatever the pair of receivers it is that you come away with, and then turn around and get a guy like Walker in the 3rd, I'm just like such a fan of that this year. Just because of the upside. And I actually do like Kyren too. I think these guys are both appropriately ranked, and I just really like the upside of Walker. D-Bro, I'm really sorry. We are going to go to this last one. We didn't leave a ton of time for you to talk about your single favorite player in football, but we'll go through it quickly here. Chuba Hubbard versus RJ Harvey. Everybody will be stunned to hear the side that D-Bro is on. Tera has Chuba Hubbard at RB17 and Harvey at RB22. D-Bro has Hubbard at RB24 and RJ Harvey at RB12. Is that a typo, D-Bro, or am I seeing that right? By the way, in ECR, Hubbard is RB18, RJ Harvey is RB23, so about 5 spots apart. D-Bro, I'll save you here because I know you want to kind of clear the pain and talk about RJ Harvey. Tera, why do you like Chuba Hubbard this year?
I like Chuba Hubbard because, again, I love the stability that he offers there. When we're looking at him, I feel like we look at the Panthers offense and for some reason, we just make it downgraded in terms of production that can come out of it from these lead role players like McMillan and Chuba Hubbard. And the opportunity and the upside is there because we saw the ascendance of Bryce Young. And we know that this is a system that works from Dave Canales. And we know that Chuba Hubbard is the factual lead back there. And the other backs are cool and stuff, but they are not going to significantly compete in any way, shape, or form with Chuba Hubbard. Last year's volume in terms of the way that he was able to just immediately after 1 week snatch it from Miles Sanders and then grab himself a contract. They love this guy and everything that he offers in the offense. He's a true 3-down back. Well, he wasn't super productive in terms of yardage from his receptions, but receiving work in terms of just pure receptions was up there. Excellent on the ground. He actually surprisingly had 10 touchdowns, which was impressive considering that touchdowns were kind of hard to come by in that Panthers offense here. We should have more goal line opportunities as this offense progresses here. It's just a guy for me that when I'm looking at these kind of guys that are tilting towards the back half of, or kind of towards the back half of the top 20 backs there, Chuba is the one that stands out for me as somebody who you can put out on a week-to-week basis and feel super good about.
D-Bro, I know we don't have a lot of time, but what do you have to say? Well, let me ask you this actually, D-Bro. Is you picking Harvey over Hubbard here because you are just so in love with Harvey, or are you down on Hubbard also?
It's a mix of both of those factors. Everybody know you've been tuning into, off-season content all year. You know my love for Harvey. It's a mix of talent. It's a mix of opportunity. He is the starter in this offense. I don't care about what tweets come out about JK can't find his freaking helmet. That does not matter to me. Harvey's going to catch a crap ton of passes. We know that's what Sean Payton wants to do. And this also does, I have some concerns about Hubbard. We saw in the preseason, Rico Dowdle running just as many routes as Hubbard in the preseason. I think if you look at the totality of his season last year, it wasn't until Miles Sanders was out that he really took off. You could say it's coaching staff loving him. I think we're going to see more of a mixed bag and a mixed backfield from Carolina this year, but I think it's wheels up for Harvey, man. I think people are sleeping on his upside, even as an RB2. I'm putting him as an RB1. He's going to catch a ton of passes, and he's going to be locked inside of a top 5 to 10 scoring offense this year in Denver.
Let's get one Q&A in here because it's RJ Harvey related. RJ Harvey or Travion Henderson for Dynasty? D-Bro, who do you prefer?
So this kind of it's contextual for me, depending on your team. If you are rebuild or looking to win in the next 2 years, it's Travion because of the youth. If you are ready to roll this year, it's Harvey for me.
Tara, do you have a preference here? I mean, obviously Travion having this insanely good, preseason.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. I mean, in redraft, I love I'm pro Harvey. Surprise, surprise on that one. But in Dynasty, yeah, if you're competing right now, then yeah, RJ Harvey. If you're rebuilding, then you need to grab Henderson.
All right, we'll wrap up there for this segment. Don't go anywhere because we've got Dan Johnson from DraftKings coming up next. Tara, thanks for joining. Enjoy talking to you, and I'm looking forward to working with you more on Fantasy Pros this year.
Of course.
All right, we'll see. You ever wish you could wave a magic wand and know how your league mates are going to draft? How they'll use their picks, how early they draft quarterbacks, how much do they overdraft rookies? Well, I wouldn't be bringing this up if I didn't have a tool just for that. Meet Draft Intel. With Draft Intel, you'll know how your league mates draft better than they do. Draft Intel will analyze your league's draft history to detect patterns in your league's drafts. Then it'll show you how your league mates make decisions with their picks. Get team-specific and league-wide patterns to understand what direction your draft might go at a higher level. With that knowledge, you'll get the complete story of your league's drafting history, and you can prepare accordingly. The best part, you can bring those patterns into Draft Simulator and practice against them. That's right. The most realistic mock drafting tool available will now be tailored specifically to the people in your league. The bots you draft against will combine our pick algorithm with your league's intel to create mock drafts that feel like real drafts. This means every mock draft will provide you with realistic, tailor-made scenarios to help make your draft prep more effective than ever before. Take my leagues, for example. My uncle loves to go heavy on quarterback. Draft Intel can tell me that and highlight during the mock draft process, hey, if he's picking between you on the end, he's probably going to take a quarterback here. So if there's one guy you like left, you better be sure to take him. Draft smarter and stay ahead of your league with Draft Intel. Don't wait until draft day. Get an edge over your league mates today with Draft Intel at fantasypros.com/intel. Welcome back to Fantasy Fest 2025. I am Ryan Wormley, joined still by Derek Brown and joined now by Dan Johnson from DraftKings. Dan, thank you so much for hopping on today.
Worm, D-Bro, it's an absolute pleasure. D-Bro, the energy you brought for RJ Harvey just is absolutely galvanizing. And also just got to throw a shout out. Love to hear what Andy Behrens and Dalton Del Don are doing over at the Deep Shot. Loved hearing about that.
Absolutely.
So thanks for having me on, guys.
100%. Yeah, no, we're super happy to have you here. I think my biggest hosting mistake of the day is not giving Debro enough time on RJ Harvey. That was
I thought it was the disdain, the slow, like the slight disdain in your voice. We're back. We got Dan Johnson here, and yes, Derek Brown is still in the
Debro,
building.
I guess.
I heard it. I heard it too, Debro.
I was fixing to say the chat better tell us because I'm not crazy here. Okay,
Debro's only given us half his attention because he's still in the chat, which is shouts to you for doing that. But you're not even like you're on the show here. Let Mayor and Fitz and everybody else answer the questions in the chat. We got to focus on what we're talking about. What we're talking about this segment are some landmines to avoid. We've been largely pretty positive on this show so far. We are now going to get into maybe some guys that we are not so interested in. Quick reminder that all of our 2025 consensus rankings and tiers can be found at fantasypros.com/rankings. Dan, let's start with you. Who's the first player you're avoiding?
I am avoiding Devon Achane, and that's like less of a hot take now, especially after the great conversation between Erickson and Behrens because of the calf injury and Ollie Gordon kind of coming on. So I kind of want to, but he's, RB8 ECR right now. That's back end. That's like 18 kind of back end towards the second end or end of the second round. And I agree. There are just so many dudes there who are so good who I'd rather have than Achane. And like, I'm still completely like traumatized by calf injuries ruining my fantasy baseball season. So I tend to stay away from those. So what I've got for Achane, instead of like the regular stats, I like Achane I want to avoid because, for example, in December, he's on the road 3 times in December with against the Pats, the Steelers, and against the Jets. And Miami's efficiency, especially when it comes to receiving, which is what Devon Achane was great at last year, 120 slot routes, 58 outside routes. You're going to see a downtick in that. Miami is 0-10 in games with under 40 degrees, and that's your fantasy playoffs. That's where you need your receiving gravy from the guy you're getting in the second round. And to me, knowing that Devon Achane is hurt, such as it is, that his efficiency with Tua, I mean, 23 games with 23 points per game with 9 points per game without, Achane just feels like a product of his situation. And last year, his situation was messy, such that it became the perfect storm for he and Jonnu Smith. And I don't think that's going to repeat here in 2025.
What scares me with Achane, and I've said this before on the show, is that so much of obviously his success is like, oh, well, when Tua's playing, he does all this great stuff. And then when Tua's not playing, he's like RB50. And I don't like guys who, you don't have to just worry about them getting injured. You also have to worry about somebody else getting injured and severely negatively impacting them, especially when that other person who could get injured and negatively impact them is somebody with the injury history that Tua has. So it just scares me. And I totally can buy the upside on Achane, but I just look at the other guys going around where he's going in like the second half of the first round, early half of the second. I love the top 15 or so picks this year. It's why I want to have a late pick in drafts, because I want to get 2 of these guys. And Achane just isn't going to be one of those 2 because I can get Brian Thomas Jr., Derrick Henry, Ashton Genty, Nico Collins, Drake London. There's just the opportunity cost of passing up one of those guys who I think has just as high a ceiling, but not the same level of injury risk. Everybody has some to a degree, but not the same level of it, is just scary to me. Debro, where do you come down on Achane? He's RB7 in ECR right now.
Oh man, I got to move him down a little bit. I agree with all the points that Andy and Erickson were talking about. And dude, my worry is a few different things. I worry that Miami's going to be a tire fire again by week 6, week 7. I worry that Tyreek's going to go full AB if they start off like 2-4 or 1-5 or something like that. Defense is still terrible. Everybody saw that like Jonnu leaves and everybody's like, oh, Achane's going to catch even more passes. Like, come on, man. Like, do you think he's getting like a 25% target share? Like, come on. Like,
I know.
He caught so many passes last year. It's not like he's going from like 60 to 80s. Like, seriously?
I agree. And, Tua's career low average depth of target last year at 5.7. If this offense is going to hope to normalize, I agree with you, Debro, that I think there's sort of just this reductive, superficial take out there that Jonnu Smith's vacation of 110 targets is going to mean that like at least 20 to 30 of them go to Achane. I think if this offense wants to normalize, we're going to see, I hope, a little bit more verticality from Tua that we saw in the past. And even so, even if that ADOT stays right around the same, I think Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill are going to be.
Oh, Dan, you're tickling my fancy there, man. Like that's the way that I've gone with that, where it's like, if we're talking about the losing of Jonnu Smith, could we see Jalen Waddle go back to the low ADOT role of his rookie season? That's the direction I've gone with this. Like where everybody's like, oh, it's got to be Achane. And I'm like,
yes.
But what if we get low ADOT Jalen Waddle catching 100 balls now?
I would love to hear your take on that. I would love to hear your take on that, because that's where I think I'm leaning in terms of Tua.
Love that.
Yeah. Let's go, D, bro.
We've
RJ Harvey and Jalen Waddle.
Yes.
We've been getting questions. We've been getting questions about Jalen Waddle, and funnily enough, from somebody whose name is Dan Marino on here. So Dan Marino asking about the Dolphins receiver. But just to squeeze one in here in the middle of the segment, do we like Waddle as a good value this year? Either of you guys?
Yes. And I have Waddle ranked over Tyreek Hill, just to keep it a buck here.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have Waddle ranked above Tyreek Hill. I am not that brave. Good on you, D-Bro. But
we're crazy. It's fine. We can keep it honest here, Dan.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at sort of that like wide receiver 13 to 20 range, you're starting to get into the 1As, the T Higgins, the Devontae Adams, and everything like that. I think Jalen Waddle's being forgotten as a 1A, and simply because Miami was so messy last year, and frankly, could get messy fast again this year.
All right, Debra, who's your first player to avoid?
Dude, it's DeAndre Swift. You will not catch me with the Ben Johnson's team. DeAndre Swift has everything about DeAndre Swift. Can we not just keep it honest here and say that everything outside of the Ben Johnson stuff, DeAndre Swift looks like the prototypical dead zone back. It is, everybody loves him because they're projecting volume. Everybody loves him because of Ben Johnson. And it has nothing to do with DeAndre Swift, the talent of the player. He's gotten a ton of volume over the last 2 years. And what does that amount to? Middling, low-end RB2, and some stretches of the season, RB3 type of production. And that's why I have him as an RB3. I think Kyle Monangai is going to factor into this backfield, whether you want to talk about early down volume or red zone or all of the things in between. And DeAndre Swift last year was outside of the top 32 running backs in explosive run rate, yards after contact per attempt, missed tackles forced, and yards per touch. So basically, essentially, every per touch efficiency metric we can pull up, DeAndre Swift was not good. But Ben Johnson riding in on the white steed, everybody's like, oh, DeAndre Swift. Nah, man, I'm not falling on that. Not falling on that landmine. Can't do it. Not going to do it. No way.
Dan, what do you think about Swift?
Yeah, I'm in the D-Bro camp here too. I don't necessarily. I think everybody's a little bit high on Ben Johnson trying to integrate Swift into a Jahmyr Gibbs role. DeAndre Swift really feels like that between the 20s, between the 20s back for me, when in terms of the high value touches that, just analyzing him on film last year. I mean, it's really hard with the offensive coordinator switch there and Caleb Williams getting his footing. But I feel like I've just been burned too many times by DeAndre Swift seeding higher value touches, especially in the red areas, to other running backs, even if he was the guy who made the 37-yard, reception screen pass to get us into the red zone. DeAndre Swift very rarely for me pays off, like when I'm watching a game and in terms of my fantasy draft. So I'll be fading him as well.
And also, as Erickson pointed out in the chat, what if the Bears go out and add Brian Robinson Jr. and he's the Jamal Williams in this offense? Like, it's not crazy. It could happen.
No, it's not. I do love that Erickson is putting Brian Robinson everywhere. Didn't he just an hour ago have him on Miami?
Yes.
yeah.
Erickson's like, I know he's not going to be in Washington. He's somewhere, everywhere, baby.
I said it in that segment. Erickson loves finding those connections.
Dude, it's the Always Sunny meme. It's Erickson is connecting the dots, dude. I love it because he hits on a lot of those things too, man.
With Swift, just quickly, if you draft him expecting a floor and not a ceiling, I think it's okay. Like if you just look at his seasonal finishes, it's RB 18, 19, 22, 23, 19. I feel like his reputation is as more of a bust than those finishes would suggest. But I don't think there's a real ceiling there either. Yeah. So like the way I draft in the area he's going, I will be avoiding him because I want to get somebody with what I perceive to be a higher ceiling. But if you draft him with the floor in mind, then I think that's okay.
I'll push back on that, Worm. I'm not shading your draft strategy. I'm just saying I'm not drafting for third or fourth place. I don't care about floors. I care about ceiling. So I'll let the third or fourth place teams in the league or the fifth place team draft for floor. Give me the upside shots in those middle rounds. And that ain't DeAndre Swift for me.
Yeah, it's like what Behrens said earlier when how rankings don't show the whole picture, right? Because rankings don't exactly necessarily dictate draft strategy, and draft strategy is taking shots. And but I do think that there are players out there or fantasy managers out there, to your point, Worm, that do want to draft at floor, and DeAndre Swift might have a decent floor this year with Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams ascending. There's a lot to like about the Bears offense in terms of a potential rebound.
I think Swift comes up on the clock whenever it's like somebody took an RB and then they're staring at their RB2 slot in draft and they say, I got to get an RB2. I got to draft one. Okay, well, Swift's there. Okay, last guy that's going to get volume is an RB2. Bink. And as soon as they hit the draft button, they're like, oh, what did I do?
This is why we have tools like the Cheat Sheet Creator, where you could say, here are the rankings, but let me put these guys into the tiers I want. Let me put things on here like this is a target of mine, this is a fade of mine. You can kind of add those labels to the cheat sheet. So it's a really great tool, and it seems so simple, like, hey, create a cheat sheet, like everybody should want to do that. But the way FantasyPros puts it together, you can do cool stuff like put in a void or a target or a sleeper or the upside that you perceive a guy might have, so you remember on draft day, like, hey, I know he's ranked here, and maybe that's an appropriate ranking in ECR, but that doesn't mean he's a draft target. So be sure to check out the cheat sheet for everybody. I also want to remind everybody about DraftKings. Football season is right around the corner, and there's no better way to lock in your fantasy dominance early than with Best Ball on DraftKings, where you draft once and ride your roster all season long. Right now, DraftKings is giving all customers a can't-miss offer. Draft one, get one, enter a lineup in the $15 million Best Ball contest for just $20. You'll score another Best Ball ticket to play free for a share of $15 million. And giving you a second shot to win big. It's easy. Just draft your team once, no weekly management required, and let your top scorers automatically start each week across the whole season. Every breakout star, every clutch play, every touchdown will count toward your quest for a share of $15 million. Debra, who are some of your favorite Best Ball targets this year?
First of all, I've already taken advantage of this promo. I'm drafting a ton of Best Ball teams on DraftKings, dude, but I'll give a 3-pack of players real fast before we get back to our landmines. Dude, Tony Pollard at RB25 on DraftKings is a ridiculous value. The volume, everything he's doing and going to do in an improved situation. Devontae Smith at a wide receiver 3 price tag is just free money, even though I know that he's not fully healthy right now. He's been a wide receiver 2 every single season over the last 3 years. And Evan Ingram at tight end 9, dude. I'm just going to keep buying into the Denver Broncos offense. What do we talk about? Joker roll. You want to talk about Peyton, Nicks, all of the things in between. Ingram's got top 5 upside, top 3 upside at tight end. So you're going to give me low end tight end 1 prices at DK? I'm jumping on it, dude. All day.
Dan, do you have any favorites?
I'll add one to what Debro said right there, and it's similar to what I believe it was on Erickson's top 5 exposure on DraftKings. One of my top 3 exposures is Jaden Reed. I think he's priced just perfectly right now, and I think everybody should be jumping all over him.
I think that was Erickson's number 1 player that he mentioned.
At
the top. Yeah. So everybody download the DraftKings daily fantasy app now to draft your $20 Best Ball lineup for a share of $15 million and get a second ticket to play free for a share of $15 million. That's 2 chances to win big without ever setting your lineup again. Draft one, get one, only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. All right, back to the landmines we're avoiding here. Dan, you have Ladd McConkey. It looks like you're wearing a Chargers jersey.
I'm wearing the McConkey jersey. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm kind of trying to jinx myself, guys. I love Ladd McConkey, and he's a good lad. He has been since he's been a Bulldog, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm fading him at wide receiver 11, and not that much. Again, you're talking about sort of a little bit behind where Achan's being drafted, right? We were talking about that 18 to 20 range. Ladd McConkey is a true end of the second round turn of the third pick right now for me. And last year, the Chargers scored 23 touchdowns, and McConkey was responsible for 7 of them. That's good for a 30% target share, and that's efficiency that I don't really think we should be banking on. I think in terms of banking on efficiency year over year for fantasy football is where it gets really difficult. But McConkey's red zone share last year was just around 17%, and he had a 6.3 red zone conversion rate. That's solid. That's not alpha receiver numbers. We've also got some organizational telling and some organizational mess. We lost Rashawn Slater as our left tackle. You have to knock off about 0.1 EPA per play for the Chargers offense because of that. Now, I do think the shift from Joe Alt to left tackle and Trey Pipkins to right tackle should be okay. But I do think that it is going to affect some time on task routes, and those time on task routes is where McConkey made his money outside of crazy efficiency. It's also a team that ranked in the bottom third in passing attempts. They had 510 last year, and I could feasibly see that going down into the 480, 490 range, what with Omari and Hampton, and what, hopefully Najee Harris gets healthy. And yeah, so I think Lad McConkey right now is wide receiver 11, back end wide receiver 1. He's more of a mid wide receiver 2 for me. I see him, I dropped him down to about a 70% catch rate, 13 yards per catch, and a 25% target share, and 25% touchdown share. And that landed him right at like wide receiver 28 for me. So
Debro, I find Lad super interesting because when you first started seeing this season's redraft, like expert consensus rankings, I felt like everybody had Lad McConkey at wide receiver 11. You could almost have just put him there in his own tier because everybody, you had their own order of wide receivers 4 through 10. You have your own order of wide receivers 12 through 17, but Lad was always wide receiver 11. And now there's obviously like stuff like with Slater's injury, like Dan alluded to, and some of this other stuff about the offense. A lot of people still really like the player, of course. Do you think wide receiver 11 is still an appropriate ranking for him, Debro, where everybody had him earlier? Do you think he should be moving down and maybe avoided?
I moved him down immediately as soon as they signed Keenan Allen. And if people don't think that that's going to impact it, then I don't know what they're looking at. Like Keenan Allen's target earning ability was still top shelf last year. Like he took a small step back in efficiency metrics, even the ones outside of Caleb Williams that he could control. But he was still extremely strong. Like I moved Lad, and I had him at wide receiver 10 or 11. I kept bouncing on that, like on the daily. I moved him down to wide receiver 16, only because the thing about Lad is I think that he's going to be one of these defining players of the season because I see both sides of the coin. Like I wonder with the additions of Najee and Amari and Hampton, if we get same old Greg Roman who wants to run the ball, and there's a long history of that. The other part about this is where if anybody were to tell me that there was a 10-game stretch of Greg Roman where he was throwing at a top 12 clip, they were top 12 in pass rate over expectation, neutral passing rate, everybody would tell you that that's crazy and that couldn't happen. So it's like they've added a lot of pass catching weapons this season, like this offseason. And it's like, could we see the Chargers be league average for passing rate? It would be a big departure for Greg Roman. I think it's in the range of outcomes, but I think if we're playing the median and leaning on the history of Greg Roman, the more likely outcome is that they're bottom 10 in passing attempts. And if that's the case, yeah, dude, even with the crazy efficiency of Lad McConkey, like I was playing this game like on the way to the expo with Pat. We were driving there, and I was like, okay, like who gets more targets? Lad McConkey, Tera McMillan. Who gets more targets? George Pickens or Lad McConkey? T. Higgins, Lad McConkey. Cortland Sutton, Lad McConkey. Like Garrett Wilson, Lad McConkey. And it's like, well, if that's all the case, and it's like in a lot of those ways, I'm saying the other person and not Lad, then how the heck can I rank him as a wide receiver 1 still? Like I can't.
We've got 2 more players to get to in this segment, so let's jump to the next one. Debro, who do you have for us?
Dude, y'all can miss me with DK Metcalf this year. I'm just not in. I'm out. Like, please, for everybody in the chat, in the world, tell me what wide receiver has been productive in an Arthur Smith offense over numerous years outside of A.J. Brown. I believed in Drake London, still believed in the talent through Arthur Smith. Burned me 2 years in a row. Last year, we all kind of played this game with George Pickens. How did that work out? Not great. Now we look at DK Metcalf and, hey, look at it. We're back in on the same stuff again this year. Should we be? I'm not, because you want to talk about passing volume. You want to talk about Arthur Smith. You want to talk about the marriage of Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers. And it is, again, a situation that's not being talked about that I think could be a full-blown mess with Aaron Rodgers dunking on Arthur Smith on a Pat McAfee show by week 6, because stylistically, it is a terrible on-paper fit. Outside of the projectable volume for DK Metcalf, what are we leaning on there? Like last year, DK, 78th in separation, 89th in route win rate, 64th in first downs per route run per fantasy points data. All of those are terrible. You look at the history of Arthur Smith's offenses, and let's also toss this in here. Aaron Rodgers running around like he's going to do a Cialis commercial in training camp. What do we think he has left on mobility, arm talent, all the things in between? Heck no, man. I'm out. I'm not in. I'm all the way out on DK Metcalf. There's no way where he's going in his ADP that I'm taking that shot. Nope.
I get the case for him, but I don't agree with it. I am with you that I am out ultimately. Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm lower on him than expert consensus ranking. I have him as my wide receiver 27, and for all the same reasons. I mean, I also am high on Caleb Johnson. I really love what he's going to do, or what he might do in this offense, and I think Arthur Smith might just lean on him a ton. I think Jalen Warren is still going to have a role. I don't necessarily see Pittsburgh's passing game being anything but fairly stagnant, and I'm ready to be proven wrong. I'll let other people, just like D-Bro said, miss me with DK Metcalf. You guys can be right.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I'm wrong. I'm okay with it.
It is a terrible message. It's excuse me, a terrible marriage between those two. It's like everything Arthur Smith likes to do, Aaron Rodgers doesn't like. Condensed formation. Nope. Aaron Rodgers hates that. Playing from the gun. No, Aaron Rodgers not, playing under center. Aaron Rodgers not a big fan. Booting out on plays. Aaron Rodgers not a huge fan. This is, I think quietly Pittsburgh is going to be a mess by the middle of the season.
We put up a poll in the chat about if you are in or out on DK Metcalf. 58% are not drafting him this year. So it's actually I expected that number to be higher, truthfully.
No one's mincing you, D-Bro.
No, I mean, but people know it as they should, man. It's like we've played this game over enough years where, shouldn't the answer just be, Arthur Smith, wide receiver 1?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Maybe they're like, hey, his also athletic college teammate as AJ Brown, the only other guy to be successful in it, can do the same thing.
AJ Brown's a freaking mutant. We should know that by now, too.
DK Metcalf physically is a mutant also, but I take your point. And again, I'm not disagreeing with you. Dan, let's go to your last player to avoid.
Yeah, I went with a quarterback. I like to end things where I began, and I knew Zachariason was going to be leading off the show, and I love all of his literature on year-over-year quarterback stickiness. So I'm going with Baker Mayfield for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's being drafted at an insane QB7 right now, and the classic regression cocktail that I think, based on my many years being a student of the late round QB here, is that 71% completion rate last year added with that 7.2% touchdown rate. That's a classic regression cocktail. The Bucs offense was awesome last year. But they also ranked second in yards after the catch, and Baker Mayfield had 967 passing yards on completions behind the line of scrimmage. They were also third in passing yards per game, but Baker's depth of target was only 6.8 yards. That was 32nd in the NFL. I think that in order for Baker to return his QB7 investment, you're going to need to see him continue to have that NFL best conversion rate on intermediate third downs, which he did last year at 63.2%. I don't think that stays. He was crazy good in the red zone. This stat surprised the crap out of me. He was inside the 5-yard line. He was 16 of 24 with 15 touchdowns. That's insane. Those again, I said earlier, banking on that sort of efficiency and year over year is something that I'm not necessarily looking to do. I love Baker Mayfield, and of the situations and the ecosystems, he has the strongest, I think, of the 3 players that I've brought up here. But I just think for a QB7 price tag, he's a little bit too still. I know he does have some mobility to him, but he's more a pocket passer than he is not. And I'm not taking a pocket passer banking on that degree of efficiency last year at QB7.
I don't have anything to add as to the why. I will just add, just to emphasize, if there was one player I could pick for this segment, it would have been Baker Mayfield. Like I will have him in 0 leagues. If I do not get one of those elite, 4 guys who provide rushing and everything at the top, and Allen, Jackson, Daniels, or Hurts, I will be drafting my quarterback out of tiers 3 or 4. I will not be drafting a tier 2 quarterback. And Baker is like the highlight of those tier 2 guys that like I would just expect to regress. And it's funny. I heard somebody, I can't remember who said it, so I wish I could give them credit, but somebody else recently I heard make the point that because the Bucks went from Canales to Liam Cohen, everybody is just sort of saying like, well, clearly Baker will be fine because he's done it with 2, but like it might just be that they nailed that hire the first time they had to make it, in replacing somebody. Maybe they did in the second time. Like we're all giving a lot of credit to Grizzard or to Baker under Grizzard, I should say, just because he's gone through the offense coordinator change before. I'm a little nervous, especially when there's so many quarterbacks I like going later than them. So like I strongly agree with Baker on this one. Debro, what do you think?
So I'm not burying Baker, but I do have him below a lot of the other guys in that tier. And it really just comes down to I don't want to pay the ADP price for Baker when Dan laid out fantastic points, and regression is going to hit. The question is how much regression. I still have Baker as a QB1 this year. I have him at QB11, but you're telling me when I can get Dak Prescott later, I can get Brock Purdy later, I can get JJ McCarthy later, who I all have ranked in the same tier, I'm going to take those guys because I can get them later. I think there's similar outcomes. I have all 3 of those guys ranked above them. And it's not hate on Baker. It's like there's going to be a certain amount of regression. And I think he's still going to be a QB1. But when I can get some of those guys around 2, 3, heck, maybe 4 rounds later, depending on the league size, where you're at, then it's hard for me to press the button on Baker as much as I do love him when I can get guys in the same type of tier way later.
We got to wrap the segment, but just to get one question in here from the audience. Debra, where do you have Egbuka ranked?
I moved him up a lot, man, because of all the Godwin stuff. And now Jalen McMillan is out here. He might not even be back by the bye. That news hit today. And so this is clear, okay, well, I move Egbuka up to wide receiver 38. And to be honest, I might have to go a little bit higher, but I think the conversation for him starts in the mid wide receiver 3 range.
Dan, quickly, what do you think?
I agree. I think hearing about Jalen McMillan today, I had Egbuka at 44. I moved him up to 39 at the news. And I think that's just about the range where I'd be comfortable taking him.
Yeah, give me Egbuka over Shakir, Jennings. I'm probably going to move him up a little bit higher, to be honest. Even maybe over Olave. Yeah.
We'll go ahead and wrap up the segment here. That'll do it for me, but Fantasy Fest does continue on. We have hours more coverage to come. Up next on the stream is Chris Welsh, taking over for me with Pat Fitzmaurice and Dave Richard from CBS joining him. Dave is already suggesting he might have a counter argument for Baker Mayfield in our chat, so maybe they'll talk a little bit about that at the top of the segment. They're going to be talking mostly about running back rankings in tiers, though, as well. So be sure to stick around. Lots more to come here on Fantasy Fest 2025 for Debro and Dan and all the other people that we had on for the first 2 hours. I'm signing off, but stick with us. We are got some more goodness coming your way.
I'm going to say something that you need to hear. Crossing off names with a pen or drafting based on vibes, that's not a winning strategy. Don't worry, though. I'm going to help you do the right things this year. I'm going to tell you about this awesome tool at Fantasy Pros called the Cheat Sheet Creator. With the Cheat Sheet Creator, you can build your own cheat sheet or pick and choose rankings from over 100 experts. There's even a one-click option to use rankings from the most accurate experts. If you want to fine-tune your cheat sheet yourself, it could not be easier. Just drag and drop players where you want them. Or if you want to let your favorite experts do the work, maybe Pat Fitzmaurice or me, turn on Expert Sync. Your cheat sheet will update whenever they update their rankings, so you're never out of date. The cheat sheet creators also packed with features to make sure you've got everything in one place on draft night. Want to tag players to target or avoid? Got it. Custom tags? Add them. Set up tiers or jot down notes? Full send. And once I've got my cheat sheet set, I like to pull into our mock draft simulator and run some mocks against my league's ADP. That way I can make adjustments and know I've got the perfect cheat sheet ready to go. So this year, just the draft night stress, throw the pen and paper in the trash. Get prepared, get ahead, and get ready to dominate your league with the Cheat Sheet Creator. Check it out at FantasyPros.com/cheat sheet.
What is up, friends? And the Fantasy Fest rolls on. Very excited about this one. We are diving into ranks. This is a ranks hour here. I'm Chris Welsh. Thank you to Worm, butchering my name. What did he call me? Fitz? He was like, and it's whatever. But the Welsh is here, and I've got two fantastic guys. I got Pat Fitzmaurice, who is my ranks buddy. And if you guys didn't know, me and Fitzy are going to be doing the rank show here on Fantasy Pros all year long, with a special guest that might be in the chat. We got Dave Richard from CBS. This could not be a better segment we're putting together. And Dave, do I see some football cards on the background here too? What is this awesome picture you got going?
Oh, Chris, this isn't just football cards. This is an uncut sheet of 1984 Topps football.
Oof.
Are you familiar with the rookies that are in 1984 Topps football?
Is that my Jerry Rice year, or is that 83? Because I'm a Jerry Rice stan.
Rice is 86, and his rookie
86.
is like kind of a greenish card, impossible to find in mint condition. But
Yes.
can you even make it out?
Yeah, I see Marino.
Marino.
I see Marino in there. I was about to say.
Down here?
No.
John Elway.
Oh,
Is he
So-
Broncos or is he Colts?
Good luck finding one of these. An uncut sheet from 1984.
All right, we're coming in hot, baby. We're coming in hot with the uncut 84 sheet. I was 1 year old, by the way. So whether that's old or
Goodness
young.
gracious, I was 8.
All right, so we're aging ourselves a little bit. We're not going to just be talking the incredible cards or on the backgrounds. We're going to be talking ranks, and we're talking running back ranks in this episode. So this is going to be great. We are going to be going into some blocks. We've got RB 1s, 2s, and 3s. We've got some tiers. Fitzy is going to be a little bit of our highlight here, where you've kind of highlighted some players that, Dave, we're going to kind of riff off of and go through. And if you guys have got running back questions, put them in the chat. Depending where we go, we're going to try to get to all of them. Well, we'll try to get to a few of them, not all of them. I think Worm was rocking 1 or 2, so we'll get to a couple of them, but make it really good, and we'll try to get on. So we don't need to waste any more time, guys. Let's just jump right into this bad boy. We are going to be looking at the top 12 running backs here. And I'm going to list these bad boys off for you. As you can see, Bijan, I almost said it wrong. I was about to do it. Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon Barkley, that's your top 3. Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, Ashton Genty, there's your 6. Devon Achane, Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Bucky Irving, Chase Brown, and Kyron Williams. Hello to your top 12. You guys can also find all the most updated ranks on fantasypros.com/rankings if you want to check out where the ECR has gone. Now you see a little highlight there on Jonathan Taylor. Why do you see that? Because my question to you both is going to be, and Fitzy, we'll start with you since you have them highlighted. Which of these top 12, because this is the core, these are like the main guys making cases. I think in some way we could talk out of both sides of our mouth where we go, hey guys, at this certain value, we love these players. So the question, instead of talking about the love, is who do you think is most overranked or ranked too high at this point? And Fitzy, you decided to throw Jonathan Taylor at us. So why do you think in the top 12 ECR, Jonathan Taylor is ranked too high?
well, I did give you Jonathan Taylor's name, Welsh. I do think these rankings are pretty tight, and there's not a lot of beef with any of them. And so I guess I'm just trying to show how unbiased I am, since I am a University of Wisconsin-Madison graduate, a person who watched nearly every snap Jonathan Taylor ever played in college. And I think JT is one of the 5 best pure runners in the league. But I do think his ECR, RB8, 19 overall, and half-point PPR might be a bit too much. 3 reasons why. Jonathan Taylor has missed 16 games over the last 3 years, with a majority of those missed games caused by 3 different ankle injuries. So I kind of worry the ankle injuries are chronic. 2, Jonathan Taylor doesn't really move the needle at all as a pass catcher. He's averaged 1.9 and 1.3 catches a game in the last 2 years. And number 3, the Colts probably are not going to have a high-scoring offense this year in light of their murky QB situation. I guess Daniel Jones is going to start the season. I just don't think Taylor is going to come close to matching the 20 touchdowns he had back in 2021. And, I suspect his investors would probably sign a contract if they could get 10 touchdowns from JT this year.
So, Dave, here's something I think it's interesting about this list. Jonathan Taylor, to me, because we're calling this a tier, but in reality, you go and look, and there's probably like 2 or 3, maybe 4 tiers involved through these running backs. Taylor clearly is like a tier down from, I think, what those top 6 are. I know we had a segment earlier about Devon Achane and Fade or You're All In, but like the top 6 to Achane at 7. I think that is like this clear tier where Jonathan Taylor, in my mind, he almost kind of represents the openness of like, you're probably taking wide receivers, you want value. So maybe that's why he feels a little bit too high. But what say you? Do you think Jonathan Taylor is ranked too high based on this? Or do you think there's another name on this list that stands out to you?
No, I think the case that Pat made is pretty good. And I do have to point out that if Daniel Jones is going to be the quarterback long-term for Indianapolis, which, I mean, who knows? Shane Steichen said that he wants to give him a long leash. Look at the coach who last did that to Daniel Jones. He's not necessarily anymore in this league. And we saw Dable take over. Look, I think that Jonathan Taylor is definitely capable of having more than 10 touchdowns this season. He just had 12. He didn't play a whole year. He did solid. And without Anthony Richardson stealing touchdowns, which who knows if that's going to happen over the course of the whole year, Richardson will probably play at some point. I think he's worthy of being pretty close to where he is. If we're talking about catches counting, I, of course, would have him lower, certainly behind Jacobs, Irving, and Chase Brown. But as far as these names go, this is what the top 12 running backs are going to be off the board in pretty much every single draft outside of Buffalo, New York. And it's in those drafts in Buffalo where you might see James Cook crack the top 12 and maybe Kyron Williams comes down. I think Jonathan Taylor is fantastic. The talent is obvious. The offensive line's okay. Pat's right. This isn't a team that's going to score a ton of points, but they've got a guy that will score a lot of their touchdowns, and that'll be Jonathan Taylor. Completely fine with him as a second-round pick in half PPR and full PPR.
I do think it's interesting, though, with the Daniel Jones news that did pop today, that none of our narratives were really talking about Jonathan Taylor. It was immediately turning to like Warren is the first thing we go to. You kind of look at Downs and it's like the possibility of where Taylor could be. I think this could go either way. So the rank too high to me isn't necessarily a dictation of the player, in that I see it as like the drop from Achane to this next group. Like, I'm a Bucky Irving guy, so I have Bucky a little bit higher. It's like, I now want value. I want value. So if I have to take the top of the list, which in this case is Jonathan Taylor, it feels a little ickier to me. Give me the value. I mean, I would actually look at this and say like Taylor, Jacobs, and Irving. That's another little mini tier. Give me the lowest value of that, which in this case is Bucky Irving. So that is what stands out to me. Those are your ECR expert consensus ranks top 12 half PPR running backs that you guys can go and check out. Let's jump over to the RB2s, and we're going to flip the question here a little bit. As you can see, at 13, we got James Cook, 14, Breece Hall, Ken Walker, Marion Hampton up to 16, baby. Alvin Kamara, Chuba Hubbard at 18. And then your back half of this is James Conner, Travion Henderson, David Montgomery up at 21, DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard, and AJ Harvey. So we are now going to look at tiered, misranked, one positive, one negative, a running back that should be higher and one that is a little bit low. So why don't we start on the positive? Fitzy, we'll keep it positive here. Who is the player positively that is misranked that you think should be a little bit higher?
Considering the Najee Harris eye injury, I think there's a case you could put Marion Hampton on tier 1 at the bottom of tier 1. And there's no way Najee Harris is going to be ready for week 1. Like, he's still just working off to the side in training camp. And it seems like a pretty good bet. We don't see much of him for at least the first month of the season. Marion Hampton is just this terrific rookie prospect, prototypical size, a 94th percentile speed score, big time college production in a power conference, pass catching ability. And now he goes to a team that likes to run the ball. And the Najee injury has Hampton sliding right into a workhorse role. Like, I do not want to be overly conservative on Marion Hampton just because we haven't seen him play in the NFL, because then I'm going to miss out on what could very well be a dynamite rookie year.
Dave, when you see Travion Henderson there too, and you look at both of these guys and we say, there's a rookie running back that could be a one. Yeah, there's two that could probably be in there. So if you're looking at a positive miss tier, are you down with Hampton as the rookie running back? Or would you make any argument that, hey, you know what? The miss tier guy actually might be Travion Henderson, that he should be a lot closer to Hampton than being getting credit for?
No. I think Hampton is that guy. And the other takeaway that I want to give is that last year we saw this coaching staff recognize talent at the running back position. Pretty early on in the year, they realized that J.K. Dobbins was their best guy and everyone else they had wasn't very good. And what did they do? They gave J.K. Dobbins a lot of work. And it wore J.K. Dobbins down. That's a problem I don't think they're going to have with a younger, certainly healthier running back in Omarion Hampton. And so just kind of playing off that thought that Pat gave with Najee, Hampton's already had like 3 weeks to show this coaching staff that he's better than Najee Harris. It's kind of something we've all known. And so they are going to split reps. Someone else is going to be there to take work away from Hampton, but it's not going to be a lot. And I don't think it's going to be high value touches. I think the case could be made where Hampton actually goes up a tier and is in that top 12. And I wouldn't fault fantasy managers who are worried about regression from James Cook because he had 18 touchdowns last year and worried about Kyron Williams not coming through. We saw his fantasy production hit the cliff last year. He went from like an amazing year to a pretty good year, but still 4 PPR points per game less. Hampton could crawl in there. And so Hampton to me is the one that's just an easy top 15 type of fantasy running back who could easily be top 12, maybe even top 10, maybe if you squint really hard, he could be top 8. That's the type of upside that you certainly want to target on draft day.
Okay, let me get a heat check. I probably know the answer to this. I just said this on a show the other day that I think we're leading into a weekend or two where you're going to start to see Breece Hall tumbling a little bit. Maybe ADPs and ranks are not going to catch up, but there's a lot of negative stuff out there. Dave, Omarion Hampton or Breece Hall?
Hampton.
Okay, that was easy. Fitzy, are you going to do the same?
Yep, absolutely. Hampton.
Okay. So important thing to it's one of those interesting things when you're looking at like live ADP information as well that can be super helpful is that you have some places that might not have fully caught up and you have even ECR where it might take a tiny bit before Breece Hall comes down. And I think the buzz is turning in the direction of a guy like Hampton, who I think is clearly going to be top 15 and maybe pushing top 12 in the big, most important draft weekends that are coming up for everybody. Okay. So now on the inverse, on this list, you see a nice baby blue David Montgomery. We're like, oh, look, it's so happy. That's his color. It looks great. Nope, because we are now looking at the inverse of these ranks. Who is ranked too high, Fitzy? And we know who it is. So why is David Montgomery ranked too high?
I would just push Montgomery to the bottom of this tier, maybe to the top of tier 3. He has 25 touchdown runs in 28 regular season games over the past 2 years for a team that was 5th and 1st in scoring those 2 years. The offensive coordinator for those 2 seasons, Ben Johnson, is gone. And who knows if the Lions' new OC, John Morton, is going to follow the same usage patterns when the Detroit offense gets inside the green zone. Standout center Frank Ragnow is retired, which is not going to help the inside running game for Detroit. And I don't know if you guys were in charge of the Lions offense and had Jahmyr Gibbs at your disposal, would you be giving some other running back almost as many touches as Gibbs? I know what my answer is.
Don't you wish, I mean, this could be a negative too, but don't you wish Shanahan was running the Lions and Shanahan just blindly will run 35 carries to Christian McCaffrey. Doesn't matter if his leg is falling off. He'll just unapologetically go, and you're just like, please give that to Gibbs. Can we have that for Gibbs? We don't have it for Gibbs, but we want it, Fitzy.
Yeah, I mean, so I like Montgomery. I think he's a good player, but he's clearly the second best back in this backfield for an offense that we are maybe worried for numerous reasons could tail off a bit this year. They're not going to score 70 touchdowns again.
Yeah, Dave, I don't know if this is low-hanging fruit, but you look at the list and you're like, if you had to pick 2 guys that seem too highly ranked, and maybe there's others. I think people would kind of look at Tony Pollard, but there's a little bit of positivity with Spears maybe missing time. But Montgomery stands out like a sore thumb, even though there's, big touchdown equity. It really feels like you're dealing with some weird floor here. Would you agree that this is the most standout, too high ranked RB2 in this group? Or is there somebody else you'd like to throw in?
There's somebody else, and it's DeAndre Swift in Chicago, who I am just really not sold on being a fantastic fantasy running back. Can he be okay? Sure, he's been okay for fantasy purposes on a per game basis over the last 3 years. And everybody seems to be really focused on, well, he's the only running back there. They're going to use a second guy. And it might not be somebody you've heard of. Could be a 7th round pick. Could be somebody who isn't on the team yet. But he just, to me, I know he's got this 1 year where he was with Ben Johnson and he did so well with it. And he did so great that Ben Johnson and the Lions traded him the year after that, partially because they upgraded and they got Jahmyr Gibbs. And so Chicago probably will go through this year with DeAndre Swift as their primary running back. I don't think he's going to be used at the goal line. He's going to need to catch a hell of a lot of passes. I'm not certain that there's going to be a ton of, let's call them improvised targets for DeAndre Swift. I think there will be some that are, wired in, and they're going to call screens and stuff like that. But I've watched this team practice. I watched them last week, and the offensive line, I know they added guys to it. They were a mess. They were false starting all over the place. They had Caleb sacked a bunch of times. When they ran the ball, Swift did okay. He could win the edge a couple of times, but he wasn't the only running back in there. Even when Monangai, who's one of their rookie running backs, even when he got hurt in the middle of practice, they were still splitting reps between Swift and somebody else. That's going to happen into the season. When I look at Montgomery on draft day, I think of him as the last best RB2, meaning if I had to have Montgomery as my number 2 running back going into a season, I'd be okay with it. There are other running backs I'd rather have. I'd rather have Montgomery with that touchdown upside than DeAndre Swift without it, especially since I could see Swift just being okay, or even worse, getting competition for playing time that ends up being better than him.
Some good info here. We got Marion Hampton over Breece Hall, and we got Montgomery and Swift both possibly being a little bit overranked by 2 of the smartest in the industry. If you want to be one of the smarts, make sure you never miss out on your running back targets with Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant connects directly to your draft and provides both real-time quick suggestions and estimations on which players might get taken before your next pick. Draft Assistant fully integrates your customized cheat sheets and suggests picks based on your rankings, team build, ADP, a bunch of other factors. Dominate your draft in real time without the guesswork with Draft Assistant at fantasypros.com/assistant or on the Fantasy Pros app. And try it for free during your draft by claiming your 3-day free trial, a 3-day trial of Fantasy Pros Premium at fantasypros.com/premium. Do it today, my friends. Let's jump to our RB3. So this is our tier 3 that we're talking about here. I saw someone in the chat say Isaac Pacheco. Well, guess what, buddy? You're going to get it. Isaac Pacheco comes in at 25, Aaron Jones at 26, Caleb Johnson, Brian Robinson, Joe Mixon, Tyrone Tracy. That's your 25 through 30. Jalen Warren, Travis Etienne, Jordan Mason, Ramondre Stevenson, Zach Charbonnet, and Javonte Williams. Now, clearly, I think there are 2 names on this list in real-time drafts. This is why go and check out. You want to cross-reference current ECRs and ADPs over the next couple days. Joe Mixon's going to continue to fall, and I believe he might have even fallen just a little bit in the last 24 hours. Brian Robinson absolutely clearly is one of those guys that is on a free fall train. Probably if, stayed with the Commanders is still going to be at the bottom of that list. So that's not the question, though. We have the RB3s. Fitzy, the running back you believe can jump into an RB2 or RB1, and you picked Isaiah Pacheco. So let's hear. I'm a pretty big fader of Isaiah Pacheco. I just kind of don't want a big part of it, especially at 25. I want a little bit more value. We obviously know the talent, but Kareem Hunt playing any type of a goal line role. You got Brashard Smith in the receiving side. It seems like there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, but you're not worried about it because you think there could potentially be RB2 or 1 upside.
Well, Walsh, that's because you thought you were watching Isaiah Pacheco last year. You were actually watching the ghost of Isaiah Pacheco. He looks like a completely different guy in the preseason than the guy who was trying to come back from a broken leg in 2.5 months last year. I mean, the guy fractured his fibula. He was not anything close to 100% after he came back from a broken leg. I mean, he couldn't wrest the job away from Kareem Hunt. So that shows you how what a shell of himself he was upon his return. He's going to be the lead back in a strong offense. Isaiah Pacheco was being drafted in the mid to late 2nd round a year ago. Now we're going to turn up our noses when Pacheco is available in the early 6th. I am not. He's 2 seasons removed from being a high-end RB2 in fantasy points per game. I'm back on board with him. And yeah, we should shrink this tier 3, move Pacheco up to tier 2, kick out Joe Mixon, kick out Brian Robinson. We can squeeze this tier a little tighter.
It's kind of the yuck tier, if we're being honest. I look at this list and I'm like, well, there's one guy I like, and there's one guy I might take a shot at. This is like a dead zone here. So what do you think, Dave? You look at this, is Pacheco a guy that really does have the potential to move up in that range, or is there another name you'd like to pick at? And do you agree that this should be the yuck tier? We should just
first of all
officially name it that.
It's definitely a yuck tier. So go ahead and put that in fancy graphics with the emoji, emoji that's on everybody's phone. But these are the running backs that you're going to stare at if you go 0 RB on draft day. And so if you look at this list and you go, you think about, all right, could I start Pacheco? Sure. Could I start Tyrone Tracy? Well, if it means starting those guys, you've got 2 or 3 amazing wide receivers where, like, I don't know, Marvin Harrison Jr. or Garrett Wilson is your wide receiver 3, something like that. Then yeah, I think you can kind of handle that, assuming that you just pick the right names on this list. And Pacheco, I think, is one of those names. I've got him in my top 24. Last year, before he got hurt, 2 games, he averaged 16 PPR points per. The year before that, he averaged over 15 PPR points per game. The one guy I worry about in this backfield in Kansas City is Kareem Hunt. And it's only for one reason. He's good in short yardage situations. And if he's going to take that role away from Pacheco, it obviously hurts Pacheco's upside. Then again, Kareem Hunt is an older running back, and we know that Pacheco can be physical, can work at the goal line, and he could end up certainly dominating snaps and touches in this backfield. It's still a high-powered offense. I think they bounce back this year. I'm okay with Pacheco right where his ADP is, and kind of like the 24th running back on the board. That's where I have him ranked, is 24th.
Let's hear in the chat, who is your favorite yuck running back here? So please drop in the chat your favorite of the yucks, and we'll see, who's out there. We're not gonna put a poll out there because there's too many yucks, but we'll see what we got here. Outside the top 36, I know we said we were in the 36 range. Pat, I'm gonna throw this to you. Which running back outside of the top 36, so not on that list, do you think has the best potential to heavily outproduce their ECR?
All right, the keyword heavily. So we're going to go way outside the top 36. And I know this name is going to be greeted with revulsion. It's maybe Miles Sanders. I mean, hear me out before you start throwing rotten fruit at me. So Miles Sanders is someone you can get at the tail end of your draft. And it's possible he has a substantial role in the Dallas backfield. Like, he pretty much evaporated in Carolina the last 2 years. Yes. But in 2022, Miles Sanders ran for 1,269 yards and 11 touchdowns with the Eagles. He has, for his career, averaged 4.7 yards per carry and 3.03 yards after contact per attempt. And he's got a career breakaway percentage over 6 NFL seasons of 27.7%. So, like, we don't know if Javonte Williams is ever going to be the same after that knee injury from 2022. And the Cowboys might not feel comfortable handing a big role to rookie Jaden Blue, whose work ethic has already been called into question. How many players outside the top 60 in running back ECR have a chance to get 10 or more touches in week 1? I would guess that Miles Sanders is probably the only person on that list.
Dave, would you co-sign this at all? And you're more than welcome. If you got a name outside the top 36, I don't know if we have a graphic for it, but you're welcome to throw it out. But is Miles Sanders a guy do you think could outproduce, or is this even the wrong other Cowboy running back that should be mentioned?
Yeah, I'm just going to go into my guy because I like Pat and I don't want to say anything bad about Pat or the one time he's got an opinion that I disagree with. So let's just go to the graphic of Austin Eckler, who is now finding himself with an opportunity to maybe see a little bit more work than he saw last year with Brian Robinson gone. And the whole world is going crazy over Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, and deservedly so. He looked great in a preseason game against the backups on a defense that's going to be absolutely terrible this year. I don't know if he necessarily qualifies as being somebody that can take all of the work that Brian Robinson had and do better with it. Is he quicker than Brian Robinson? Sure. Is he younger? Is he fresher? Definitely. But I look at Austin Eckler as a guy that could certainly see more carries in that Commanders offense and catch more passes out of the backfield. I think they'll especially need him in the first month of the season when Terry McLaurin is starting to get his legs back under him. And we saw last year 3 games when Brian Robinson was out for Washington. So Eckler was the lead back. He wasn't the only back. They're going to use multiple guys like most teams do. But in those 3 games, he averaged 15.4 PPR points per game. He didn't even average 15 touches in those games. So I think he still has a little bit of juice in his legs. He can still catch the ball. And you're getting him at a pretty decent discount, considering he might be the best running back on a playoff team that should score plenty of points as long as Jaden Daniels is around. and that's Austin Eckler. I'm taking him in round 9 at this point in full PPR.
All right, Miles Sanders, Austin Eckler, 2 backs outside the top 36 in the ranks that we are digging. We are going to answer a few of your questions, so last chance to load up the chat with a couple RB questions. But want to remind you guys that when this bad boy is over, right after Fantasy Fest on YouTube wraps, it ain't over. Head over to twitch.tv/fantasypros to catch the Fantasy Fest after party. And the after party is with me and my buddy Scott Bogman, where we're going to be doing some mock drafts. It says here we're going to be doing PPR mock. Oh, no, friends. We're doing 2 mock drafts, and we're doing speed round mock drafts. 10-second clocks with me and Bogman under the gun. Could there be hot sauce involved? I don't know. It's going to depend on how many of you are here. If I see hundreds of people, maybe there will be. Maybe there'll be. You don't know what could happen. So that's why you want to jet on over at 7 p.m. Eastern, hang out with us, talk fantasy, watch us sweat, hopefully not from hot sauce, and do some drafts because we're going to fill the draft up during the Twitch, in the Twitch chat. So go to twitch.tv/fantasypros. That's twitch.tv/fantasypros for the after party. Come and hang out with us. All right. A couple questions here under the gun. We got just a couple. Marky Mark says, I got Breece Hall in the 5th round. Will he be my second running back? Is that a steal? We kind of talked a little bit negative about it. Dave, what do you think? 5th round, Breece Hall? Yay?
Awesome value for Breece Hall. He's not dead. He doesn't have 2 broken legs. He might catch 50 passes. I think that's a great time to get Breece Hall as round 5.
Okay. Fitzy, Bucky, JT Brown, full PPR. Which one is the safest bet as an RB1?
Bucky, he was sensational last year in the 7 games where he had 50% or more of the snaps. He averaged 127.3 yards from scrimmage and scored 6 touchdowns.
This question was clearly left for Debro. Can you have too many rookies? Sorry, Debro's not here on the segment, but Dave, can you have too many rookie running backs? Is that possible?
I'm trying to figure out like how to make a big beard with my fingers.
It's like put your hair back just like a little bit
more.
Right.
Well, it's pretty easy for me. Yeah, there's such a thing as too many rookies, but if you're taking a lot of rookies at the end of your draft with disposable picks and you figure that a couple of these guys aren't going to make it in the first couple of weeks, then what's the harm in doing something like that? Answer, there isn't any. So it's fine if you end your draft with like 4 rookies and 2 or 3 of them are guys that you took at the end.
Yeah. Fitzy, picked up Tracy in the late round. What should I do with him as the season progresses? So this is interesting. Try to trade before Scadaboo comes back? Or Fitzy, do you think Tracy's got season-long value?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, your competitors are smart too. They're going to know that Scadaboo might cut into that load. But I think Tracy is going to have a role in that offense throughout the year. Like he's still the best pass catcher there is, former college wide receiver.
Beautiful. We did it. Again, running back ranks, go and check them out. FantasyPros.com/rankings. You can check out all the different kinds. You can check out where all the analysts have them as well. ECR is the consensus rank, but you can really do a lot of studying. It changes day to day. And guess what? This is the big important time. Dave knows, Pat knows, things are changing on a dime. Our boy Bill Krosky Merritt out there flying up ranks. Breece Hall's moving down. It's moving and a shaking, and that's why we got you covered, and that's why Dave has as well. Dave, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Fitzy's going to be sticking along because we are now moving to some wide receiver ranks. So friends, don't go anywhere. Quick break, and we are getting at it with wide receiver ranks right here on Fantasy Pros Fantasy Fest. Yeah, we're all passionate about fantasy football, obviously. But sometimes there is a little bit missing. What's missing? A team. But not your fantasy team. No, a team of like-minded, passionate fantasy football fans. And if that is not part of your everyday, Fantasy Pros Discord might be your answer. Chat with other fans, debate strategies, and find leagues to join. Every week, get your questions answered live in our AMA live Discord sessions. Want to know if you should start that sleeper or avoid a risky trade? Our experts, they're here to help. And if you got a question, you might even end up on a podcast. It's not just about advice, though. It's about community, with channels for every aspect of fantasy football, draft advice, waivers, props to dynasty, best ball, and a ton more. You're going to find like-minded fans just like you. So join the best fantasy team. Join Fantasy Pros on Discord at fantasypros.com/chat today. Get your questions answered and connect with fans. Don't just play fantasy football, live it with Fantasy Pros on Discord. Hello, friends. It's just us. It's just me and Pat Fitzmaurice and maybe Jamey Eisenberg. We're waiting. We'll see if we get him here. to me, back to back, by the way, no bueno on the commercial. We should have timed that better. You guys didn't have to get me. Maybe a little bit of Joey or a little bit of Debro in there. Fitzy, running back ranks in the book. Are you feeling good about our conversation? Anything left before we jump into wide receivers?
No, I'm feeling good. The thing is, those tiers are they're pretty close to what my rankings look like, Welsh. So it was hard to find outliers, but I love that Dave picked DeAndre Swift as one, because DeAndre Swift and David Montgomery are the two guys I have outside my top 24, but who we have in ECR inside tier 2, that second round tier, or that RB2 tier, I should say.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to talk about wide receivers. Hopefully our boy Jamey is good. If not, we might even have a third analyst in here. If this were leading off back in the day, we would do a puppet. We do puppet Jamey in here, but let's just jump into this bad boy. And let's talk about, we're doing the same thing as we did with running backs. We've got 36 wide receivers. We're going to break them into tiers of 12s. We've got some picks, just like we did with the running back. So Fitzy, we don't need to waste any more time. Let's jump into it. Our tier 1 of wide receivers, ECR top 12, starts with Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson at 2, CeeDee Lamb at 3, Malik Neighbors at 4, Puka and Nico Collins. Again, it's all pretty chalky. 7 is Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brian Thomas at 8, Drake London at 9, 10 is A.J. Brown, Ladd McConkey, and T. Higgins. That is your top 12 and probably your top 12 everywhere, though obviously there's going to be disagreements. I think some people would look and see Amon-Ra St. Brown not higher and go, London, if you're a Debro and Erickson stan. A.J. Brown even seems like a really big value. So there's a lot of values in there. But what we're going to do with this first one is we're going to talk about a wide receiver that is ranked too high, just like we did the running backs. And frankly, a little upset with you, Fitzy, because I don't like your pick of my boy, Ladd McConkey. You think McConkey is ranked too high on this top 12 list. So go ahead and just break my heart.
Yeah, I've just got him a little further down, Welsh. I've got him as a high-end wide receiver too. And it's really, I don't know, I feel like the drop-off is kind of steep after wide receiver 10. After A.J. Brown, it's hard to find a suitable wide receiver 11. With Ladd, there's no question he's a terrific player. Like, he just balled out last year as a rookie, and averaging better than 2.5 yards per route run is just outstanding. But Ladd was 26th in targets last year, and now Keenan Allen is coming back to the Chargers. And when Keenan Allen played with Justin Herbert in 2023, Keenan Allen hit a career high in targets. And this is a guy who has not wanted for targets throughout his career. He is not just going to be a decoy in this offense. And the Chargers are going to want to run the ball. Like, it's Jim Harbaugh, it's Greg Roman, and they just drafted Omarion Hampton in the first round. I just worry that Ladd McConkey is not going to get the targets he needs to justify low-end wide receiver 1 draft status.
We had in here, which, by the way, you can bring this up. This is not Jamey Eisenberg. Worm, what do you? Oh my God! From the top rope, he just hit his music. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Worm just invaded back here. Are you taking the place of Mr. Eisenberg, Worm? You're muted.
And now he's muted.
And now you're muted. Come on. Savage.
It's because once I was done, I unplugged my mic and everything, and then it was like, okay, I'll jump back in, and I forgot to turn it back on.
Yeah, but it's your birthday. Go
obviously, yeah. With the muting, he's obviously been day drinking on his birthday. I totally get it.
See it. Cheeks are a little bit red here. Let me ask you this real quick, Worm. This is going to determine our friendship for the rest of the year. Do you think Ladd McConkey is ranked too high when you look at this top 12 list? Are you a Ladd stan or a Ladd ban?
You know, it's funny. My last segment that I was hosting with Dan Johnson from DraftKings, that was one of his picks as a player to fade. And he was wearing, by the way, I've just scarfed down a lunch, which is why that I've like kind of rushed back into this. So he was wearing a Ladd McConkey jersey, and I was like, oh man, are you really fading? He's been stuck at wide receiver 11 basically all off season, which I think is right, but I'm not drafting him there. We've actually talked a lot on the stream already about how there's a difference between sometimes where you draft a guy and where you rank him. I don't know that there's a lot of people I want to rank higher, but I don't know that I'm going to be taking a lot of him. If I'm not getting one of those top 10 receivers, which I feel like is pretty locked in, I'm kind of looking at other positions at that point.
Can I get some Ladd stands in the chat, please? He's my wide receiver 10. in many spots have been able to lock him down as like a wide receiver 2 in those double taps. I think it's key. I think we're overblown about worrying about Keenan Allen really taking away from him. He's going to move all across the field, an insane route runner. Thank you very much, Father Man.
Who are you kicking out of the top 10, Welsh?
I am kicking out AJ Brown. I'm kicking out AJ Brown is the one that gets kicked out of this list. I'm also a little bit higher on Brian Thomas. I mean, AJ Brown is, fantastic. I just continuously hate the passing game and how they build it. Somebody said, by the way, in here, Puka and Ladd are a little sussy. Does anybody think that Puka at 5 is sussy?
I kind of agree, honestly. I mean, it's not strictly based on the player. It's, the Stafford injury and everything like that. There's also just other players that I like. Like, I love Nico Collins. I love Drake London. I love Brian Thomas Jr. So for that reason, like, Puka wouldn't be in my top 5. It's not a knock on the player. But I kind of agree with that comment, honestly.
Yeah, he is too high. Like, I've got Puka 8, just ahead of Amon-Ra St. Brown, and maybe I could make a case that Amon-Ra deserves to be ahead of him. I definitely think London and Nico should be ahead of Puka, considering the Stafford stuff, the addition of Devontae Adams. And like Puka, as good as he's been, he hasn't scored many touchdowns.
All right, well, we got the core ECR top 12. Those are your bad boys. Let's get to our next range. We're going to go to the wide receiver 2s, tier 2 here, 13 through 24. We got Jackson Smith and Jigba at 13, Tyreek Hill at 14, Garrett Wilson, Devonta Adams, Mike Evans, Marvin Harrison Jr. That's your top half. Your bottom half, Terry McLaurin, DJ Moore, DK Metcalf, Cortland Sutton, Devontae Smith, and Jamison Williams. So like we did in running backs, we've got a positively ranked in here, so kind of like a value, and one you think is negatively ranked. So Fitzy, let's start with your positively ranked player.
All right, Welsh, I'm going to anger you by telling you I have Jackson Smith and Jigba ranked ahead of your guy, Ladd McConkey. JSN was 12th in targets among wide receivers last year. He had 100 receptions. I don't think his target outlook is any worse this year with DK Metcalf gone. And, if Cooper Kupp is as dusty as some people suspect, then I think JSN could maybe even go a little bit up in targets. And I can't really imagine that anyone thinks going from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold is such a huge downgrade that it's going to tank JSN's fantasy value in any way. So I kind of think JSN deserves to bump Ladd McConkey out of that first.
I don't hate that you have JSN high. It's my second wide receiver in the flex league, which I love. I just hate that he's over Ladd. And then I generally hate that he's just a Seahawk. Like, that's like a general sense. But like JSN, I'm here for. What do you got, Worm? What do you think? Positively?
I'm raising my hand because I am somebody who is worried about the downgrade at quarterback, and specifically Sam Darnold. Like, I know the offensive line should be better. Like, I like Gray Zabel a lot as an addition that they made, but it is just such a worse situation than Minnesota was for Sam Darnold a year ago. And I don't want to forget the last, 8, however many years of Sam Darnold's career, and just assume that being paired with, a good line and a great receiving core and Kevin O'Connell is just going to immediately translate. I like a lot about the Seattle situation, but the offensive line scares me so much, and Darnold scares me enough that I wouldn't not move JSN down. I actually think 13 is the appropriate spot for him. I could maybe even move him up to 12. I wouldn't have him ahead of Ladd or any of those guys in the top 10 because I am concerned about Darnold.
Can we get a poll? And by the way, it might be there and I'm just not seeing it, but is anybody more worried with Sam Darnold than they were Geno Smith? I would love to see and love to know the results of that. If Sam Darnold is more worrisome, because that one is totally trippy to me. All right. So now on the inverse, we are going to do negative. This is a player that should not be in this range. And clearly we can see the name just like we had before. You really hate your Lions this year, Fitzy. You hated Dave Montgomery, and we got Baby Blue over there on the hate for Jamison Williams.
Lions fans are going to despise me because I'm dumping on all their players. I think Jamo's terrific, really talented guy, but he had 91 targets last year. Jamison Williams averaged 6 targets a game. Now he averaged 11 yards per target, which, that's going to help the cause for sure, but I don't think it's sustainable. The target share needs to grow for Jamison Williams to maintain his value, and I'm not wildly confident that's going to happen with Amon-Ra St. Brown around, Sam Laporta around, and maybe maybe the Lions offense just isn't as functional, not running as many plays, probably not scoring as many touchdowns since they scored 70 last year. I'm a little worried about this offense as a whole, and Jameson with his relatively small target load, I just think it's going to be hard for him to maintain wide receiver 2 value.
What do you think there, Worm? When you look at Jameson Williams there, 24, kind of have a little bit of a difficult time as well, because he is just like, he's explosive, he's big, but it's in an offense that is centered around Jahmyr Gibbs. You've got all the big guys. Is Jameson Williams improperly ranked, do you think, here?
No, the hard part for me is that so many of the guys in this like mid-20s receiver range, like I see the upside. I really see the downside. It's hard for me to really order them. There's like 12 names you could put here in any order, and I would be okay with it. I do think the upside is really apparent for a guy like Jameson Williams, but there are enough question marks with the offensive coordinator change and with the offensive line taking a step back, theoretically, that I would be fading him. I'm in lockstep with Fitz on this one.
Oh. Well, hey, we've got a special surprise. So first off, Fitzy, for our boy Worm's birthday, get him out of here. Kick him out. He's gone. Happy birthday, Worm. Get him out, Seth. Kick him out. We don't even want him here because we've got the great and powerful Jamey Eisenberg. He is in. Jamey, what's up, my friend? Thank you. Actually created the best thing we could have possibly had, where we built Worm up on his birthday and we got to kick him out. It's amazing. How are you?
Well, happy birthday. Thanks for having me, guys. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, no, it's all good. Happy birthday to him. Hey, Jamey, we were just talking. I want to get your take on this. We're in the wide receiver 2 range, ECR 13 through 24. And our boy Fitzy locked in that Jackson Smith-Njigba is the positively ranked player, that he is ranked too low, and you love the rank, with Jameson Williams being the player that you really don't like it. Love to get your take on the positive and negatives of Jackson Smith-Njigba and Jameson Williams in your eyes as far as ranks go.
I think they're actually almost exactly where I have them. So JSN is, I think, wide receiver 11 or 12 for me. Are we talking full PPR, half PPR? I'm not sure what the format is, so I just want to make sure.
Half PPR.
Yeah, so right in this range, and the same with Jameson Williams. I mean, look, it's hard to overlook or avoid the drumbeat that we've been hearing all offseason about him having a breakout season this year and everything that's potentially headed his direction with a coordinator change. For what that's worth, could be a positive for him, but. Building off what he was able to accomplish last year. And, it feels like with Jameson, for example, I've been doing this a long time. I know you have also, Pat. You get into sort of habits and things that you are tried and true. And I've gotten the benefit of talking to guys like Jerry Rice and Chris Carter and, some of the greats about third-year receivers. And this is really that time for Jameson Williams because of the ACL injury and the gambling situation. Things finally are clicking for him and understanding what to do, understanding his role, understanding everything about playing that position. And so this could be, one of his best years yet. And in terms of JSN, really the only concern for me is Sam Darnold. Is he going to be capable of, being as good as Geno Smith, but, actually being able to support him to the level of him having that breakout season. So both these guys, I think, have the opportunity to sort of outperform their average draft position, at least at this point.
All right, we got more wide receivers coming up as we get to wide receiver 3s into our next tier. But we want to tell you guys about some prizes, baby, because we have teamed up with Trophy Smack to give away this stunning perpetual fantasy football black trophy that is, look at that bad boy. Oh, standing tall, 56 inches. This beauty commands attention, dominates your mantle, and reminds your league every single year just how badly you crush them. With space to engrave up to 19 years of champions. It's the gift that keeps on giving season after season. To enter, all you got to do is subscribe to the Fantasy Pros YouTube channel, which hopefully you're watching live right now on Fantasy Fest, and you hit subscribe, drop a comment like you're doing, and guess what? You're all entered. Congratulations. We'll announce the winner right here towards the end of the stream, so stay tuned and send in those comments because we are doing it live on the show, baby. We are joined by Jamey Eisenberg of CBS. We've got Pat Fitzmaurice, and we are talking wide receivers. We're very glad to do it, and this is going to be a great tier here where our wide receiver 3s, ECR 25 through 36, starts with Zay Flowers. We got Tera and McMillan, Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, George Pickens, Jalen Waddle. Boom. That's the end of the top end. Calvin Ridley, Travis Hunter, Chris Olave, Jerry Jeudy, Rome Odunze, and Jacoby Myers. That is the back half of 31 through 36. And our narrative here is a wide receiver that can jump in to be a wide receiver 2, maybe even a wide receiver 3. Fitzy, we clearly know who you have picked. He is on a high rise of value. And I think the ECR of 26 is going to be closer into the 20s and teens in these coming weekends. So let's hear why you picked McMillan, and then we'll get Jamey's take on it.
Yeah, I want to put Tera and McMillan in the wide receiver 2 range, and I've got him in the teens. It is obvious that T-Mac is going to be Bryce Young's top receiver right away. The Panthers are probably going to have to throw quite a bit this year because their defense isn't very good on paper. I think there's a chance McMillan finishes top 10 in targets. He is a top 10 draft pick who stands 6'5", runs good routes, averaged 108.8 yards per game over his last 2 college seasons. And, it's not like Arizona had a really good NFL prospect at quarterback those years. I just love the outlook for this guy. And I think kind of seeing is believing based on his college career and what we've actually seen from him so far in training camp in the preseason. Like, I don't want to underdraft him just because we haven't seen him play an NFL game yet.
Jamey, what do you think about Tera McMillan? His rise is going to be pretty huge. Like I said, there are some spots where he's even floating into the 20s. Updated ranks over on Fantasy Pros on the fantasypros.com/rankings. I think he's even pushed into like a 24. Do you think Tera McMillan has the potential to push that top 15? And I guess there's 2 parts of it. Like, could he get there as far as being drafted, and should he be there?
Yes and yes. I mean, he's a borderline top 20 guy for me. I think I'm 21 right now. So a guy that I would draft as a wide receiver too, somebody I think that has, the ability to, again, outperform his average draft position. I think once you get into this range, we talk about this a lot on our shows on Fantasy Football Today, like basically like from wide receiver 20, and it's different names, but like 20 to 40, like we call it the blob. There's just so many great wide receivers that can easily challenge to be top 15 caliber players, top 20 caliber players. We're into this group of guys right now. So you may not like McMillan better than, let's say, a Jameson Williams, for example, or some of the other guys that you showed on the previous graphic. But it's hard to deny the upside, and as Pat alluded to, he should be the go-to guy. It's an interesting receiving core because you still have a very established veteran that Bryce Young leaned on last year in Adam Thielen, but he had a hard time staying healthy, and he's collecting AARP at this point. You have Jalen Coker, who, seems to have a good rapport with Bryce Young, but, will he get the opportunity to play as much as maybe we would like to see? And then you have Xavier Legette, who is another first-round draft pick that, may just be more of a gadget player than an actual NFL wide receiver. This guy just stands above the rest, be it by size or, potential play and everything that he brings to the table. So they wouldn't make the investment in him, I think, if they're smart, if they weren't going to use him. They have an offensive-minded head coach. They have a quarterback that obviously took a huge step forward last year. They have one of the more underrated offensive lines in the league. I think Pat said it best. I don't know if they have maybe the worst defense in the NFL, but they certainly have a defense that's going to keep them in some, potential shootouts, which, will favor the receiving core and the quarterback. And so I think there's just a lot to love about the situation. The one thing that may keep his value a little bit depressed is how long will this hamstring injury that he's dealing with linger. Hopefully he's going to be fine. And, maybe you get him at a little bit of a discount if he's going to be ready for week 1.
Jamey, is there anybody else on this list that you're seeing here currently as somebody that you might think that could bump into? I don't even want to say like wide receiver 1, but that's fine. Wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. We're talking about McMillan. I think obviously like Rice doesn't really belong on this list, but there's a few other guys. Does anybody else jump out to you as a player of really great value in the wide receiver 3 range?
Yeah, I like a lot of these guys, depending on the situation with Rice, we could see Worthy, if we're talking about an 8-game suspension for Rice, we saw how we finished last season. He was a monster. Depending on the situation with Tyreek Hill, with this oblique injury and, Devon Achane, if this calf injury lingers, and they have to lean on him, especially with the tight end situation being different this year. So no Jonnu Smith soaking up targets. I don't think Travis Hunter should be that far behind Tera McMillan, based on what his role could be in a Liam Cohen offense. How much is going to play on defense? Can he hold up? But this group is just so fantastic. Jerry Jeudy last year was so good at the end of the season. And now you're saying Joe Flacco's the starter? Well, again, Flacco was great for the Colts receivers at times last year. He was great for Amari Cooper at the end of the 2023 season. I think he's going to be great for Jerry Jeudy. So those are the ones that stand out to me. Pickens, again, with, arguably the best quarterback that he's ever played with in his career at this point. There are a few that I would avoid. I don't like Zay Flowers at 25. I just don't think in his offensive environment he's going to be as great as he could be as a player. Like, this is one where you watch the player versus the, fantasy versus reality, for example. I don't think it just matches up. I don't think the production's ever going to be there for him in his offense with Lamar Jackson. But there's just, again, if you're inclined to go with a heavy RB build, and these are the receivers that you're taking from, as your 2, your 3, your 3, your 4, like it's a very good place to be if you're trying to find, fantasy wide receivers.
I love how you ended it with that, because I completely agree with that statement. There's a really good group here where if you had, if you went like wide receiver RB, or however it works, like there are some really good core pieces you can build from. Now, Fitzy's coming in hot. He did it on the RB segment. You're doing it in the wide receivers, because outside the top 36 wide receivers, Fitzy saw the assignment, because we just said, hey, outside the top 36, who's a wide receiver that you think can heavily outproduce their ECR? And Fitzy, you jumped in with a big assignment of a wide receiver way down there. So I absolutely love it. So hit us with your name of this guy that you think can way outproduce their value.
I want to try to pitch Marvin Mims as a sleeper you should be targeting in the later rounds. Mims had 6 touchdowns over Denver's last 7 regular season games last year, averaged 62 yards a game over that stretch, despite playing fewer than half of the offensive snaps in all of those games. Now, just to put that into perspective, during that 7-game run, Mims averaged 0.72 PPR fantasy points per snap in those games, nearly double the 0.38 PPR fantasy points per snap that overall wide receiver 1 Jamar Chase averaged last season. Now, yes, smaller sample size, although still almost half a season. Mims has been playing with the starters in the preseason. Well, he did in week 1, and then he actually rested with the starters in week 2. An uptick in usage could produce some pretty exciting numbers. And yeah, I know he did a lot of damage on screen passes last year, but don't tell me that a player who averaged better than 20 yards per catch in each of his last 2 college seasons at Oklahoma is just a gadget guy. And Mims is only 23. This is a really exciting young talent, and no one seems all that excited about him.
Jamey, are you excited? Because there's a lot of receivers in there, whether people are standing for Bryant or Vele. Mims has been one of those names. Obviously, Ingram could be the second pass catcher in the offense, most likely is. But would you get a little bit excited for Marvin Mims in this pick here?
Absolutely. And I think once you get into double-digit rounds, of wide receivers, you're looking for upside, right? These are going to be guys that most likely, if they hit, you're great. If they don't, you're playing the waiver wire game, and we know that's going to happen if you play fantasy the right way. So you're looking for players that have home run potential, and he certainly showed it at the end of the season. The concern would be, is you mentioned it, the other guys that could potentially emerge. They go out and they draft a guy in Pat Bryant. I've heard things before the preseason game from guys, for CBS that have been out to Denver, how much they thought Troy Franklin's going to take a step forward this year. And then you go and you see it in the second preseason game, not with Bo Nix, but we know about their rapport, from their days at Oregon. So there's a chance that it could just be a little bit of a crowded second situation. And then you throw in the tight end and maybe some better pass catching running backs in RJ Harvey and J.K. Dobbins comparatively to what they had, or at least what they used last year. So where his high end potential can get to, is it going to be just, a week here, 3 weeks later, one of those guys you just never know where to start. Better in best ball, better in, daily fantasy than he is in redraft leagues. But again, when you start to get into wide receiver 50, wide receiver 58 based on his ADP, I don't want floor, I want ceiling. And Marvin Mims has as much ceiling as anybody based on what we saw at the end of last season, especially as Bo Nix got better, Marvin Mims got better, and Sean Payton, to his credit, realized I got to get this kid on the field, because he didn't do it in his rookie season. He didn't do it at the start of last season. It really took until the middle to the end of the year, and they started to look a little bit better throwing the ball.
All right, we're going to take a few questions here for Jamey and Pat. So your last chance to fill up the chat with any wide receiver-based questions. But first, what's the old saying? You ain't cheating, you ain't trying. This is the only time that we're going to promote for you to do a little bit of cheating with a cheat sheet creator. You're seeing the ranks. Now it's time to build your own using the Cheat Sheet Creator. Cheat Sheet Creator is your personal guide to perfect league-specific rankings. Visualize your path to victory as you add tiers, tag your bust, breakouts, and sleepers. Sync your league to craft custom rankings, ensuring every pick is strategic and tailored to your league settings. Sync your league and enter your draft with confidence using the Cheat Sheet Creator at fantasypros.com/sheet. I feel like we should say it's /cheat, but fantasypros.com/sheet, or on the Fantasy Pros app. Try it for free before your draft by claiming your 3-day trial of Fantasy Pros Premium at fantasypros.com/premium. You ain't cheating, you ain't trying. All right, let's answer some questions. We got a couple minutes here. How early is too early for T-Mac, Pat?
Early fourth is maybe a little too early. No, anytime in the third. I'm okay with T-Mac anywhere in the fourth.
Are you co-sign, Jamey?
I do. Fourth round is a sweet spot for him.
All right, I got to make roster space. Pick one to trade: Waddle, Judy, Devontae, Pearsall, Pickens, or Egbuka. 4-man league? What are you doing? Jamey, you got to pick one of those guys to get out on.
I would probably try to maximize the value of Devontae Adams while Matthew Stafford is back before you get a back problem again for Stafford. So Devontae is going to be the one drafted first, might bring the best in return. And you got a lot of young receivers that hopefully can turn into some special talents there.
I like it because there's some like I could go to war, especially if you had like a heavy running back room with, if you gave me like Waddle, Pearsall, Pickens, and Egbuka, I mean, we're going to be flying a little bit, but I think I can get down with that. Fitzy, you got anything different? Is there a different guy you might get rid of? There's a lot of current buzz. I mean, Joe Dolan and Flex took Waddle, I think, 29th overall pick. There's some buzz on him. Egbuka's moving up. Anybody else, or you co-signed Devontae?
No, I mean, Jamey kind of answered that exactly the way I was going to. I just tell Steve, like, make sure, there might be different preferences with your preferred trading partner. So obviously give that person a say.
Okay, how about this on your Mims, Fitzy? Mims over Luther Burden?
Yeah, right now by not very much. I mean, I like Luther a lot, but right now he's running behind Olamide Zacchaeus. That's kind of a problem.
I don't know. A lot of buzz on Luther. Jamey, what do you think? Will you go Mims over Burden?
I would go Burden. Format would matter, so full PPR, I think it's easy for me to go Burden. Half, it's a little bit closer, and certainly it would be Mims for the touchdown potential. But I just think at some point Burden is going to take over that slot role, and the slip that Greg Olsen gave us on the broadcast when he revealed what Ryan Pohl said, that they may like Burden better than DJ Moore and Rome Odunze. Like, I'd buy into that potential just a little bit more than Mims, but I like both.
I'm going to do this one to start with Fitzy because I'm going to give you a second, Jamey, if you want to hit this one on Dynasty. Favorite Dynasty wide receivers. So, Fitzy, just any direction you want to take. It's a pretty open-ended question, but, outside of like the top 12 that we talked about, is there a specific Dynasty wide receiver you think that really gets a boost, a redraft into Dynasty?
Yeah, I mean, Egbuka, I think, is now a top 20 guy based on the fantastic camp he's had. It just seems like he's going to get going a lot faster than maybe people originally thought when he was drafted back in April. So he's kind of the first guy who comes to mind.
Jamey, anybody jump? Ricky Pearsall, by the way, I know has been talked about a lot. I kind of think he's a cool, sneaky, like redraft value versus Dynasty. I don't know. I think Egbuka has like that big window already. People's in their brain Dynasty versus redraft, but he jumped out to me as a guy that might still be ranked kind of low in Dynasty. Do you have a Dynasty wide receiver you want to throw at people?
I give you three rookies. Matthew Golden's, not far off from Egbuka, just with the opportunity to be that go-to guy for the Packers, and it looks like it may get accelerated. May have taken a year or two, based on Jaden Reed's injury, Romeo Dobbs, coming back from the back injury, Christian Watson, we don't know when he's going to be there. Like Golden living up to the hype and may just be Jordan Love's guy right away. I think Kyle Williams for the Patriots, just looking at how he's developing and making on the field at the middle point of the season. Once they get the Mac Hollins, Kayshon Boutte, situation out of the way, and it's, Diggs not long for that team. So I like that. And then one of my favorite late round guys is Deontay Thornton. I think I fell for Jack Besh first, in the rookie drafts that we did following the NFL draft, and hopefully he still has a role and may, take Jacoby Myers, moving off the slot spot and giving that to Besh at some point. But, Thornton's a big guy that can run, and Chip Kelly's offense may make some plays. So a good late round, pick in a startup dynasty league that people don't necessarily, I think, realize how good the ceiling could be there for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, wide receiver ranks 36 and beyond. Buzz Lightyear here. We got tons for you guys, and hopefully you enjoyed that. Make sure to go to fantasypros.com/rankings if you want to see more. Make sure at 7 p.m. Eastern to come and join me over on the Twitch for the after party. Don't let me party alone, friends. Nobody would want me to be partying alone. There you go, twitch.tv/fantasypros. Jamey Eisenberg, thank you so much for hanging with us. Fitzy, as always, don't go anywhere. I'm out of here. They only booked me for an hour, so I'm going to go sit in the chat, and then I'm going to get ready to party. Hopefully you guys are with me, but don't go anywhere. Joe Pisapia is coming up. We got Erickson. We got more guests. We got more friends. We got mock drafts, all happening right here on the Fantasy Pros Fantasy Fest. We'll be right back.
Let's get real here for a minute. Some mock drafts, while fun, will not actually help you win your league. You wait and you wait for the draft to start, and someone drafts a defense or a kicker in round 7, and you think to yourself, well, there's 15 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back. No one has time for that. So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my drafts. Meet the Draft Simulator. The Draft Simulator was built by our talented team at Fantasy Pros to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts. And it's totally free. It's the only tool that goes through your league history and matches how your league drafts, so your mock drafts actually feel like the real thing. It's gonna help you get better at drafting. The Draft Simulator goes over rankings from hundreds of experts, including yours truly, and it tells you who's the best pick. With Coach, it's like having an expert with you in the draft room. Coach can break down any player you're eyeing, and it updates live with the draft itself. It can help you determine what positions are drying up and what other teams need in real time. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. Don't waste your time with bad mock drafts. My favorite feature? Pick analysis. You can test out different strategies and see what works best. Work less and win more with Fantasy Pros Draft Simulator for free. Test it out today at fantasypros.com/mock.
Welcome back in, everybody, to Fantasy Fest 2025 here on Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. It is me, Joey P. Joe P. Zapia. What an incredible job by all of our analysts and hosts and guests for the first few hours. And it rolls on here with me, Joey P. and Pat Fitzmaurice, my Patty Gigs. And we brought in one of the big dogs. That's right. From BDGE, Nick Ercolano is going to join us. Nicky, baby, it's great to see you here. How are you holding up through the craziness of the August fantasy football? Just noise. It's just a lot of noise, a lot of stuff going on. Are you doing all right, my friend?
Joey, baby, love the intros always. The enthusiasm gets me going. Yeah, man, the summer, as you know, is just an insane amount of input into our brains, and we try to match it with the output going on. So I try to, stay up to speed, and I think I'm working hard until I go look at your guys' YouTube channel, and then I'm like, I don't even know why I'm crying over here, man.
Well, we're excited that you made some time for us and carved it out here. And again, it's a lot of disseminating information, a lot of decision making, and one of the biggest decisions that everyone's going to make is that first pick. So we're going to go through the first round, talk about the guys maybe that should be going in the first round, maybe guys that should finish as first round talents, break down the top 5s, the top 12s, all of it here for you. And Pat Fitzmaurice, they always say, well, you can't lose a fantasy draft in the first round. And I say I beg to differ, because just ask those people who took CMC 101 last year, they were not too happy.
Yeah, you can certainly lose it in the first round, Joe. So, let's dig into this first round and see who the potential landmines might be.
All right, let's start with the top here. Again, this is the consensus right now that we're looking at for the top 12 players. Let's start with right now that top 6 grouping. And again, you can go to fantasypros.com to see the consensus rankings. It inputs all of the ranks from all the different sites here, all the ADPs, and it gives you the ECR and the ADPs all in one spot so you can take a look at it. Jamar Chase, the consensus 101. That's not a big shock here for anybody. Bijan Robinson at number 2. Jahmyr Gibbs sliding into that 3 spot, and then Justin Jefferson at 4. Saquon Barkley at 5, and CeeDee Lamb at 6. Pat, let's start with you on this one here. Is there somebody you want to move up in this 6 here that maybe is top 3 worthy?
Yeah, I think CeeDee Lamb should be number 3, at least in leagues where you have to start 3 wide receivers. Then Lamb should be going 3rd, and Jefferson should probably be going 4th, right behind Jamar Chase and Bijan Robinson. The wide receiver position is just so important in a league where you have to start 3 of them, because most of those leagues are 1 quarterback, 2 running back, 3 receiver, 1 tight end, 1 flex. So 3 receivers, that's 3 of your 8 non-kicker, non-defense positions. That's 37.5%, 50% if you flex a 4th wide receiver. So having depth and top end talent at the position is really important. Over the last 3 years, Lamb has averaged 7 catches a game, 87.8 yards per game, even though he didn't always have Dak Prescott at quarterback over that period. And Dak is healthy now. The arrival of George Pickens should help. Pickens is a complementary skill set, so he's going to draw some defensive attention, at least more than someone like Jalen Tolbert would draw. So it's a good setup for Lamb this year.
Perhaps just a little bit more than Jalen Tolbert. Nick, let's talk about this first grouping here, this first half. Are you of the same mind as Pat, where CeeDee Lamb is the guy that you want to move up, or is there a different order of these top 6 for you? Maybe somebody that's not in this 6 that you would want to move in there.
Yeah, Lamb was for sure the name that popped out to me here. I have him up at the 102, so he's my second player off the board.
Wow.
In most drafts. And it's not necessarily that I think he's going to end up with more fantasy points than the Bijans or the Gibbs of the world, but what I found drafting for the most part is the tier of, if you're drafting early on in drafts and you have the 102 or 103, and you go with a running back, the receivers that end up coming back to you at the 2-3 turn are a lot messier than I think the running backs are. So if you go with your wide receiver, it's almost like a hero wide receiver build where you grab your one up top. A lot of the times when you come back on that 2-3 turn, you'll have an option of, Jacobs, Bucky, Jonathan Taylor, Chase Brown. And I feel my team gets a lot stronger in terms of all around build. So I like to go with the receiver up top, but like CeeDee Lamb's, a nice consolation prize there, because when you think of the Cowboys setup this year, it's like, we don't like their run game. Javante's probably spearheading that. The defense, I don't think gets talked about enough about like how they could be like a Bengals light in a sense, man. Like they don't have much going on over there. You got Micah Parsons out right now. Overshawn was one of their, most like tantalizing up and coming rookie prospects where I don't know when he's going to be back on the field. Trayvon Diggs is also coming back from injury. Like they don't have a lot of personnel. We think about the Cowboys and their defense of what it could be based on pretty much just like Micah Parsons right now, but we don't know when he's going to get up to speed. We don't know what they're going to look like. So I could see them throwing the ball, 35, 37, right on the heels of the Bengals realistically. And it could be just Jamar Chase and T. Higgins over there in Dallas. So like, give me all of the CeeDee Lamb.
All right, so these are the half PPR ranks. So Nick, does that change anything for you? Like if it moves to, let's say, a non-PPR format, is it still Lamb over Robinson then for you as well?
Yeah, I would probably go a little bit more skewed towards the running back there. It's obviously a lot more touchdown heavy. And I think a guy like George Pickens, he hasn't scored a ton of touchdowns in his career on a yearly basis, but he's a dude that should, like just how talented he is by the end zone. If you're down there, if you're within the 10-yard line, I can't imagine they're not trying at least one of those lob balls per game from Dak to George Pickens over there. So I could see CeeDee Lamb end up finishing with like 1,600, 110 catches, but maybe 8 touchdowns, which would knock him down lower than Jahmyr Gibbs or a Bijan who's going to take the full goal line role. So I'd probably drop CeeDee underneath the running backs that are kind of listed there. So I don't have them too far off than what's showing on the screen for standard rankings.
All right, let's take a look at some of the guys maybe want to reorder in the negative side. So both the boys wanted to move CeeDee Lamb up to number 3. Pat, does that knock Jahmyr Gibbs out of number 3? And if so, how far down are we going to move him?
Basically, I would flip-flop him with CeeDee Lamb and put him at number 6 in a start 3 receiver league. And I love Nick's point about how you're probably going to, if you're drafting in the early part of the first round, you're probably going to like what's there at running back a little better than what's at wide receiver, because there's a clear top 10 at wide receiver, I think, and that's probably going to be gone by the time you get back to the late second round. So I don't really want to take Gibbs at 3. I also worry a little bit about whether the Lions offense is quite as potent this year with Ben Johnson out and center Frank Ragnow having retired. Like, this was an offense that scored 70 touchdowns last year, led the league in scoring, and Gibbs had 20 of those 70 touchdowns. Like, he's probably going to score fewer TDs this year, maybe a lot fewer. And if the Lions continue to use Gibbs and David Montgomery in nearly equal measure, it's just hard for me to put Gibbs ahead of, Saquon Barkley because of that. And I'd also rather have Lamb or Justin Jefferson in a league where you have to start 3 wideouts.
Well, considering the Barkley workload, I'm still very comfortable taking Gibbs over Barkley. History teaches us the last 25 years that does not go in a good direction for the guy who has 400 plus carries the next season. It just doesn't go that way. Nick Ercolano, when you're looking at this grouping here, is there somebody maybe you want to shift down or maybe even out of this top 6?
This is my top 6 here. It's just like a shift of names. In half PPR, I have Saquon as my RB1 still. And I get the risk, but I don't know. I think back to dudes like LaDainian Tomlinson was, sure, maybe he wasn't 400 touches and then the best year of his career the year after that, but he was a perennial, annually 380 touches, 390 touches, and still putting up 16, 17, 1,800 yards from scrimmage. Saquon, the offensive line is still incredible. The offense is going to be incredible. I wonder, too, with the passing game, if they do end up being a little bit more pass heavy due to some defensive personnel they lost or a little bit of a tougher schedule, I don't see Saquon being a 60 or 70 catch guy. That's just not who the offense is, I don't think, at this point. But with Kenneth Gainwell out of there, I do wonder if we can get a boost of 10 to 15 more catches, and that could end up being valuable, especially with a dude like Saquon whose explosiveness is just like off the charts. And kind of a crazy stat I came across researching this summer was the Eagles' pass rate last year was the lowest of any NFL team since the 2009 Jets, which was Mark Sanchez's rookie year. So, I'm not someone who drops into the whole everything's got to be all this positive regression, because I think there's so many stats we don't look at when we kind of throw that out for a raw number, but they're going to have more pass attempts, and it does make sense to have a guy like Saquon Barkley involved more in the passing game there. So I think his passing upside might be a little bit more underrated. And as long as we haven't heard much out of camp in terms of Saquon looking slow or anything like that. So I'm going to go business as usual with Saquon here.
Fun fact, because you were talking about some fun stats there. I am speaking solely about the carries, which is 436 for Saquon combined with all of that. Never did LaDainian Tomlinson, ever get to 400 carries in a regular season. The highest he ever got to in a regular season was 372. Of course, you can add in some more of the carries for some of those years he had playoff runs as well. But it was interesting the way they used him in that offense, so much heavier in the passing game, but he was so efficient. One year actually had 100 receptions, unbelievable. So that was his 413 combined that one season in 2003. So, I mean, you look at some of the data there, it certainly does point that he's the outlier. Maybe Barkley can be that outlier again. Certainly he's set up in a good situation there, Pat, when we're talking about Saquon, where that they want to run the football, how good that offensive line is. But when we're talking about the Sean Alexanders and we're talking about, 2005, we're talking about the Edgerrin Jameses, the Jamal Lewis who did it twice, the Arian Fosters, the Curtis Martins. There's Hall of Famers in there that I'm talking about. In 25 years, it does not go well. They don't even finish as RB1s the next year, and yet we all seem very confident if Saquon is a top 5 pick. I still can't get there. Do you still have Saquon in your top 5, Pat?
I do, Joe. And I know those are some frightening ghosts, some frightening specters you have raised. But, every time I think of fading Saquon, I just put on that tape of him jumping, high jumping backwards over that guy. And I just try to remember that he's running behind probably the best offensive line in football and that he's a freak athlete. And then I feel a little bit better about it.
All right, let's continue on here. We're going to continue to talk about this first round, and we're getting into the middle, which is where the real debates begin. But don't forget about the tools here at Fantasy Pros. I always say the same thing. Don't be a tool, use the tools. And Draft Intel is one of the best tools we have here. It's going to show you how your league mates actually draft based on up to 5 years of real data. Find out who always takes wide receivers early, who is the person in your draft fading tight end or taking QBs late. Well, those tendencies are all going to get exposed in broad daylight with Draft Simulator, and it's going to test out the real strategies for you against your actual league while you're mock drafting. So that is perfect if you want the real intel of how to crack the code in your draft. So try it right now, right after the show, fantasypros.com/intel, and draft smarter than ever before by using the tools here. Download Fantasy Pros app today. All right, boys, let's get into this next grouping here, because this is where the debate really begins. All right, 7 through 12, again in the half-point PPR. Malik Neighbors in the ECR, the expert consensus rankings. Puka Nacua at 8, Nico Collins at 9, my boy Amon-Ra St. Brown at 10, Christian McCaffrey at 11, Derrick Henry at 12. Nick, you're looking at the board right now. Who do you want to move up here in this 7 through 12 grouping that maybe is not in the right order?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to argue these wide receivers. They feel like they're a centimeter apart, and it's based on the injury report that day at practice with Malik Neighbors, his toe are back, Matt Stafford's back. Just what ends up swelling up the night before is basically how the rankings end up settling in the next morning. So I don't have a ton of problems with the list here. I will say, and I know this is not a popular stance, I don't have C-Mac inside my top 12. He's not a guy that I'm taking in the first round. I just he's just not for me this year. I think when we look at the consensus top, 14 or 15 picks in fantasy football this year, it's about as strong as we've seen in a really, really long time. And I know a lot of people say, you can only win with upside. I don't actually really think that's the case in a managed league. Like, I think if you hit on your first and second round pick, like I feel like you are fine. And you making the playoffs, anybody can win at that point. The number one seed, I feel like if we did studies on this, more often than not, the number one seed probably doesn't win their fantasy playoffs. I'm just kind of talking right now. But I'm just saying, like, people use that as a bit or a talking point, and I get it. Like, C-Mac's upside is obviously crazy, and every running back so far this offseason for the Niners has pretty much gone down with an injury at some point or another. So it would be a long shot for C-Mac not to be the guy at this point this year. But he's getting older. Like, eventually that scar tissue starts to build up on these running backs. And he just scares me a little bit when you got guys like Derrick Henry and like Brian Thomas Jr. is a guy that I would put inside the top 12 here, and I would gladly use a first round pick on.
Nick, did Christian McCaffrey scare you last year coming off 417 combined touches?
He was not like a dude I was necessarily fading. I didn't end up with him in any of my drafts. I think I probably had him around, I don't know, like the 105-ish. So I didn't end up with him a lot of my drafts, but it wasn't because I felt like super smart and I was like, I'm fading him because he's injured and everything like that. Just happened to turn out that way. So wasn't on my teams last year, won't be on my teams this year.
And I like that you said where you have him too, because going into this year when we started in best ball, he was going around the 14th player overall, and I thought that's perfect. That's exactly where that risk reward is huge. And I knew by the time we get here, we'd be scratching the surface of the top 10, and I've seen him go as early as 7 or 8 in drafts. Pat, you have a different take here on Christian McCaffrey. You actually think he's undervalued here. So let's take the opposite approach, make the other side of this argument on the coin for Christian McCaffrey.
So I'm saying he could be undervalued, Joe. And basically, Nick was speaking my language about McCaffrey because my rankings do not match my take here that I'm about to give you, because I have him outside. I have him outside
so
my top 12.
Match the drapes, Pat.
Exactly. Yeah, okay. I'm just saying, like, maybe he could be undervalued. And I was doing a draft at the Fantasy Football Expo a couple of weekends ago with Rich Rebar of Sharp Football, and Rich took McCaffrey 4th overall in this draft we were doing. And Rich and I were talking about it later. And he basically said, like, when has Christian McCaffrey ever been healthy and disappointed anyone? And since the trade of the 49ers in 2022, McCaffrey has averaged 19.8 touches, 115.5 yards from scrimmage, and 1 touchdown per game for the 49ers. And we know Kyle Shanahan's system is extremely running back friendly, and he loves feeding CMC the ball, probably more than is wise for CMC's health, but like Shanahan can't help himself. So if he is healthy, we know he's going to smash this. He's going to be better than the 11th overall pick if he's healthy. There's like no question about that. And I agree, the injury risk is terrifying, but maybe because of the potential upside, like maybe he's a value at 11 overall.
All right, Pat, who do you think might now be somebody that could be overvalued in this range when you're looking at this list?
Oh man, I've been like listing Lions as overvalued for the last 90 minutes. So why stop now? I guess it's Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like his fantasy scoring was slightly down last year from 2023. He went from 20.7 PPR fantasy points per game to 18.6 last year. Still amazing. But for Amon-Ra St. Brown to just get within 2 fantasy points per game of where he had been in 2023, he needed to catch a career-high 12 touchdown passes and catch 81.6% of his targets, which is just an insane catch rate. I mean, he had a really outstanding 72.6% catch rate over the previous 2 seasons. So he had to go 9 percentage points better than that just to get within 2 fantasy points per game of where he had been the year before. So it's because his targets fell off. He went from 10.3 targets a game in 2023 to 8.3 last year. And I think the emergence of Jameson Williams was a big reason for that target drop off. If JMO is a fairly healthy year, it's just hard to see Amon-Ra getting back to 10 targets a game. So safe floor for sure. I just don't know if the ceiling is what it used to be.
All right. Well, maybe the ceiling isn't 1,500 yards like it was in 2023, but 1,263 pretty darn good. 100 plus catches 3 straight years. Nick, what are your thoughts on Amon-Ra St. Brown? He's one of my favorite targets in this range because I think there's very little bust potential. I think is a very, not just floor that's strong, but a high floor at that. Maybe the ceiling isn't what it could be of that 2023 season. Where do you stand on Amon-Ra?
Yeah, I'm kind of par for the course when it comes to Amon-Ra. Like I will definitely take him if he's there. I don't know that I'm necessarily trying to jump over the Puka tier, the Nico tier, because I do think those guys have legit, kind of league breaking wide receiver 1 type upside. Where Amon, I think if he had that, the last couple of years, the offense was set up for him to like see that come to fruition, which we didn't get. But in a full PPR league, love Amon-Ra. I think you knock him down a little bit in a half PPR league, but I'm not as concerned about Detroit as I think most people are coming into this year with regression. Obviously, losing Ben Johnson is going to hurt a little bit, but they're going to end up running the same system there. Of course, he's like the mastermind of when to call a play in the right situation, all that kind of stuff. So they lose a little bit of magic, of course, but O-line takes a hit. I think they've kind of been drafting and stocking up behind dudes like Ragnow for this type of situation. So I think the team has just been playing together for quite a while right now, and the personnel is so upper echelon that like I don't actually imagine a huge fall off from the Lions. So I do think Amon-Ra is like a great floor play where, again, I won't take him above those high-end wide receivers, but if he drops to me at the 12 pick and I can grab Amon and like a Devon Achane or something like that on the 1-2 turn, I love the stack of those two.
All right, don't forget, everybody, if you're watching us live, make sure you like the stream here. Make sure you drop your comments below. We're doing free giveaways today. And on top of that, we're taking your questions. So if you've got questions about the first round, we'll try to squeeze in a couple of them here in the next segment here. Before we continue on, I want to look at the rest of this grouping here, the guys outside of the top 12, and some really intriguing names. Brian Thomas Jr. coming off an incredible season. Ashton Jeanty, one of the most hyped rookie running backs we've had in quite some time. Devon Achane at 15, Drake London at 16, A.J. Brown at 17, and then Brock Bowers at 18. So, Pat, let's talk about this grouping here. Of all these names, who do you think is the most worthy of putting into that first round conversation?
Most is London with Ashton Jeanty as runner-up. Like, I have London ranked 9th overall. I think he could lead the league in targets this year. He had 158 targets last year in putting together a season that was full of career best numbers, 100 catches, 1,271 yards, 9 touchdowns. Totally clicked with Michael Penix late last year. In the 3 Michael Penix starts at the end of the season, London had 22 catches for 352 yards and 2 TDs on 39 targets. That's 13 targets a game. Huge guy, runs good routes, beast at the catch point. Totally legit breakout. I think we'll see more of the same this year. And then Jeanty, just a phenomenal prospect. And when we have seen running backs go top 12 in recent NFL drafts, results have been pretty good. There have been 6 RBs drafted top 12 in the last 10 years. Bijan Robinson and Gibbs in 2023, Saquon Barkley in 2018, Christian McCaffrey and Leonard Fournette in 2017, and Ezekiel Elliott in 2016. It's pretty good company. And Jeanty just checks every box as a prospect. Like, his contact balance, I mean, you've got to hit this guy with an anvil to knock him off his feet. So goes to a team with an old backup. Pete Carroll's going to be 74 this season. He's in his golden years. Do we think he's going to pull back the reins on a prospect this good? After the way
it, though. I mean, the energy level of Pete Carroll is unmatched, Pat. It's
true.
Unbelievable.
Very true.
Very proud of that guy. All right, let's get your take here, Nick, on some of these names here going outside of that group. Drake London, Pat will go as early as 10th overall. Is there somebody in this grouping that you want to thrust into that first round conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I had Brian Thomas Jr. I have him up in the tier with those other receivers. He is my 9th overall ranked player. It's, I was relatively skeptical about Liam Cohen coming in and just being like the savior of this Jags offense, but I think, I don't want to put too much stock into preseason. What I'm excited about is what we've seen from their offense in terms of how progressive it's actually looked. This is a team that never used play action last year, did not use motion, and Liam Cohen and the Bucs were, a 40% marker team last year. And I think we're seeing that already in the preseason. They're using those types of, defensive tricks basically on a near every down basis at this point. I think that's just easy layups for your top targets. Trevor Lawrence looks sharp. I think their defense is still pretty bad. They'll have to score a lot of points. They play in a soft division. So BTJ for me is a dude that he's so talented. He can catch the deep balls. I think one other thing that's really going to be super useful for receivers in a Liam Cohen offense is the amount of screens that he uses in his games. He just gets their receivers really, really easy targets. So even if BTJ wasn't a high volume guy last year, he'll probably get screened up 2 to 3 of those per game, kind of raising his PPR floor. I think that's the same with Travis Hunter too. So I love BTJ. Big fan of, honestly, everyone on this list is a phenomenal pick in the second round. One guy I want to move up into this conversation is Chase Brown for sure. Like, I think he is. Wow. Yeah, I think he's one of the easier, like, late second round picks in recent memory in fantasy football, to be honest with you. Everything we've heard from the entire Bengals camp this summer was that they're kind of redesigning the game for Chase Brown. It's kind of funny. I was listening to the Athletic podcast a couple of days ago, and they go to each camp and they pull a beat reporter onto their podcast. And they were like, yeah, last year they had a totally different run game, literally because they couldn't do outside zone runs often because Zach Moss is not fast enough to get to the ball and get outside of the tackle on runs. And he's like, we've completely redesigned the game for Chase Brown's explosiveness. And he's the guy. I mean, if you watch their preseason, when Joe Burrow's on the field, Chase Brown's in every snap guy. You know, he's right. Playing on the goal line. He's playing on early downs. Samaje Perine will come in for a snap or two, and then it's immediately back to Chase Brown. And if last night's game was any indication, this defense might be worse than it was last year somehow, and they're going to have to put up 35 a game. And like Chase Brown, I don't know what else we need to see to know that he's going to be the workhorse in one of the highest scoring offenses in the NFL.
Yeah, it's a great take there. Chase Brown, not a name that you see right there, but a name that you should be targeting. Nick Ercolano gives a great reasoning why. Hey, Pat, real quick here before we get to the Q&A. You know, if I told you could have a running back that had almost 2,000 yards and around 18 touchdowns, would you want him as your first round pick? I'm just curious. Would you want Derrick Henry? Because I feel like he doesn't get any respect.
That sounds pretty good. Yeah, he's not in the top 18, Joe. That has to hurt your heart.
He is. He's at 12. He did.
Oh, was he at 12? That's right. That's right.
But that's perfect, right? You kind of just gloss over him, right? We just take him for granted. And I'm telling people right now, don't do it again. Don't do it. There he is at number 12. And remember, if he gets to 2,000, he gets to be in an Adam Sandler movie. He made the bet with Adam Sandler in the podcast, and people think it's a joke. Welsh and I do not. We know how seriously he takes that kind of stuff. Derrick Henry, watch out, friends. He just got an extension to always follow the money. Also, another good practice besides following the money is also downloading my playbook and using all the tools here. So if you've drafted already, or if you're just about to draft, make sure you sync your leagues instantly to my playbook to get custom advice on how to manage your team throughout the season. You can see the top available players, the power rankings, and even more, and it's all free. You can even check out the Are They Playing tool, which is great. We use it here on the shows here right before kickoff. It'll give you the estimate on game day availability on the injured players, the likelihood of them playing, and if you're a premium member, it's a perfect time to go premium right now. You unlock all kinds of helpful waiver, trade, lineup, and even league analysis tools. So don't be a tool, use the tools. You can even auto start your team's optimal lineup every week on autopilot for the leagues that you really don't care that much about, but you don't want to be that guy or girl who doesn't set that lineup. Sync your leagues for free. Dominate every single week of the season with my playbook at fantasypros.com/myplaybook, or just download the Fantasy Pros app today and get going. Let's get to some of the questions here we have in the chat. So if you've got first round questions, I want you to drop them in here. Here's one from Jeremy. I traded my next 3 first for CeeDee Lamb and a second. Did I win or lose? You guys love CeeDee Lamb. Nick, what do you think? Is this too much to give?
I mean, it's a heavy price, but I'm actually really never against trading for a surefire asset, especially if you're, right there to compete. CeeDee Lamb is easily a piece that could put you over the top. I actually made a trade in my during one of my rookie drafts this year where I gave up. It was like the 106, the 112, and Jalen Waddle for CeeDee Lamb, and I was like ecstatic to do that. Now, that 106 turned into Travion Henderson, the 112 Tyler Warren, and then Jalen Waddle. So you start to put the pieces together. It's obviously a powerhouse group of 3 guys. But at the end of the day, it's like you know what you're getting in CeeDee Lamb, and he's someone that pushes your team over the edge.
Here's another one here from ISC Cooper. When should I draft Travion Henderson, Egbuka, and Matthew Golden? Pat, these are 3 names that are really buzzworthy right now. Do you have a round or an aggressive round in mind that you want to go for 1 or 2 of these?
Yeah, I mean, I've got Henderson as a late 4th. I think you could justify going, being a little aggressive and maybe getting him somewhere mid 4th or so. Egbuka, it seems like he's a guy who's going to be moving up, especially with the Jalen McMillan news. I don't know if we know when Godwin's coming back. So maybe he's like a 7th. a 7th right now. And Golden maybe just a little later. We'll see. I mean, he could maybe play a big role, but I think 8th or 9th.
All right, Nick, of these three guys, Henderson, Egbuka, and Golden, who's your biggest target in terms of the return on investment?
Ooh, I mean, obviously you're taking Henderson straight up just based on kind of ADP. I would say the guy that I've been on all spring and summer has been Egbuka, so I won't abandon ship now, though Golden is looking sexier and sexier by the day for sure.
All right, so is that YouTube channel of yours, Nick. So I want you to tell us what's going on with the BDGE boys and what you guys have cooking here during fantasy football draft season.
Yeah, not too different than what you guys got going on. We're trying to put out fantasy content daily leading up to your drafts. We'll be doing the same in season. We also have the trivia side of things. So if anyone ever wants to take a break from talking about Devon Achane for 0.5 seconds, you can go do so at the BDGE NFL Trivia channel. We got videos going up pretty much daily over there about any topic you could possibly think of.
Nick, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your insights and your time here. We're going to hit a quick break. When we return, Justin Boone from Yahoo joins the conversation, and Andrew Erickson is back as well. We're going to talk about the league-winning sleepers. That's what you're all waiting for, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Fantasy Fest 2025 right after this quick break.
Have you ever found yourself scrambling during your draft, unsure who to pick? We've all been there. This year, it doesn't have to be that way. Say hello to the Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant connects to your league's draft, keeps track of everything that's going on, and tells you the best player to pick when you're on the clock. It's like having your favorite fantasy experts sitting next to you. Here's the top 3 reasons that you need Draft Assistant in your draft. Number 1, consensus rankings. Draft Assistant doesn't just use a handful of rankings. It compares rankings from more than 100 of the top fantasy experts, so you don't have to. You can choose your favorite experts and see exactly who they'd pick if they were drafting your team. Number 2, in-draft strategy. Winning your draft is about staying one step ahead of everyone else. Draft Assistant does that for you. It keeps track of what positions you need and highlights your targets and sleepers so they're easy to see. With the help of Coach, you can ask draft questions in real time, from pick advice to draft trends, and get answers that match your current strategy. Need a second opinion mid-draft? Coach is built in, ready to answer anything from who's next to what's my strategy for my final picks. Coach adds a new layer of support, answering your draft questions live based on your team and the board. It also factors all of that into the pick suggestions so you can relax and let the Draft Assistant do all the work. Coach also tells you when a tier's about to drop off and what other teams need. It even goes through your league's old drafts and tips you off on what your friends might do next, so you get to snipe your friends more often. Draft Assistant works with Yahoo, ESPN, Sleeper, and every other major site. So wherever you draft, we've got you covered. Switch from draft day stress to draft day success with the Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Get it for your draft at fantasypros.com/assistant.
Here we go. This is what you showed up to the stream for. It's Justin Boone from Yahoo joining us, everybody, to talk league-winning sleepers. That's right. And just waking up from a nap, Andrew Erickson, also a sleeper a little bit. He was working so hard for the first few hours. We gave him a little bit of a break. We plugged him back in, and now he is back ready to rock and roll. Justin Boone, first of all, congratulations on the new landing spot. We've been friends for a very long time here, and I'm very excited to see that you landed a new spot. It's a great new opportunity and well-deserved, my friend. How is life going for you over at the Yahoo these days?
It's fantastic. It's, everything I dreamed and more. It's also made for an interesting summer because normally I would start producing my draft content in May, right after the actual NFL draft. And there was a little bit of time off there before I actually started at Yahoo. So it's felt like a little bit of catching up, but I've been telling everybody the content will be there. I'm getting everything out like usual every season. I'm in the middle of putting out my draft strategy series this week, right before the big draft weekend. So it feels a little more pressure this year because it's like a condensed amount of time, but it's been a ton of fun. And I just got to meet D-Bro. That was the highlight of my summer. I went to the Fantasy Expo and I got to hang out with Derek Brown himself. I am sad that we are back to him ducking me on this show, which he seems to do all the time. And yet I love hanging out with you guys. I love doing shows with you guys. So happy to be here.
Well, he was at my house for 4 days in a row, so I had plenty of quality time with D-Bro. Usually Andrew Erickson's at my house for that week too, but Andrew Erickson unfortunately had a wedding to go to, and he knows. Andrew, you went to a wedding of your own. Was it last June, I believe? And playing catch up, as Boone was saying, sometimes when you take a little vacation for yourself, that can be kind of tough.
Yeah, it can be a little overwhelming at times where you're like trying to figure out, catch up on all the news. It's like Caleb Williams learning the Ben Johnson offense. You're drinking through a fire hose. It's all coming down on you. What are you going to do? But you find a way to get it done, and you prioritize things. You get it done.
All right. Well, we're going to turn on the spigot full of sleepers for you right now. And let's start with one of Justin Boone's, a running back that I've been targeting in a lot of drafts. I've talked about a ton on the show. A guy who was handed the workload on a silver platter in San Francisco last year, and Jordan Mason ate it up until, unfortunately, the wheels did come off at the very end, but it was a good time while it lasted. Justin Boone, there's a lot of rumors here that he could be more of the 1A to Aaron Jones 1, and this is a back that proved the workload was not a problem. So why are you high on Justin Mason this year? Walk me through your thoughts of this new landing spot in this Kevin O'Connell Vikings offense.
Jordan Mason. I think you combined my name with his name there and called him Justin
Mason. Oh, did I call him Justin Mason? Oh my God. No, you know what I mean? I did do that. And Justin Mason, also friend of ours from the baseball side. So Freudian weird slip there. Also friend of the show, but on the baseball side. So Jordan Mason, Justin Mason, all the Masons. Let's start with Jordan Mason here. Justin Boone, talk to me about Jordan Mason.
Well, it seems like this, like we've seen this movie before. Like this feels like a sequel, right? Like in San Francisco last year, he was behind an older back who had injury concerns, and he gets his opportunity and he blows up. Over those first 7 games, 108 yards from scrimmage per game in those contests. He showed he can do it. And we know a lot of backs have shown that they can do it in San Francisco, but can they do it elsewhere? Now he goes to Minnesota, where this is such a great environment. This is an offense that I want to buy into for fantasy basically every way I possibly can. And Mason is one of the very cheapest ways to do it. And you look at what they have there. Aaron Jones, somebody who I have loved for a long time, somebody who I have recommended in fantasy more years than I have not. And yet he's on the wrong side of 30. He's had all these like injuries every single season. I mean, we could go over here. 2024, quad, ribs, hip. 2023, MCL sprain, thigh, hamstring. 2022, ankle, knee. 2021, MCL sprain, thigh, hamstring, ribs. And to his credit, he only actually missed 7 games during that stretch, but he did play hurt a lot of times. Like he battled through, but I think the Vikings, they see what's happening here. They knew they needed to get someone. They went out, they made the move to get Mason and didn't really bring in anyone else. So that tells you what they think of him. They also made a bunch of other moves this year. They've improved the offensive line. Ryan Kelly's there now. Will Fries, that's upgraded. We know the defense, Brian Flores' defense is really good there. They've added some pieces, especially up front there. This is going to be a really good team. I think JJ McCarthy is the answer. I think he's going to be a very good NFL quarterback, and he's in this environment where Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback whisperer. He's managed to get good performances out of basically any quarterback that's under center in Minnesota. So now Mason is in this situation where he's behind an older back in Aaron Jones, who has had these soft tissue injuries. He's had these lower body injuries. I think there's a good chance we could say that he might miss some time this year. And even if he is out there, like you said, there's a shot based on everything the team has said, based on everything the beat writers have said. This looks like it's going to be pretty close to 50-50, and that there's a chance that Mason could be overtaking him and could be the long-term answer there for them. So just so high on him to get him where you can get him in the later rounds. There's like no risk at all. I end up taking him earlier than that just to make sure that I get him. I think he's a guy that could give you a RB3 production with some RB2 weeks when he finds the end zone, and that's with Aaron Jones out there. And knock on wood, we don't want to see it happen, but if Aaron Jones goes down, we're putting Mason right inside the top 12 for fantasy.
Andrew Erickson, you're on the wrong side of 30. Do you have any thoughts on Jordan Mason?
Well, I may or may not have a ticket on Jordan Mason to lead the NFL in rushing touchdowns at 75-1. So I am all in on buying the upside case with Jordan Mason, especially if he's able to carve out a goal line role in this offense, because that's where Aaron Jones struggled last year. Again, going back to my betting success and failures, betting on anytime Aaron Jones touchdowns was not profitable last season because he was constantly getting stuffed at the goal line. So I don't think that it's by accident they went out and acquired Jordan Mason to operate in between the tackles where Aaron Jones is better in space, catching passes out of the backfield. So I'm really glad that Justin included this one, because if he didn't, I was going to put him on my list.
Justin Mason, Jordan Mason, Perry Mason. Vikings win the division. That's what I say. All right, let's get to one of Andrew Erickson's sleepers here, and let's start at the tight end position. Tucker Kraft, that's where you're going here. A guy being drafted right around the 10th tight end overall. You see the ECR, the ADP, they align. So the stars potentially aligning here for Tucker Kraft in 2025, Andrew?
Yes, because I think that when it's all said and done, he's going to emerge as the number one target on this Green Bay Packers passing offense, because it's a wide receiver room filled with, let's be frank, let's call it what it is, betas. There's a lot of beta wide receivers. I don't think there's a true alpha number of receivers. I think there are receivers that are nice, that are good complementary pieces. But I think when you're looking for an alpha pass catcher, I think that guy can be Tucker Kraft. LaFleur has talked about Tucker Kraft playing in a similar role to a Travis Kelce or a George Kittle. And if you look at from the second half of the season last year, from week 7 onward, Tucker Kraft led the Packers in receiving yards, receptions, and routes run. And I also go back to the number one thing I look at for tight ends when it comes to, how good is this guy, is yards after the catch. Like, what do they do when they get the ball in their hands? And last year, Tucker Kraft led all tight ends in yards after the catch per reception. Who led that category in 2023? The top 2 guys, Jonnu Smith, George Kittle. Both guys were top 4 tight ends the following season. So I think Tucker Kraft, he's the reason why I can't commit to you have to go elite tight end, because I always know that I can get Tucker Kraft later on, and I'm very confident that he is going to be someone that we're talking about next year. When we're talking about, okay, who are the elite tight ends we have to get? Tucker Kraft is going to be part of that conversation. Get him now.
Tight end 10 last year, going into draft season, was actually Brock Bowers, if you all recall. Tyler Warren going as the 11th, Tucker Kraft as the 10th. Boone, you have any love for Tucker Kraft or maybe Warren or another one of these tight ends you think could be a sleeper?
Well, I just wrote my 7 players who are going to lead you to a title this year, and I wanted to put an elite tight end in there, but I decided to go elite quarterback instead, and that's why I went with Tucker Kraft as the tight end in that article. And there's so many reasons why. I mean, you just hit on a bunch of them there, but another huge one is just they've said all offseason long they want to get him the ball more this year. Like, Jordan Love has straight up come out and said, we are focused on trying to get him the ball more this year. Now, it ended up with him getting, I think it was a little groin injury this month. So hopefully he's okay for the season. I don't think it's anything too concerning. They were just shutting him down a little bit there so that he can be healthy, because yes, I think he's going to be a focal point of that offense. And when you're looking for that late round tight end that could blow up, you want a guy who could potentially be a top 2 target in his offense, and he definitely can.
All right, let's get to another one of Justin Boone's guys here. Before we do, don't forget football season is right around the corner, and there's no better way to lock in your fantasy dominance early than with Best Ball on DraftKings, where you draft once and you ride your roster all season long. And right now, DraftKings is giving all customers a can't-miss offer. Draft one, get one. Enter a lineup in the $15 million Best Ball contest for just $20, and you'll score another Best Ball ticket to play for free for a share of $15 million, giving you a second shot to win big. It's easy. Just draft your team once, no weekly management required, and let your top scorers automatically start each week across the whole season. Every breakout star, every clutch play, every touchdown will count towards your quest for a share of $15 million. So download the DraftKings daily fantasy app right now to draft your $20 Best Ball lineup to play for a share of $15 million and get a second ticket to play for free for a share of $15 million. Again, that's 2 chances to win big without ever setting a lineup again. Draft one, get one, only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Let's get another sleeper here. And I got to tell you, Justin Boone, I know you're Mr. Buffalo Bill. You got to sell me on Keon Coleman, because it was a big disappointment last year. Everybody loves the kid. He's a good guy. We're rooting for him. They brought in Josh Palmer. Why is Keon Coleman a sleeper that people need to be drafting this season?
Well, I want you guys to tell me if this is the homer take, because I've been known to never go homer takes when it comes to the Bills. If anything, I've gone the opposite way. But now that Josh Allen's there, it's a little easier to buy into this offense in the last few years. And I think last year when they drafted Coleman, they did draft him in hopes that he could eventually become that number 1 target for Josh Allen. Now, when rookies show up, one of the first things I'm trying to figure out is, like, do they belong? Do they look like they're going to need a little time? Or do they look like they're not going to be in the NFL very long? And I think when Coleman got there, to me, it was pretty obvious that he was one of those guys that was going to take a little bit of time, was going to need to figure out how to win in the pros. And then the season started and he comes out, and just based on like the ball skills and the size, he starts putting up like okay numbers. Like he posted at least 50 yards or a touchdown in 4 of his first 5 outings, which to me was a little better than I expected because I thought it was going to be more of, and not that they're the same player, but more of like a Rashee Rice rookie season where the Chiefs kind of brought him along slowly. And then in the second half of the year, he erupted, right? Coleman comes out, starts putting up like okay numbers, nothing crazy, but a little more production than I expected. And then he looked like he was getting kind of comfortable around week 7, week 8 that year, 4 for 125 in week 7, 5 for 70 and a touchdown in week 8. And now it's like, oh my God, okay, the Rashee Rice thing is happening even earlier than I thought. He's coming on, and then he gets hurt. And then when he comes back, he's not really the same player. He's not worked in the offense the same, and it kind of just derailed his season. But now this offseason, everything we're hearing is that he's an improved player, that he looks great, that the connection is there with Josh Allen. Is there still some inconsistency? Yes, of course. He's a very young player, and he is still trying to figure out how to win in the pros. But he's the kind of guy that could put up a double-digit touchdown season. It would not be that difficult for him in this offense with the type of player that he is. Then you bake in Khalil Shakir is hurt right now, high ankle sprain. Is he going to be ready for week 1? I'm not so sure. I don't love the fact that they're going out and working out other receivers. They got Gabe Davis coming back in for a workout. What does that tell you about some of the injuries they have there? Josh Palmer also been dealing with a groin injury in training camp, but I think he's been trying to like battle through that. But when you see him at practice, it looks like he's struggling a little bit. So hopefully he can get healthy. But all of this is pointing to Keon Coleman having an opportunity at the beginning of the season to really establish himself as an alpha in this offense, as a guy that can make a ton of plays. You can question whether the Bills will ever have like a true number 1 receiver again, because they got rid of Stephon Diggs a couple of years ago. And I think they've really enjoyed under Joe Brady spreading the ball around. But like I said, Coleman's the kind of guy that could just do it himself, could put up 10 plus touchdowns in this offense. So I think he's somebody where you're getting him, there is no risk at all. And you could potentially come away with a guy who is in his second season, where receivers often can break out in their second season, a guy that could be the number 1 in this offense. I think there's so many things to like about him. And when you get to the later rounds, there aren't that many receivers that have that kind of upside. I think he's one of them.
Keon Coleman at 51, wide receiver overall, or Josh Palmer, wide receiver 66, Andrew Erickson. I put that question to you.
Hate you, Joe. Why do you have to put me on the spot like that? I think
you're
for
a fantasy
me,
pro or you're not.
I think for me.
Take.
So if that's what I have to decide between, I think I will go with Josh Palmer, just because he's free, and there are still some other guys in the Keon Coleman range that I still like a little bit more. Whereas Josh Palmer, I mean, he was before Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt became a 3rd round pick. I was taking him in the last round, but now Josh Palmer's kind of like my new favorite last round pick. And that's because I think, Boone, you laid out a really good point where if it's not Keon Coleman, or just talking about the Buffalo offense in general, someone's going to break out from this offense. Because if Khalil Shakir is missing all this time, Josh Allen is developing chemistry with somebody else that's playing a full complement of snaps. And Joey P, I know that you think James Cook's going to score 30 touchdowns again. I don't think that's going to happen necessarily. And if those touchdowns go somewhere else, well, that means Keon Coleman and / or Dalton Kincaid or Josh Palmer, one of these guys is going to have a monster year, and they're all going outside the top 100 picks. So I think that scooping up some value in Buffalo makes a ton of sense. I do think that Coleman, probably from a just pure ceiling perspective, I think he probably has the highest ceiling as a year 2 guy that led the team in red zone targets. He would be the guy that I would bet on scoring double-digit touchdowns. Now, is that always consistent production? Not necessarily. Whereas maybe Josh Palmer, as the best separator, I think, on the team, maybe can consistently draw more targets from Josh Allen. And then Dalton Kincaid, it's really been a health issue with him. So I agree just buying Bills players at a discount. But I think that if you're gun to my head, if I have to pick between Palmer and Coleman, I think I'll just take the cheapest guy.
Give me the 20-year-old year 2 receiver, the big-bodied guy. Yeah. Give me him over the player. And Josh Palmer, who's had some nice performances over the years, but he's had a lot of time to show what he can do, and he's never really established himself. But I will also throw this idea out there. Why not draft them both? If we're trying to get the Bills' number 1 receiver with where these guys are going, you could take them both in the late rounds and then hopefully a hit.
Now, look, you've done a good sell job on Keon Coleman. I will give you that for sure, Justin Boone. And Andrew Erickson, that James Cook throwdown for the touchdown sounds like a wager to me. Sounds like
you want to. What do you want to set the line at? Like 15?
Well, everybody told me last year Kyron Williams can't score 12 touchdowns again, and he didn't. He scored 14 last year. So we'll see. I'm in on James Cook. So there you go. We'll take that one to the bank.
I'm not saying to be out. I'm just saying he's not going to score as many touchdowns as he did last year. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? I'm getting salty here in my old age. I'm gonna take that bet. Let's go for more. Let's go with more than last year. We'll see. We'll set the ladder bet that. I bet that'll pay a hefty amount. Speaking of running backs, let's get to one that Andrew Erickson is high on. He's not the first or second guy necessarily on the depth chart right now for the Jaguars, but it's Bashal Tutin, who certainly was breaking the combine in terms of speed. So let's talk about how you approach this Jaguars backfield and why Tutin is the guy that you like, Andrew.
Well, I think it's about not how you start, it's how you finish. And Bashal Tutin is a bet on a rookie running back taking on a larger role in the second half of the season. Because I agree with you. Right now, the Jaguars' backfield is kind of a mess. It seems like it's going to be a two-headed monster to open the year between Etienne and Tank Bigsby operating, either Bigsby on early downs, Etienne on passing downs. But if the Jaguars find that they're not really getting the production that they want from that type of duo of back, well, why they not turn the backfield over to the explosive guy that they drafted in this year's draft with Bashal Tutin, who they took at the beginning of round 4 in a full Bucky Irving kind of second half takeover. When you look at the metrics from Sports Info Solutions for Bashal Tutin, and something that really opened my eyes to him. So he was first in the class in broken tackle rate per 100 dropbacks. When you look at who finished first in that category last year in last year's draft class, it was Bucky Irving. So I don't think that Liam Cohen picked Bashal Tutin as his running back from this draft class by accident. Like, they went out specifically to draft him as a tackle breaking machine that's super explosive. And Etienne, I think, has lost a little bit of his juice just with some of the injuries that he's dealt with over the last couple seasons and all the touches. Tank Bigsby, we know, can deliver big plays, but he's not a huge factor in the passing game necessarily. So I think that Tutin goes now where he's free in drafts. You can just stash him at the end of your bench. And I think that there's some upside here, especially when you look at the Jaguars schedule. It's a lot like Tampa Bay Buccaneers schedule last year, where second half of the season, remember we talked about this on the trade show, myself and Welsh, you got to trade for Bucky Irving. The Buccaneers have like the best schedule in the second half of the season. Jacksonville has something similar to that. Now, that can change a little bit depending on injuries and how defenses shake out. But if that second half schedule holds, I think Tutin could be a league winner in the second half of the season. So for me, he's going cheap enough where I like stashing him as a bench player.
All right, how do you approach this backfield, Boone? Because I'm taking Etienne at the 32nd running back overall because I think he's the guy that fits the Liam Cohen quote-unquote style offense personally. And he's only a year removed from being the RB3, and I feel like all of us somehow got drunk this season and forgot that that actually happened. But I was sober for the majority of 2024 and 2023, and I remember that. So you tell me, Justin Boone, is it Tutin? Is it Bigsby? Is it Etienne? Who's the best return on investment in this backfield?
Return on investment, I got to go with Andrew. I got to go with Tutin based on the fact that he's the cheapest one. But here's the thing, and not to have the exact same take as I had about the Bills receivers, but I'm taking shots on all of these guys. Now, I still am of the belief that I think one of the vets are going to be gone at some point, whether that's before the season, whether that's before the trade deadline. I think they're going to move on from one of those guys. I think the way that they've used them in the preseason has actually been them maybe showcasing those guys a little bit. But right now, it seems to me like a Tank Bigsby and Tutin combo would make a lot of sense. And, Bigsby even catching a ball last game and actually, gaining 19 yards. That wasn't much of a catch, but he made a nice little play going across the field and picking up a bunch of yards with it. I think any one of these guys could emerge. But I think Travis Etienne, for me, looks like a guy that his best shot might be on another team because there's almost like a better version of him on this team. Tutin can be that more explosive guy. You have their general manager, James Gladstone, loves this guy so much that he brought him up in the interview when he interviewed for the job as somebody that they should target. And then they go out and get him. So I think they have plans for him in this offense. And he just looks like he's shot out of a cannon. He looks different than the other backs on this team. And I think Liam Cohen, I have a lot of faith in him, what he did last year, what he could potentially do with this offense. I agree with Andrew. I think we're going to see as the year goes along that it's eventually going to be Tutin's backfield. It might take a little while, but that's why you're getting him fairly cheap right now, and you can sit on it and hope that eventually he emerges. And I'll say, in one of my home leagues, I had my draft on the weekend. I did not plan to go basically with like a 0 RB approach going in, but that's just kind of how it worked out. And I took a bunch of backs Tootin was one of them. And the next guy that we're going to talk about here was also one of them, just stocking up on these late round backs. I think it's such a smart approach.
You can see one of the crazies in the chat here, some guy named Derek Brown. If ATN is the dude, you don't draft Tootin if you're Jacksonville. Yeah, you do when ATN is in the last year of his contract, and you burn and churn him because it's the NFL, and then you have the guy you want next year, and you have a whole year in the system already. That's why you do it. All right, let's get to that tease that Justin Boone dropped there. The tease basically was for another running back, and his name is Braylon Allen. So walk me through why Braylon Allen is gaining so much helium this offseason.
So he flashed as a 20-year-old rookie last year. Now, the team wasn't great, and some of those metrics weren't good. The offensive line got decimated. I get it, but he had moments last year. Like I said, when I'm seeing a rookie, I want to know, do they belong? He looked like he belonged, and he looked like he belonged at a very young age, right? Then he comes into this offseason, and like you said, all we're hearing is hype about him. The team loves him. He looks great in practice. We have some of the bigger national reporters like Albert Breer saying that they've heard a bunch of stuff that's suggesting that he could have a monster year and that what we're seeing in the preseason is only backing that up. Now, some of that is just off-season talk, but when you hear enough of it, you start to wonder, does this new coaching staff really, really like Allen? It seems like it. Now, he's going to have to share a backfield with Breece Hall, we think, because Breece Hall's been someone that's been floated out there in potential trade rumors. Again, another guy, could we see him get moved before the season? Could we see him get moved before the trade deadline? I think all of that is totally possible. But even if he sticks around, this coaching staff has talked about using a committee in this backfield. And we have Aaron Glenn and their offensive coordinator, Tanner Engstrom. They're coming from a team with the Lions who used multiple backs very successfully. Now, the Jets are nowhere near what the Lions offense was, but it at least gives you some hope that they're going to get multiple backs involved. Allen, to me, profiles as potentially that bigger back, that goal line guy, somebody that could come on here. And he was so young last year. Could we see some improvement to now 21 years old? Could he come into his own? I don't want to make direct comparisons to Derrick Henry because, again, not the same player. He's not quite as big as Henry. He's not quite as ferocious. And who is Derrick Henry? There is only one Derrick Henry. And yet, Derrick Henry's first season, remember, he was behind DeMarco Murray. He didn't have great production. And then eventually he came on and became that player. I think we could see Allen slowly take over this backfield this year, whether Breece Hall's there or not, because Breece Hall does not seem happy. He can't be happy watching these other guys get contracts. He's on his last year of his deal. He's not getting a deal there. So you wonder, where's that going to go? And is this going to result in Allen either being a valuable part of a committee or potentially taking over this backfield? I think all of that is in play this year. And again, another guy that you're getting so late that there's just no risk involved in taking him.
Yeah, I believe Derrick Henry was in a timeshare with Dion Lewis once upon a time there. Good job, Arthur Smith. Way to hit that one out of the park. All right, give us the 1 minute version of why Drake May is the greatest quarterback that ever lived, because that's where Andrew Erickson is right now. He's ready to go. He hasn't been this excited for a Patriots season in quite some time, and I don't blame you. I am also excited. But in all honesty, let's talk about him because we've got some of us here, Fantasy Pros, who have him a top 10 ranking as a quarterback, and he's going as the 16th or 17th Andrew off the board.
I mean, he's the ultimate bet at late round quarterback. You have the rushing upside with him. He averaged over 30 rushing yards per game last year when he was healthy. And that's how you become a top 12 fantasy quarterback, is you add a rushing element. And the environment around him was so terrible last year. And that was despite the fact that he was still throwing at least one passing touchdown in all of his starts last season, despite playing with a garbage offensive line and garbage wide receivers. Yes, the situation's still not great around him, but it's vastly improved from last year. And I just think having Mike Vrabel calling the shots is going to make things significantly better for Drake May. And the other thing, too, with late round quarterback that I want to point out is it's important to look at the early season matchups. Like, don't draft a late round quarterback that you look week one, you're like, oh, this matchup sucks. I got to stream somebody else. Like, that's bad process. Drake May, first 2 weeks, Raiders, Dolphins. Sign me up. He's going to be a top 12 quarterback both weeks, and you're going to be glad you drafted him.
All right, there you have it, everybody. Those are the league-winning sleepers. And again, special shout out and thank you to Justin Boone from Yahoo for joining us today. It's a very busy time of year for him, and he's already playing catch up. And we love you, Booney, and we're so excited for the new opportunity for you. We'll be watching it all very closely. And we're not done yet. No. We've still got another hour of Fantasy Fest on our YouTube channel and also the after party on our Twitch. So don't go anywhere because when we come back, Jake Ciely's going to join us here. And we're going to rock out with our mock out. That's right. Andrew Erickson, Derek Brown, myself, all here for a mock draft. Don't go anywhere. More Fantasy Fest right after this quick break.
I'm going to say something that you need to hear. Crossing off names with a pen or drafting based on vibes, that's not a winning strategy. Don't worry though. I'm going to help you do the right things this year. I'm going to tell you about this awesome tool at Fantasy Pros called the Cheat Sheet Creator. With the Cheat Sheet Creator, you can build your own cheat sheet or pick and choose rankings from over 100 experts. There's even a one-click option to use rankings from the most accurate experts. If you want to fine-tune your cheat sheet yourself, it could not be easier. Just drag and drop players where you want them. Or if you want to let your favorite experts do the work, maybe Pat Fitzmaurice or me, turn on Expert Sync. Your cheat sheet will update whenever they update their rankings, so you're never out of date. The cheat sheet creators also packed with features to make sure you've got everything in one place on draft night. Want to tag players to target or avoid? Got it. Custom tags? Add them. Set up tiers or jot down notes? Full send. And once I've got my cheat sheet set, I like to pull into our mock draft simulator and run some mocks against my league's ADP. That way I can make adjustments and know I've got the perfect cheat sheet ready to go. So this year, just the draft night stress, throw the pen and paper in the trash. Get prepared, get ahead, and get ready to dominate your league with the Cheat Sheet Creator. Check it out at fantasypros.com/cheat sheet.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's mock draft time, and Jake Ciely is with us. Look, no, put Jake Ciely back in the big box.
He was on the big screen.
I want to see him on the big screen in 4K. Look at this handsome guy. Jake Ciely of The Athletic joining us. Jake Ciely, how are you, my friend? Thanks for joining us for another mock tonight.
With the best T-shirt possible, I have to say. Just so you know.
I am a Goonie.
Nice. I wanted 104 because I wanted to make sure I got Krosky Merritt. That's all.
You got to take him.
You're not going to get him. Hate to tell you.
He's 101 on the screwed. Yeah.
All right. Get Jake Ciely off this screen. All right. There we go. There we are. We are right back here on our Fantasy Fest 2025, and it's time for yet another mock draft. We're going to start this bad boy up, and we've got some of our folks from the Discord joining us. If you want to join our Discord, it's free. FantasyPros.com/chat. That's the place to be. And of course, as you can see, we are using our mock draft software here, and the mock draft lobby is open for business all the time, 24/7, fantasypros.com/draftwizard. You can use the multi-user draft software. That's what we're using. If you want to send it to your friends or frenemies or colleagues and run some with the CPU opponents like we're doing today. The public mock drafts are out there too. You can draft against real life people or just run the simulations, redo your picks, try all the different strategies, set up how your league is set up. That way you set yourself up for success and sync your leagues for free right now. Use the draft simulator today at fantasypros.com/mock, or again, just download the Fantasy Pros app today. Jake Ciely from The Athletic joining us. Andrew Erickson, D-Bro, Derek Brown, the king of bros here. We're going to wrap up Fantasy Fest for you, but we have a great mock draft happening right now, and I am on the clock here, and I am at the 1 pick, and we are on a 30-second clock, so it's going to go fast and furious. Good. We've got Houdat joining us, Fantasy Head. Jake Ciely's at the 4, Bunting's at the 5. Mess Grimm is with us. Trusted Venom, always a tough one. Then D-Bro and Erickson back-to-back at the 8 and 9 picks. E-Rock, friend of the show. Lil Guy, one of the famous rappers, we all know that. And from the logo is also joining us, all from our Discord. So Bijan Robinson goes second. Jahmyr Gibbs goes next. So Jake Ciely, he's there. Do you want to take? Oh, you took Saquon Barkley. You liar, Jake Ciely. You're a liar.
100%. 100%. I wanted to go with a riskier pick than Krosky Merritt with the 4th pick. That's what it was.
Who has more yards this year, Krosky Merritt or Saquon Barkley? That's the question.
Will Shipley.
Will Shipley. There you go. The correct answer. So it's a full point PPR we're doing here for you today. The teams look like this: 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide, a flex, a tight end, and we've got 5 bench spots today.
Plus Barkley.
CeeDee Lamb goes at 105. Get Barkley. She's adorable. Bring her into the show. Christian McCaffrey at the 106. Justin Jefferson at 107. And D-Bro, your selection at 108 is?
I went Nico Collins. There's a lot of wide receivers that I could have gone with here, but I love taking Nico. I haven't actually drafted a lot of Nico, so I want to see the team build.
All right. You haven't drafted a lot of Nico? How's that going?
No, by the way, I've been going a lot of, surprise, a lot of Drake London and a lot of Brian Thomas Jr., Puka when he falls. Yeah.
Is it not Nakua because of Stafford's back, or are you worried about the touchdowns for Nakua?
Just the one variance, just see how my mock comes out. But 2, it's with Stafford's back. Like, I know he's back at practice and stuff like that, but like, dude, it's still. I need to see the guy practice. Like, give me 2 to 3 days in a row before like we're kind of feeling good about him.
Timing is everything with these drafts, and Puka slipping all the way out of the first round in this draft already. So And look, these are our degens, okay? I play in a league with some of these folks too from our Discord. They're super fun. They're super smart. They know what they're doing. So again, just to recap the first round: Chase, Robinson, Gibbs, Barkley, Lamb, McCaffrey, Jefferson, Nico Collins to Debro. Andrew Erickson, you went RB. I know you're up on the clock, so I'm going to let you make your pick. Malik Neighbors goes next at 110. Then at 111, we have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Drake London at the turn, along with Derrick Henry. So London and Henry, that's a Joey P team if ever I saw one. Then Puka Nacua all the way at 202, Brian Thomas at 203. Andrew Erickson, you started with Ashton Genty. Who was your second pick?
AJ Brown. That's who I went with my second pick. I was trying to play the board a little bit because I knew that I was hoping one of the other receivers would fall to me. And now that we have Achane with this calf injury, he's kind of like another running back where I was highly considering him at the end of round 1, beginning of round 2, and now I don't feel as good about that anymore. So I feel like we've lost another top running back. So I felt like the need for Genty was more important than going receiver. Although I did wish, one of either London or Brian Thomas Jr. and Nacua fall back to me, but I'll still take AJ Brown. He's the last guy in my top wide receiver tier or second tier.
All right.
Question.
Go ahead.
The calf for Achane, I 100% understand, but I mean, AJ Brown, we're just still dealing with the injury and assuming he's going to be fine? Question mark. I'm just wondering what you thought about that.
Why are you poking the bear, Jake? Why you got to be so mean?
Well,
I'm just curious.
I haven't looked that in depth at is it his knee injury? Someone was saying that they're getting like fluid out of it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not going away at this point. It's least multiple seasons.
They're lightening the load, so he's going to run faster.
Was he?
He'll have less fluid in his knee.
Less fluid in him.
Oh, there you go. Debro said he was back at practice today. I was traveling most of today. There you go.
There you go.
Thank you,
Debro, you took Devon Achane, so no concerns there with his injury that he's dealing with currently?
I mean, I've got concerns, to be honest. I was really looking at A.J. Brown there, and then the wide receivers I wanted. My queue just got wiped out. So, I mean, Achane, where we're at, we still have time. I mean, I know the reports are very vague. I know we have worries. If this was like we are standing at the precipice, it's September 3rd, and we're still hearing about Achane's calf, then I'll have more worries. Right now, in the essence of this mock, I'll take him.
All right, so Achane goes and Bucky Irving at 206 to Venom. Messer Grimm takes McBride. McBride going way before Brock Bowers. Interesting there. Lad McConkey goes next. Then Jake Ciely, you were up for the 209 pick. You took JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, I did. I seem to be on an island with this one of having Jackson Smith and Jigba near my top 10, and I'm full in on this. I watched what the offense has done in the past, even last year with the Saints, as miserable as it was. It loves getting those two wide receivers free downfield with movement underneath, including the tight end in the backfield, the running backs coming out. I just think Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to have a big season. Everybody talks, including you, that Cooper Kupp can't separate anymore. That's fine. Clog things up and let Jackson Smith and Jigba run free downfield. I think we're looking at a potential top 10 season. Oh, I'm almost out of here.
I know.
Oh,
you
can't.
very
I can't just see. No, like I'm trying to draft. So there you go. I made it in time.
Good. All right, now I can sleep at night. Josh Jacobs at 210, Chase Brown at 211. Then I took Brock Bowers. Look, if you're gonna give me Brock Bowers at 212, there's no way I'm passing up on him. He could have easily, I think, 12 to 1,300 yards receiving this year. I think he could even double his touchdown total. That's how good I think he can be with a real quarterback. And Geno Smith is a real quarterback. We can take our shots and everyone can talk whatever trash they want. Guess what? He was a QB1 in fantasy last year. I bet you didn't know that, most of you, just sitting around there taking shots at Geno. How dare you? And then Jonathan Taylor's my hero RB at 301. I can't pass that up. I wanted Chase Brown, but Houdat screwed me. I should have known that Houdat would do that. Houdat, by the way, taking 3 straight running backs. Robinson, Chase Brown, and then after I took Taylor, took Kyron Williams. Look at that robust RB build. My goodness. Tyreek Hill at 303. T. Higgins goes to Jake there with his next selection. So nice wide receiver room. You got Saquon. You got 2 very strong wide receivers. How do you feel about Higgins and JSN as a pairing?
I would have felt better if I noticed, because we were talking, that Devontae Adams was still on the board. I would take Adams over Higgins by 1 spot, but I'm happy with both as my 2. I mean, they're 2s on their teams, but they put up wide receiver 1 numbers. And I think there's a conversation to be had for Adams potentially outscoring Nacua this year. I think that's in the cards.
I don't think that that's impossible either. James Cook goes next to Bunting at 305. Then Mike Evans, trusted Venom, takes George Kittle, and then D-Bro staying on brand with Ken Walker. Let's go, D-Bro.
Dude, I'll be honest. I knew this mock was going to be pain when I got Grim, and I'm right next to Erickson. I got Grim and I got Trusted Venom, and I've been in the Discord enough times and done mocks with these people.
Oh, me too.
I knew it was going to be full-on pain, and they're making me pay for it here. But no, I went with Ken Walker. I mean, I think I could play catch-up at wide receiver, and starting with two of these guys that, I mean, do we know A-Chain's pass-catching upside? Ken Walker has the same pass-catching upside. So, I mean, dude, it's risky for the biscuit. We're going all upside for this team. Let's go.
All upside all injury. For D-Bro. All injury.
But what if they stay healthy, Ciely? Mr. Drafting T. Higgins? Mr. Soft Tissue Issues himself?
You could have just went straight for Barkley. I mean, that was the easy. That was the layup.
That was the layup. All right. Let's go to Andrew Erickson's selection here. I know he's on the clock. He just took Lamar Jackson at 309, so we'll recap his picks there. Omari and Hampton goes next, and Josh Allen, Devontae Adams at the turn, all the way to 312. Stunning. Jalen Hurts goes at 401, then Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison, and Ted McMillan, you jerk.
You're for real,
jerk.
Erickson? Come on.
Andrew Erickson, you're a huge jerk, and I want everyone to know.
All right, made a good pick.
Whatever, man. Full
and it's Roa McMillan, not Tet. Don't hurt his feelings.
Oh, whatever. His mama can't tell me what to say. I can do whatever I want.
I don't know, man.
I know I'm going to get a reach alert for this.
Well, let her come after me here. She knows where to find me. Teteroa McMillan, or I think T-Mac is just too used. It's boring.
It's Tracy McGrady, dude. That's not
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, D-Bro.
Yes.
For those of us born before 1990.
Can we go Mac Attack? What about that? Let's try that on for size.
More like
that
McMillions.
McMillions. That's even better too.
McMillions is nice.
McMillions.
Can we screw bunting.
All right, let's get to Andrew. Andrew, talk to me about the Lamar Jackson early QB. Now, you went early QB. We often talk like you can't go early tight end and early QB. Where was this value? You just couldn't pass a 309 on Lamar, right?
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about it. Again, I was looking at Kittle. Kittle went off the board. So, I mean, I can poke holes in a lot of these running backs and receivers that go in this particular range. And then I look at those players compared to Lamar Jackson, and what are my concerns about Lamar Jackson? Oh, maybe he's not the best value I could get at quarterback through every single pick. Yeah, probably, but it's not like he's going to be a bust. Like, he's going to be a top 3 fantasy quarterback as long as he's on the field playing. So I'm willing to extend a little bit to get an elite quarterback and not necessarily inherit the risk of some of these other running backs and receivers in this range where maybe I don't feel as confident. Yeah, that's really it.
Okay, that's really it, guys.
That's
really it.
I love the summation at the end.
T-Bro, let's talk about George Pickens at 405. That was your next selection here.
Man, I knew I needed a wide receiver here, and I'm going off my ranks. I knew I was going to get a reach alert from the draft simulator, but I don't care, man. Like, Pickens is a top 24 wide receiver. A lot of the other guys in that range, like, we have questions about McLaurin and DJ Moore. What is his floor and upside? Sorry, Joey. I know I'm kind of talking the floor here with your pick, but I'm fine with going with George Pickens. The volume is there, the talent is there, and give me guys in contract seasons all day.
All right. So after contract season is open, George Pickens, then Jaden Daniels. Messer Grimm took Travion Henderson. Boo. Then Terry McLaurin goes. Jake Ciely was not too happy with that selection of TMC.
No.
Alvin Kamara was the pivot for you here, Jake Ciely. So how do you feel about the Kamara pivot?
I'm okay with it. I was actually hoping that Kamara or Travion might make it back into the next round, the 5th round, but I really wanted to get Terry McLaurin as my 3rd, similar to what you talk about all the time. I think I would have had the best trio of wide receivers, arguably, at least in my opinion, in the league, having Terry as the 3. I still believe he gets signed. There's been reports from the teammates saying he's going to be under contract before the season starts.
Are you worried, though, about the soft tissue injuries and all the stuff that always comes out with these holdouts?
No, because I believe they're soft tissue. To put it in quotes, as in like, oh, I'm not going to practice while we're dealing with this contract situation. And he's played. If this was last year and he had no time with Jaden Daniels, I'd be more concerned. But year 2, I don't believe that it's really this significant injury.
All right, hot take. I think that Andrew Erickson's winning this draft so far, and I hate saying that, but I really like that. AJ Brown pick's a little shaky, but
just
Lamar,
keeps freaking sniping me. I hate
Genti,
this.
yeah, it's pretty good. All right, you know what else is good? Giving away free stuff. So I'm going to pause the draft for a second here, and I want to give away something here from Trophy Smack because we do have a winner. I've been told here. So let's talk about the winner of the Trophy Smack Perpetual Fantasy Football Trophy giveaway is Cameron S7. So Cameron,
yes,
congratulations. Well done. Look at that bad boy. That is very cool.
It's not
Cameron S7 you're the big winner. Get in touch with us at mailbag@fantasypros.com with your mailing address, proof of your subscription to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel, and we'll get that shipped out to you right away. Again, that's Cameron S7. Congratulations. And if you didn't win that one, we're still giving away the signed A.J. Brown Eagles Salute to Service helmet. Go Birds! For free for the rest of the month, courtesy of our friends at pristineauction.com. How do you win? Subscribe to the Fantasy Bros YouTube channel. Drop your comments below on this or any video. Like the stream, and that's it. And make sure you ring the bell till it goes ding, so you know every time a piece of content drops here on the channel. And we'll let you know if you're the big winner of the A.J. Brown Salute to Service Eagles autographed helmet. It's a nice one, too. I really like that one. All right, let's get back to the mock draft action here. It's coming in hot and heavy. Breece Hall goes and Cortland Sutton goes. A little annoyed there. I wanted double tap wide receiver, and Sutton was the other guy I wanted. And now I don't get him because we're drafting with some of the best in the business here. Again, our D-Gens are the best. Now, the question is, do I want to go RB or wide receiver here? I have to remember, Joe, you have Brock Bowers already. It's like having another number one wide receiver, but he's your tight end, so you're going to be okay. So instead, I'm going to infuriate Derek Brown and make him angry because that's the next best thing that I can do. And I'm going to take R.J. Harvey here as my other RB. So
I hate
Harvey,
everything. I hate
DJ
everything
Moore,
now.
Jamar Chase, Brock Bowers. That's the build right now. Whodad is up at the 502. Jake Ciely, who's in the queue? Who are you looking to get right now?
I'm not going to tell you, especially because
Well, you
Whodad
can
just
tell
took
me.
one of them. They
Well,
took Calvin Ridley as one of them, so I
yeah,
only have
yeah.
one left here. Holy sh! I almost cursed.
Jake Ciely, the choir boy, losing his mind. That's my favorite.
Oh, baby.
That's my favorite.
Love it. I love it.
Legit,
You're
I
not
can't
happy
believe
with these
both
picks?
wide receivers went. That's
Calvin
insane.
Ridley,
This is a tough mock,
502,
man.
DK Metcalf, 503. This is it right here. You know what, Ciely? I love the pivot, though. Jamison Williams, look, he could be as good, if not look, in a vacuum this year, DK Metcalf playing with Aaron Rodgers in an Arthur Smith offense or Jamison Williams playing with Jared Goff. I'll take Jamison Williams. I'm there.
I'll take Metcalf. Look what he just did with Devontae Adams, Aaron Rodgers last year. Like, I'm fine with Metcalf in the volume. Like, who else is he throwing to? I know I've been a proponent of Roman Wilson as free.
Jake, it was an offense where Aaron Rodgers could do whatever the hell he wanted. I don't know if that's going to be the same thing in Pittsburgh.
I don't care. He's going to get 120, 130, potential 140 targets. I like Roman Wilson. I like Roman Wilson as like a last-ditch flyer in the 14th round just because they have nobody else to throw to. So that's just the only reason is like, hey, maybe Roman Wilson could be the 2. DK Metcalf is a volume hog.
All right, let's see who other volume hogs are.
I'm mad.
Jalen Waddle goes to
Can you tell?
bunting. Messer Grimhick. Try to keep it clean, Ciely, the rest of the show, too. We got standards and ethics stuff.
Hey, I stopped myself.
You did, just barely. Rasheed Rice at 506. Devonta Smith at 507. D-Bro, you went wide receiver, number 3 for you. Zay Flowers, let's talk about it.
Again, my queue gets wiped out. I was really looking at, and this is why I hate drafting next to Venom. I was looking at Devonta Smith. I actually thought about Rasheed Rice and Jalen Waddle, and gone. So Flowers is my wide receiver 3. I'm fine with it, man. That's what I'm expecting out of him. That's what he's been over the last 2 years, and I don't think that changes this year. So I'm fine with him as my wide receiver 3.
All right, next up, then Andrew Erickson went and took James Conner as his second RB. So Genty and Conner's the backfield. Andrew, how do you feel about that duo?
I'm going to have 2 top 12 running backs until the touches break them down. So that's how I'm feeling about it. And they'll have to get some depth for a little bit later on in the season if they can't handle all the workload. But I think James Conner is going to be the RB1 until the wheels fall off.
Okay, next up here after Connor, Chuba Hubbard, little RB run. David Montgomery, Isaiah Pacheco, 4 in a row to end the 5th round. To begin the 6th, Ricky Pearsall from the logo, stealing them out from under us. DeAndre Swift goes at 602. Joe Burrow, great value at 603. I knew it was going to be a wait on QB group.
And 604.
Yeah, and 604, Xavier Worthy to Andrew Erickson. So Erickson, Xavier Worthy going almost a round later than Rasheed Rice. Do you think that's correct or incorrect?
I mean, I guess it depends on how well you think Rasheed Rice can do during the first 4 weeks of the season when he'll be on the field. And then after that, who knows when we'll see Rasheed Rice play again for the Kansas City Chiefs. So, yeah, maybe it's frustrating to start the year between Worthy and Rasheed Rice, but there's going to be an opportunity this season where Worthy is the clear-cut Chiefs wide receiver 1 because Rice is suspended and we don't know when he's coming back. And again, betting on a second-year player taking a leap, picking up where he left off last year, where he was the guy for the Kansas City Chiefs. So I'm expecting big things from Xavier Worthy, even if it's a little bit slower to start with Rice on the field for the first 4 weeks.
Debro, I love this pick of Tony Pollard at 605. Another, 3 years of 1,000 yards. Spears is hurt. Why not, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, look, solid RB2, and then there's more meat on the bone for an improved season this year. I mean, I'm not worried about Tajay Spears. If Cam Ward can be, and this is a low bar, it can be better than Will Levis, and their offensive line improves, I mean, he could be a high-end RB2. I mean, and I wouldn't be shocked, to be honest, if he put up low-end RB1 numbers when it's all said and done.
All right. Next selection after you take Tony Pollard, Travis Hunter, Jerry Jeudy at 607. Bunting takes Aaron Jones. Jake Ciely, Tyrone Tracy at 609. Let's talk about that Giants backfield. Do you think that Tracy holds it all year, or is your third RB you really don't care?
First, I want to say that Bogman sent me a picture of Jesus saying, almost cursing on air, tisk, tisk, and that's why I'm laughing in the background. I don't know, can you even see it? Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
there you go. Send me a picture of Jesus.
It's amazing, Jesus. That's great.
I would not have made that pick 2 or 3 weeks ago, but the Cam Scatterboot injury is just keeping the door open for Tracy to keep the job for longer than I would expect it. I thought this could be a share right out of the gate, but Scatterboot's a rookie who's also not with the team right now practicing. So, I got to pick again. Here we go. This one's easy. Chris Olave, 100%. Another volume hog coming in this year. I don't even care that the quarterbacks suck.
Okay, he doesn't even care.
Ooh.
I mean, because why would you care if a quarterback sucks? It's not like Marcus Mariota didn't kill a lot of things in his fantasy career. He didn't kill a lot of great players like, Drake London and Kyle Pitts.
What was the? Oh gosh, I just had the name. The one that had the one good year, and everybody went nuts for him after that because it was like, hey, if Marcus Mariota can carry him, was R. Matthews? No, that's somebody else.
Matthews, that was Tannehill, I thought.
Was that the one year?
I'm gonna let
there was
Jake
somebody who was
Ciely
one.
Kendall Wright?
Figure that out.
No,
was it? Oh, I think it was Kendall Wright.
All right. Well, let me let you boys sort that out quietly while I go to the rest of the pick. Emeka Egbuka at 6'10", Jacoby Myers at 6'11", and then I double tap wide receivers with Stephon Diggs, who is being drafted as a wide receiver 4, and that is a joke because he looks great, and I am all in on Diggs. I don't care if it's a slow start in September. I don't care. I'm in. I'm taking the risk. I'm rolling the dice on Diggs. And I took Matthew Golden as well because I think that he is the best wide receiver talent-wise that they have. And talent is going to win out there. And Jordan Love, when healthy, is a good quarterback. Jordan Addison at 702. Then Evan Ingram right before Jake Ciely. What a pity. Chris Olave goes next at 704. As Jake said, Bunting.
It was Rashard Matthews. There we go. Sorry.
There you go.
Does everyone feel better now?
Had to get that in.
Good. I'm glad.
950 yards and 9 touchdowns. There you go.
There you go. And it was so great that none of us could remember it for about 10 minutes here. Roma Dunze, 706. Caleb Johnson goes. And then, what's this I see? Derek Brown taking one of my favorite tight ends. Have you done so many shows with me, D-Bro, that all of a sudden I have warmed you up to the notion of Mark Andrews and all those touchdowns?
Bro, we're riding on the bus together. I mean, we're sitting side by side. I'm totally here. Mark Andrews is honestly the best value tight end this year.
Yes.
And last year, coming off not only the automobile accident, but the tightrope surgery, back half of the season, putting up top 5 numbers. Isaiah Likely is already dinged up. Yeah, wheels up for Mark Andrews, who should.
So would you have made that pick a few weeks ago before Likely got dinged up? Out of curiosity.
Okay. Would have.
I would have.
I'm not worried about Likely like everybody else. Mark Andrews, if he's healthy, is going to be the clear guy there. So
all right. I see some of the people in the draft here are actually in the chat too, so we're having a good time here. Let's get to the next pick here. Andrew Erickson, Jordan Mason. Then after that, Sam Laporta, Jalen Warren, Zach Charbonnet at the turn with Josh Downs. Then Joe Mixon finally goes off.
Erickson.
Everybody hates Brian Robinson. And then
seriously,
Corey Krosky Merritt. So Krosky
That's Bill
goes next.
Bill. And he's going to outscore both Brian Robinson and Joe Mixon this year. So that's how he was good.
Well, Joe Mixon might not play till week 12 at this point.
That's what I mean. But
well, Jake, to that point, when is the point in a draft where you go, I have to price and force on Joe Mixon? I know it happened to me in your league a couple weeks ago, and he went so far. I was like, I just got to take him here just to see what happens.
Never for me.
I don't. I don't price and force on Joe's Mixon. No, the great. Sigmund Bloom would say, there's so many injuries, why buy one before the draft even finishes?
That's a good line. All right, so Mason and Krosky merit here. Aaron Erickson, walk us through these two picks real quick.
I just think that this is when I'm looking for some running backs with upside that maybe I don't necessarily view as starters week one, but down the line, you could see the path. I know we talked about Jordan Mason with Justin Boone as one of our favorite late round running backs. You could have that goal line role with the Minnesota Vikings. And Jacory Krosky Merritt, Brian Robinson's not going to be on the Commanders. Like, he's going to get traded. So I think Krosky Merritt now as a bench player for me, he's a rookie running back that could seize a massive role. And it reminds me a lot of situations, whether it was Isaiah Pacheco or James Robinson or Antonio Gibson, when these were day 3 guys that stumbled into roles and they didn't rise enough with their ADP and they ended up being really productive as rookies. So, I think that he's going to have a role this season, even if it's not a 3-down workhorse role. But I think that you should try to prioritize getting him as a late round running back.
All right. The priorities are abound right now. Let's continue on with some of the other picks here. You've got after Erickson, Bo Nix goes to Derek Brown at 8:05. So why Bo Nix and not wait for another later quarterback run? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, I could have waited. I like Bo Nix's upside, though. I think he's quietly one of the guys that provides you the rushing floor and the upside. And geez, man, like Denver was top 10 in scoring this year with all the weapons in another year of Sean Payton's offense. Could they be top 5 this year? So I want to make the bet on Bo Nix, at least to where we're at.
All right, betting on Bo Nix here. Next one we have here is Javonte Williams, then Dak Prescott goes. That was a quarterback I was hoping to get. TJ Hawkinson, Chris Godwin, Deebo Samuel, Keenan Allen. Jake Ciely, you took Godwin here at 8:09. So
did you not see me laughing? I said the whole thing that Sigmund. I paraphrased Sigmund Bloom, and I take a player who's injured.
Yeah,
but here's why.
You dirty, horrible hypocrite! You. Why do you drop that kind of knowledge and then turn around and then just ignore it?
We have a top 20 player sitting on the board in round 8 that I can put on the IR to start the season and essentially get a free pick once the draft is over through waivers. So that's why, unlike Joe Mixon, who's uncertainty, and then when he comes back, is he even going to be Joe Mixon? So I'm okay with that.
I think his name is still be Joe Mixon, but we'll see. Interesting that Deebo Samuel and then Keenan Allen goes. Keenan Allen flying up draft boards, Jake. Have you noticed that lately too? That all of a sudden the people are getting really comfortable with Keenan Allen. Like this is the earliest I've seen him go, to be honest, the 8th round. I've seen him go 10, 11, but 8 is a new high for me.
And I'm probably not going to have Keenan Allen, mostly because I would rather have him a round or 2 later. I just don't know what his upside is. I don't think it's top 25 even back with the Chargers. And then on top of that, I could see him being one of the first players you cut. Like similar to Tyler Lockett last year, I think this might be the potential end.
All right, next up here, my 2 picks, Cam Scatterboo and Tank Bigsby, just building out that RB room. Some good value. I'll take those 2 guys there. Thank you very much. And I'll have eventually Jonathan Taylor will twist his ankle, and I'll have to play Scatterboo or Tank Bigsby. That's how I see that working out. Hopefully by then, one of those 2 guys will have more control of the backfield. Christian Kirk goes next, then Nick Chubb. Jake Ciely takes Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, at this point.
Mahomes. Yes, let's talk about it at this point. So, very interesting. QB 11 last year, QB 8 the year before. So 2 years in a row where he's going backwards from QB 1 overall. Why Mahomes now, again, in that same kind of question, when there might not be that much separation here at the QB position with what's left on the board in terms of, making those big leaps and potentially missing Rashee Rice for a good chunk of the season?
The Rice thing doesn't concern me that much. The biggest concern would be, even if we had no Rashee Rice for the entire season, is Travis Kelce toast. God, that would actually be my bigger concern, because I think Worthy can step in and do everything Rice was doing. Oh, by the way, he did that at the end of last year, which was part of my concern for Rashee Rice getting drafted too high this year. If all of them are out there and we have Rashee Rice and Worthy, I think we have potentially one of the better Mahomes seasons we've seen in a while. And around 9... Well, you tell me his floor is QB 9, 10, 11, if he just decides. It's not even that the fact that Mahomes can't do it. It's just the Chiefs are just coasting through the season like the Warriors from a few years ago and being like, we'll turn it on in the playoffs. Maybe getting caught in the Super Bowl finally wakes them up and they do a little bit more in the season. You tell me Patrick Mahomes can't just flip the switch and go, I want to throw 40 touchdowns this year to show you I'm still Patrick Mahomes. And that's why I'm willing to do it in the 9th round.
All right. That's do as I say, not as I do, Jake Ciely, with that full breakdown of Patrick Mahomes. Michael Pittman next, then Quinshon Judkins at 9:06, J.K. Dobbins at 9:07. D-Bro, I know, is on the clock right now, so I'm going to remind everybody while he makes his pick that the party continues on Twitch. If you didn't get in on this mock, we've got not 1 but 2 more mocks, and they're crazy. I think it's 10-second picks they're going to be doing. So After this is over, run to twitch.tv/fantasypros. Get in the mock drafts there. We're going to run not one, but two. Scott Bogman and the Welsh are there. Go follow us over there on Twitch. We have content there every single day. We've got shows recording on there. You can watch live, be part of the shows, and of course, use your Amazon Prime to subscribe to our Fantasy Pros Twitch.tv channel right now. Again, that's twitch.tv/fantasypros for the after party following our Fantasy Fest here on YouTube. After the J.K. Dobbin selection, Debro took Juwan Jennings. So Jennings here, obviously some of the health issues, contract issues, all the issues. So what made you feel comfortable with Jennings here? Is it just the value of how far he fell?
It's how far he fell, and this easily could be a situation where a brand new contract or a bump in pay, and magically the calf is fine.
Magically, the calf is fine. Jaden Reed goes next. Nice value there for you, Erickson, at 909.
Yeah, well, I was trying to scoop up some more value with some followers just because I may or may not have reached a little bit on Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, but you can never be sure with the mock drafters, the sharp people in this room. So, yeah, Jaden Reed, he's out of the walking boot, guys. So that's all I have to report. So, fingers crossed.
There you go.
Didn't affect his push-up ability. That's at least good.
There you go. Did not affect the push-up ability. All right, next here we have... after Jaden Reed, Ramondre Stevenson, Khalil Shakir finally off the board. He fell quite a long way. And then Logo taking a tight end here with Tyler Warren and Drake May as the QB at 10:01. Lil Guy then turns around with Travis Kelce after getting bad-mouthed by Jake Ciely. Keon Coleman goes next. Then, Andrew, you went back and you stayed on brand at tight end with Tucker Kraft.
Yep, my favorite breakout tight end this season. And if Jaden Reed's not healthy, then that'll benefit Tucker Kraft because he'll get more targets. So, yeah.
Interesting you have both of them. Do you think that's a deficit for that roster build?
No, not necessarily, because I don't have to start Jaden Reed because he's my wide receiver 4 on my team. And if this Packers offense takes off and it's more like Jordan Love from 2023, where he throws for 30 touchdowns and 4,200 yards and not 30 carries for Josh Jacobs every single week, then I think that more than one Packers receiver can eat in this offense.
All right. Debro continues to take value at wide receiver. Darnell Mooney at 10:05.
Yep. I mean, again, like a guy that we know is not 100% right now, but if he is in week 1...
Debro wants no calves and hamstrings and anything soft tissue at the start of the season.
How many injured guys have you drafted in your smack talk?
One!
Oh, really? Because he stays healthy throughout the year, huh?
Half your team's in a wheelchair right now.
Well, in all fairness, you also have Chris Olave, who has some concussion concerns, to say the least. You know.
I'd rather, admittedly, rather have that than a soft tissue. I'm just giving Debro a hard time.
No, I know.
All right.
I mean, Chris Godwin, what are we doing here, Ciely? Come on.
We already had that discussion. Get back in the chat, man. Come on.
Debro, you got 7 seconds to pick. I'm pausing the draft. I don't want you to get past
Stashing him on IR.
I'm pausing the draft. You guys are out of control. I love it.
Tajay Spears is on the board.
Hey, I got another injured guy right now that I'm about to draft, okay? So
Jaden Blue?
I'll see your smack talk and I'll raise you a Romeo Dobbs right now.
This is always the best segment of the fest when everybody's tired and we do the mock draft show. Jaden Higgins goes next, then Cooper Kupp, Marvin Mims, David Njoku to Jake Ciely. So I assume David Njoku will be good right up until Joe Flacco gets replaced, right, Jake? That's about right?
Oh, 100%. This is, I don't know, potentially 4, 5, 6 weeks at the most, I'm thinking. But hey, top 2 option as long as Joe Flacco's. You know what's insane? I think it was Ian Hardis who tweeted that out. If you take Joe Flacco's last 17 games started, he leads the league in passing yards.
What? That's not shocking. He also probably leads the league in interceptions.
Full games. Full games.
All right. Baker Mayfield goes at 10-10. Nice value there. Braylon Allen at 10-11. How did he sneak through all of us? Shame on all of us there. Well, he didn't make it to me. I would have taken him there.
I love your 11-1, Joe.
You like it? Luther Burden at 10-12 and Josh Palmer at 11-1. Why do you love my 11-1 so much, Jake?
Because I think there's a real chance he's the number 1 for the Bills this year. I think he's underrated. Stay healthy. I mean, you have former Bills talking him up, Bills players that being. I just think there's a chance that he's the top option.
Have you watched the Hard Knocks where like him and Josh Allen are like getting ice cream together?
You know I don't watch documentaries, which that essentially is one.
I was like, it's a football documentary. It's not really a documentary.
It's a live documentary, essentially.
Nobody's asking you to watch Poop Cruise, man.
Yeah, well,
dude, I watched that.
Yeah, that was the talk around the Joey P. Pool when I was up there.
We did. We had a big conversation about who saw it and who didn't. All right, Tyler Algier, we saw him get selected at 11:02. How's that for a transition? Trey Benson, 11:03, and then Jake, you took one of my favorite late picks here, Demario Douglas, pop at 11:04. I thought he might last another round. He did not. What do you think about him getting that Josh McDaniels slot roll back? That could be a big deal for his fantasy value.
It's not even that. He's one of the top 2 options, and he's healthy, unlike Stefan Diggs, who says, I like to push things, but it doesn't look good right now? Question mark. He's saying the team and himself don't think it looks good right now. He is practicing. I just don't know what Diggs is at this point. Kyle Williams is way down the depth chart, and I have excitement for him, but he's just got to get through a lot of people, including the fact he can't get past Kayshon Boutte, who's been running as the 2 with Demario Douglas. What is the answer here? The only person we know, and you know I had to do it, Joe, because then I could say this, Demario Douglas.
Oh, wow. That was certainly not worth it. Justin Fields at 11:05, Vishal Tootin at 11:06, then Rashad White. D-Bro continuing to build out those wide receivers. Romeo Dobbs at 11:08. So let's talk about Dobbs here, just getting in that Green Bay room a little bit there, cracking the door open, D-Bro.
I mean, dude, if I'm taking a shot on any of these Green Bay Packers receiving options, it's either Kraft or Dobbs. Dobbs pops off the page like from numerous per route metrics. So miss me with Matthew Golden. I don't want anything to do with him. All in on Romeo Dobbs.
Okay. Next up here after Dobbs, Rashid Shaheed to Andrew Erickson at 11:09.
Yeah, because I think that he's going to put up very similar numbers to Chris Olave in a pretty bad Saints offense, but you get him 3 rounds cheaper, 4 rounds cheaper, and I think that they're going to be on par in terms of targets, receiving yards. I think Shaheed can probably score more touchdowns because he's done that historically versus Olave. So yeah, I need a receiver too. So Shaheed for me.
So Eckler went right after you, Erickson. Any thought to keeping Eckler since you already had obviously the greatest running back of all time, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, already on your roster? Just out of curiosity, like this whole Washington backfield getting really odd here in the last 2 weeks. All of a sudden, a lot of changing going around.
Yeah, I don't think that Eckler's role is really changing that much because Brian Robinson was kind of slotted in as that A-back, which Anthony Lynn is leading towards his early down runners and guys that usually see a lot of red zone work. And Eckler didn't even play in the preseason game because they didn't really have any passing downs, like with the first team. So he was in uniform, like he could have played, but he just wasn't out there. So I don't think his role necessarily changes a ton. I mean, maybe he inherits more early down work just because the team trusts him. But he's an older running back, and he's been dealing with some concussion issues. So I did think about like pairing him with Krosky-Merritt just in case, it is Eckler a little bit more to start the year. But it wasn't something that I have to have Austin Eckler on my team if I draft Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay, after Rashid Shaheed, Austin Eckler, Najee Harris, Kyle Williams at the turn, Ollie Gordon starting round 12, Brandon Ayuk, Kyler Murray, then Cedric Tillman back to you. So do you think maybe we could see a little bit more of that Cedric Tillman we saw a glimpse of last season, Andrew?
Well, he has more chemistry with Joe Flacco than Jerry Jeudy does because they were teammates 2 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, it was a very small sample size, but Cedric Tillman did outproduce Jerry Jeudy last year when they were healthy. So I'm hoping this isn't a Tank Dell, Nico Collins thing where Tank Dell kind of outproduced Nico Collins and that ended up being terribly wrong in terms of a take for projecting. But Tillman is a big ex-receiver, talented guy, young player. I think that he could do something, especially if the Browns offense throws a lot. And they're playing the Bengals week 1. So that's going to be a shootout. So wheels up for Tillman.
D-Bro keeps the Browns run going here, which phrasing I should rethink.
That's gross.
Yeah.
What do you think of that pick? Derek Brown.
What is that? What is that?
Derek Brown taking Jerome Ford. What do you think?
I mean, I had to insulate the running back room as my RB4 and needing the early down production. I'm cackling over here because as soon as I said the thing about Matthew Golden, and I don't know if people could see this, I get the text of the Jesus gift from Bogman about miss me with Matthew Golden. So
yeah, Bogman also apparently sending me. He told me I should have drafted Giddens. Basically, he's yelling at me. So. He's getting clearly prepared for his mock draft here. Next up here after Jerome Ford, Adam Thielen, then Brock Purdy. Jaden Blue, Jake Ciely took Ray Davis, so we'll get to that in a second. Wan'Dale Robinson, Colston Loveland, then I double dipped on QB. I took Justin Herbert and Jared Goff. I'm just going to play the matchup, so I got 2 QBs. That's good value down there. Jordan Love was still on the board. Caleb Williams still on the board. It's a good year for late QB. Even in a deeper league, Michael Penix, I might be able to live with him, and Bryce Young. Next up, J. McCarthy, Kyle Pitts, and Jake Ciely, DJ Giddens. So Giddens and Davis Ciely, clearly you're sending a message here to the rest of the league that I'm going to have all your backups.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get my, what Ouija board out here and everything, or what's the thing where you stick the pins in it? I'm going to get your running backs hurt.
A voodoo doll?
Thank you. That too.
We
Yes.
just
I can say like,
with the dead.
yeah, same thing. Whatever. I want to talk to the dead running back so I can get the current ones killed. Like you know how I feel about DJ Giddens. Jonathan Taylor hurt for the past.
Jake Ciely on this show. What?
I know.
happened to you?
It's just what happens when you get me at 6 o'clock at night.
Shirt in black.
It's almost dinner time. He's hungry.
You don't want to catch me inside.
DJ
Giddens. Jonathan Taylor has been hurt for the past 3 seasons. I think Giddens has Montgomery-like ability with better pass catching upside, and I like that. Ray Davis was the backup plan. I was actually looking for Ollie Gordon, and I didn't realize the team on the turn took him, but that was going to be so basically just backup options. But I think Ollie Gordon could have some standalone value, which is why I was looking for him.
Yeah, that was actually a take that Andy Behrens had early in the show. Go back and watch, everybody. He was talking about Ollie Gordon. In fact, he asked me, can I talk about Ollie Gordon on the show? I said, Andy, you can talk about whoever you want on the show. Dylan Sampson, Isaac Garendo, then Jarquez Hunter. Derek Brown takes Brashad Smith. Then Kyle Monangai, my guy.
Look at all these
goes
running
to
backs.
Andrew Erickson. Last 3 picks here for E-Rock, Lil Guy, and from the logo. Coming up here, and then we'll see Mr. Irrelevant, and then we'll see the grades. I think Erickson might have won this. We'll see. Roman Wilson, Tajay Spears, and the last pick is, I didn't see it. It went away. I got a B+. I finished 3rd. Not too shabby. Let's see where the tail of the tape is. I'll take that 89 here. It looks like Lil Guy won it. Congratulations. Lil Guy, you're the big guy around here. 809, bunting at number 2, me on number 3. Andrew, I was close. You were number 4. I thought you would do very well. Trusted Venom finished 5th. Whodat at 6. Debro at 7. Fantasy Headliners at 8. Jake Ciely at 9. Or should I say Dark Jake Ciely. E-Rock from the logo. And then Messer Grimm at 12. So let's break it all down. Lil Guy with the big one here, the big win. It also says that I reached on Matthew Golden and Luther Burden. I disagree. The steals were my 2 QBs at the end. I agree with that. This is the nice part about this, is that you get all the breakdowns here at the end. And let's go to the winning team here, because Lil Guy was the winner. Let's talk about this roster, and if we agree with Draft Wizard. Josh Allen, David Montgomery, DeAndre Swift, then Puka Nacua, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson. That's a pretty snazzy wide receiver room. Travis Kelce, Old Man Kelce, then Joe Mixon, Khalil Shakir, Jalen Warren, Najee Harris, Tajay Spears, Brandon Ayuk, Dark Ciely. I think with that wide receiver room and Josh Allen, it's a top 5 team. I don't know if it's number 1.
I don't think. I mean, between their
I want to talk.
They have one guy with one.
Do you want to talk Jake Ciely or Debro?
I want to talk to Dark Jake Ciely. I don't know why Debro's talking.
As Debro just jumped in. No, go ahead. Finish your statement. It was a good point. I was actually going to agree with you. Keep going.
I mean,
I was too busy trying to increase the size on the screen. I was trying to scroll in on the screen. This is how dumb I am at this point of the day.
Hills where you can increase the size of your screen. I heard nowadays.
Go ahead, Debro.
Yeah, no, I mean, Mixon's got one working foot. Najee has one working eye. I mean, together, I guess they make one running back.
Fair. That's not bad. That's not
I appreciate Debro coming with the shots and the injuries there. See? All comes full circle.
High five, Ciely.
Looking at the breakdowns here, Wolf of Rodo Street, Pierre Camus, like my draft, and Joe Pizzapia gave me an A. So that makes me feel pretty good.
Do you want a shocker of why my team got rated 9th? Oh, what a shock. Debro and Joe Pizzapia hated JSN and Saquon Barkley. As soon as I knew those were my first 2 picks, I knew I was going to finish at the bottom because you guys are idiots.
I don't hate
JSN.
I love you too, Jake.
Apparently. That's good.
I'm lower on Barkley than everybody else.
Yeah, actually, your thumbs down is on Barkley and JSN for both of you, and surprisingly, Debro's thumbs down is on Jameson Williams.
That's weird. That I don't care for at all.
Truth finally comes out.
Look, I'm taking Derrick Henry over Barkley this year. I don't care. Like I've seen enough. I've read enough of the data, and it's not gonna get fooled. I'm not.
Derrick Henry's got a billion touches over the past 4 seasons.
Yeah, he's Derrick Henry, bro. Like he's just
okay. It's Saquon Barkley who barely got touched half the time.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not the same 400 touches.
Injuries in his career. He had a lot more tread on his tires. We're talking about a guy, in college, the way the workload he had at Penn State. I'm just saying, like, Saquon is great. I don't wish Saquon injury. I'm just saying the data tells me it's not going to be great. And I'm just going to go with the data on this one, especially because I don't have to. Like, I'm looking at a top 5 pick. I don't have to take Saquon Barkley to have a good fantasy team. So, therefore, I'm not going to have Saquon Barkley this year. It's just not going to be for me. Let's talk about, let's go backwards here. Jake Ciely, let's talk with your team here. Patrick Mahomes, Saquon Barkley, Alvin Kamara, T. Higgins, JSN, Jameson Williams, and Njoku Olave. Then the bench is Tracy, Godwin, Pop Douglas, Davis, and Giddens. I really like this team. What was the letter grade you got for this? Was it a B-?
No, it was a straight C.
Straight C. I think
It was
B-
it was
team.
straight
like
C how awesome my team is.
Yeah. Well, do you agree with that assessment or no? You like this one?
The C? Absolutely not. This is an A team. The fact that I can stash Godwin on the bench, the fact that Jameson Williams is my 3, the fact that Alvin Kamara is my 2 at a running back position where like he's really not going to get 90 targets again this year. I say the only risk is the fact that I'd probably swap out Olave because I don't want 2 Saints. But hey, the value was there. Again, Olave is my 4th wide receiver. I'm going to take the chances similar to the DK argument I made earlier. The volume for Olave is just going to be there. Again, you're not wrong about the concussions. Of all the arguments against Barkley and Henry and other players and the Godwins, the one I am most concerned about, 4 concussions in 2 years, I think Olave is a little bit of risk there.
Yeah, I would agree. But I think a calculated one is your 4th wide receiver. And then having Godwin and Douglas, you have some depth there and some upside as well.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the next one up there. Derek Brown as we climb the leaderboard. Bo Nix at QB, Achane and Walker at RB, Nico Collins, George Pickens, Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews. Then Tony Pollard as the flex. The bench is Jawan Jennings, Darnell Mooney, Jerome Ford, Dobbs, and Smith. I almost said Smith, but no, that's not it. Brashard Smith. So, D-Bro, your thoughts on this roster and your thoughts on the grades that you received?
I mean, I like the team. It's not my favorite. I mean, this is what happens when you draft next to Sharp Discord members and Andrew Erickson the entire time. I got sniped on a number of players. Ted McMillan, AJ Brown, it's T-Mac, Mac Attack, whatever his name is these days.
It sounds like
the
a lot
number
of
one wide
excuses,
receiver
doesn't
for
it,
Carolina.
Andrew? It feels like I'm getting a lot of excuses from Derek Brown.
I mean, I'm just being honest about it. So,
Andrew?
I did give myself a 90, so I'm not exactly just enamored with the team. Shout out to Jacob Gibbs, Kevin Steele, both gave me 91, 97, and Joe Rico gave me a 61. So, Joe, we need to talk about this after the show.
Ooh, we're gonna have some words.
Which
All right.
one? Which Joe Rico?
Football.
What's the highest score you got?
Joe Rico. 97 from Jacob Gibbs.
That's pretty good. Gibbs knows his stuff too, so he's good with the numbers there. Let's get to Drake's on a Plane, aka Andrew Erickson, Lamar Jackson, sexy, Ashton Genty, James Conner, AJ Brown, Tetaroa McMillan, Xavier Worthy, Tucker Kraft, then Jordan Mason as your flex. You've got Reed, Tillman, Rashid Shaheed on the bench, Monongai, and I can't believe Krosky Merritt wasn't in your starting lineup here. I mean, that's just appalling. It literally pushed him all the way to the last pick. Did it give you a reach on that? Had you not done that, did it say you would have won the draft? I bet it would have.
Yeah, it said I reached on him, but it also said, it said if you, where did it say? Oh, you drafted Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in the 8th round, 6 rounds earlier than he's ranked. But it also said Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is the number 5 running back in our consensus sleeper ranking. So I think that it actually didn't negatively impact my overall grade because it was a sleeper that I was reaching up for, which I think is correct. You know, you shouldn't necessarily be penalized too harshly if you're trading up for a player that, or moving up for a player that is going to be good. So look, Brian Robinson went off the board. If he's in the Brian Robinson role, then how is it really that much of a reach? Again, you're trying to play the board the best you can. But if he's in the Brian Robinson role, then he should be going where we've ranked Brian Robinson all summer long, right?
Yeah, it's an RB3.
Andrew, maybe did it ever occur to you maybe there isn't a Brian Robinson role? Maybe they're just trying to do things completely differently with that backfield.
It's also possible. Yeah,
I think that's what we're looking at with the.
Well, I think that's actually more of a concern.
Well, I guess
are you projecting Eckler as the lead back?
So no, if Krosky and Merritt is in the Brian Robinson role, but less, and it's more Eckler as he stays healthy, and they involve Chris Rodriguez, now you're a full blown committee, and it's actually even worse than it was for Brian Robinson. I'm not saying I agree with the pick. The upside is if he is Brian Robinson, but I think that I would say for people drafting this weekend, I would not be out there trying to be like, oh, I got to get Krosky Merritt and then take him in like the 6th or 7th round because you want to look like the smartest person in the room.
Yeah, I don't.
What about the 8th round? Just asking for a friend.
That's what I said. 8th.
Perfectly.
I ranked him right in like the high 30s at running back because there's the upside of that's kind of like the rookie that might take the job, but it might take a few weeks. Rankings that we do, that's where he should be because you also accept some of the risk that it might not happen.
Yeah,
Jake,
I think
if Brian Robinson Jr. ends up in Houston, what does that do to his ranking?
Brian Robinson's or Krosky Merritt's?
Brian Robinson ends up in Houston.
I'd put Brian Robinson in as I'd still have him as an RB3, but a high-end RB3. I still think his ceiling is a little bit capped.
Because I'm trying to think, D-Bro, of the landing spots that Brian Robinson might end up in, and I think that's the question too. Because I think there could be some spots where he'd actually be especially playing for a contract, right? We're kind of getting closer to that thing. And people are saying, well, why didn't they make this move around draft time if they didn't like Brian Robinson? I think it's because they wanted to come into camp and see how these guys were before they either realized or got confident enough that what they had was good enough to make a move and move on from Brian Robinson. And it's a new regime. It's a new group. You know, this wasn't the group that drafted him. So do you have a landing spot in mind for him?
I think, by the way, I think the Texans is the best one before Debro jumps in.
Well, thank you, Jake Ciely. I appreciate that. That's the one that stuck out to me, just going through, you know, some of these backfields that could use a hand right now, because I don't really see, on the other one would be the Dallas Cowboys, to be honest with you. The Dallas Cowboys, I think he would immediately go to be the best guy there.
I think Dallas just told us they don't care about running back. They did this last year too, and they just
Dallas also
but Dowdle also had a good season.
Yeah,
right, they think Javonte's gonna have a good season. I don't know.
To me. They're willing to make bad moves with their draft picks as well, and that's something.
Well, no. So to your point, Joe, if he gets straight out cut because they can't find a deal and they really do want to get rid of the $3 million, is that the Cowboys would pick him up? That would tell us that they don't feel great about Javonte Williams.
Well, they're trying to cut the $3 million because they're trying to give it to Tera McLaurin. That's what we're talking about here, folks. Let's not
right, but I'm saying if they don't make a trade, like I don't think he gets traded to the Cowboys. I think he gets potentially cut and then to the Cowboys if that were to happen.
I don't think anybody's talked enough about how these two things are connected, about the Tera McLaurin, and I think everyone keeps talking about Brian Robinson. I don't think it's an indictment of Brian Robinson. I think they need to make some money fast, and the way to save some money right now is for them to trade Brian Robinson. All right, let's get your take on this Joey P roster here. The glorious roster. Justin Herbert as QB, Jonathan Taylor, RJ Harvey at RB, this fella named Jamar Chase at wide receiver with DJ Moore, Stephon Diggs, Brock Bowers, the #1 tight end on the planet, Tank Bigsby or Matthew Golden at the flex. We'll see how that goes. Then Cam Scatteraboo, Jared Goff, Josh Palmer, Luther Burden. Jake Ciely, your take on this squad that was a B+ grade.
B+. How many 97s and 98s did you look at that? See, this makes no sense. I have 4 98s or 3 98s, and
Why
you guys.
Is everything about you? I asked you about
because
this roster
it's you and me. That's what it has to be. Because I wanted to make the joke. Like the only thing I would have done differently is the quarterbacks you took. You mentioned Jordan Love was still out there. Caleb Williams was out there. I just think the 2 quarterbacks you have fine ceilings. I just don't think either one of them have top 7 ceilings, that's why I would have chased Love and Williams. But I don't hate what you did in the fact that.
Honestly, I thought about that. I thought maybe do I take one of these pocket quarterbacks and then take a Love or take a like somebody else that has a little bit sexier upside in terms of the rushing. I thought about that. But then I was like,
I like your strategy is because you waited till the end game. I just did the biggest mistake people make over the Athletic today and I said when they draft, they waste their bench. And I say it's first or last or quarterback. I know I took Mahomes in the 9th, but that's different. I don't expect Mahomes to be there in anybody's home league in the 9th round. But if I don't get tier 1, I'm doing what you do every single time. Maybe different quarterbacks, but I'm going to double down for 2 shots at a potential 6-7 quarterback and just wait to the end game like you did.
Debro, I think this is the best year in a long time to wait on QB. I really do. I'd be Drake May, Justin Fields, Dak Prescott, Herbert, Goff. If you like Caleb Williams,
Stroud.
which I don't, Stroud, Love. I mean, it is a good 16, 17 deep this year, and it's been a while since we felt like that.
It's been a while.
Absolutely agree. And I mean, even if this is a sharp room. Like Dak Prescott falls farther than he should. I love the team. I think it's solid through and through.
All right. Who do you think won the draft, everybody? Drop your comments below, your favorite roster. We love to hear from you. Remember, the winner is going to win that A.J. Brown autographed helmet. Salute to service, A.J. Brown helmet, just for dropping a comment, liking the stream, liking the video, and subscribing to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. This is from pristineauction.com. Go Birds! You want to win the A.J. Brown helmet? I just told you how. Ring the bell till it goes ding, so you know if you're the big winner and you never miss a piece of content on the channel. And also, don't forget, we've also got the after party right after this. Not 1, but 2 mock drafts with Bogman and Welsh. 10-second clocks, crazy times, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Twitch.tv/FantasyPros. That's the place to be. Tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, as soon as we wrap up. We're going to give everybody some time. Also, we've got some time here at the end. Maybe we can go ahead and get some questions in here, boys. You down for a couple questions here?
Let's do it.
Sure.
All right. Here's one from Nate Sugar. Do you think DJ Moore can get back to being a top 10 receiver?
No.
D-Bro, let's go to you on that one.
Nope.
No.
That's a lot more belief than I have on Caleb Williams.
Top 10.
My goodness, that was very quick. How early is too early on Tootin?
During the draft.
I would say single digits. He should be outside the double digits.
So Jake,
He should be on the waiver wire.
Okay,
wow.
So who was the Jacksonville Jaguar running back you like the most?
ETN or Bigsby, or both.
See, I like ETN. And I took
don't know if
Bigsby because
ETN's on their roster by week 1.
Okay, then we'll talk when that actually happens.
Okay. I mean, that's fine, but I think Tootin's the best. I mean, honestly, probably the most talented guy in that backfield, so I'll take the shot latest.
All right, 10-team PPR, start 8. Who are you taking at 102, 10-team league? Let's go with you, Andrew, for this one start.
Jean or Chase, whoever doesn't go first.
Yeah.
That's easy, right? Everybody agrees on that one?
Yep.
Like, it's funny, in the 10-team, if I start Bijan, I love the replacement, like the just the supply and demand of wide receivers. It makes it back to you. That's a pretty good start to a team. I mean, I still rather have Chase first, but that's where I'm at with that one. All right, let's go to our friend Joe Navarro. The main question is, would you rather have London or BTJ? Jake Ciely, Dark Ciely. What would you go in here in this one?
You pick your poison. It's Sophie's choice, but here's the best part about it. If you're drafting at the end of the first if you're drafting at the end of the first round, you can get both. I just did it in a draft. Take them both.
Yeah, I took Amon-Ra and Drake London in your league. It was pretty good. Pretty good spot there. I was very happy with this. How would Lamb rank in 2 wide receiver leagues? Debro, why don't you start with this one?
I mean, still top 3. I don't think it's changing anything.
I think it's about versus running backs. Would you prioritize him if it's?
That's the better question, Andrew.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
if you only have to start 2 wide receivers, does he fall down that far?
Yeah, that would be.
I mean, I'm still drafting him over a lot of running backs.
Would you would you draft him over Gibbs, or is that not change for you?
I draft him over Gibbs. He has the upside to sit here and lead his entire position in points per game.
In a 10-team league or a half PPR, I would take Gibbs. I still would. I just think we're all going to be chasing that CeeDee Lamb magical run from a couple of years ago that I don't think can be duplicated. I think that's going to be the outlier. I think it's still going to be.
But
really
at least
good.
see where I'll agree with Debro, because I've been taking shots. But he's actually had a 20-point season per game. Justin Jefferson hasn't.
Fair enough. He's also played with Kirk Cousins and Sam Darnold, so maybe we can get him Dak Prescott and see what it looks like. Keenan Allen or Calvin Ridley? This is Calvin Ridley for me, and it ain't close.
Yeah, it's Ridley.
By 50 billion miles?
That's a lot of
it's
miles.
easy, Ridley.
But you'll be able to trade Keenan Allen for Calvin Ridley after week 1. Guaranteed.
I would say Calvin Ridley is the most disrespected wide receiver, but he has a bad matchup in week 1.
Speaking of wide receivers, Jake, we've seen Puka Nacua start to slide in some of these drafts. Is it a slide that you want to take advantage of, or a slide that you are letting it walk by you because it's BTJ, it's Amon-Ra, it's Malik, it's Drake London. All those guys are kind of there. You don't have to necessarily stop the car and say, hey, Puka, get in.
Yeah. If he's at the end of the round 1, I would. If you don't want to take him in the middle of the first, I'm totally okay bypassing that, because that tier, like you just brought up, Brian Thomas Jr., Nico Collins, that whole tier, we're nitpicking them apart. Like Malik Neighbors, you could be like, oh, the injuries keep popping up, and what if the quarterback switch is bad when it goes to Jackson Dart? If you want to nitpick whoever you want, it's cool because they're all in the same tier.
A.J. Brown or Lad McConkey? I would ask Andrew, but he took A.J. Brown already in the draft, so I know his answer. Debro, what's yours?
AJ Brown, assuming health.
Look at full PPR. I'm taking Lad.
Oh, there you go. Salty. There you go, everybody. So that wraps up our mock draft here, but it's not the last mock draft. Also, it's going to wrap up our Fantasy Fest 2025. I want to thank all of our amazing production team. We have incredible producers, incredible graphic designers here. We've got an incredible group that made all this work. Our producers behind doing everything here, Seth, all the producers who are rocking and rolling here in Fantasy Fest today. Appreciate all the hard work of everybody who helped put this thing together. All of our analysts, our in-house folks who are on the chat, in the rooms here talking fantasy football, and our amazing group of guests too. If you missed anything, you can go back and watch it on the YouTube channel right now. So go ahead, subscribe to the YouTube channel, watch the best of the fest, watch all of the Fantasy Fest, get ready for all your drafts, and crush your competition. This is one of our favorite days of the year, and we want to thank all of you for joining us here on the 2025 Fantasy Pros Fantasy Fest. That'll do it for us, but the story of the game goes on from our Fantasy Pros family. We'll see you next time, kids.
Yeah. Greatest comment in the chat right here. Chisholm is hism.
Oh, dude, I just picked him up in my Dynasty League.
Dude, I did that a month ago, Joe. Come on.
I picked him up a month ago, and then I had to drop
Patriots
him
homer got a homer. Patriots
Fields got hurt, and I had to